he still took out his own wand and handed it to Albert. "My wand is temporarily lent to some poor soul, but I'll get it back later." Albert took Fred's wand, waved it lightly, and conjured a flower out of thin air. It didn't feel very comfortable to use, so he turned to Lee Jordan next to him. "Use mine." Lee Jordan helplessly handed the wand to Albert. "Don't be so stingy. If you break it, I'll buy you a new one from Ollivander's." Albert raised the wand and waved it around, feeling that it still wasn't as good as his own wand, but it was much better than Fred's wand. "Don't, I quite like this wand I'm using now." Lee Jordan muttered softly, "What do you plan to do with the borrowed wand? Didn't George already say? Go on a date." Albert, with a smile, tucked his wand into his pocket, turned around, and headed back up the stairs to the dormitory. "His smile feels a bit creepy." Lee Jordan muttered, "Every time I see Albert with that kind of smile, someone is about to be in big trouble. I always feel like he's up to something. Should we secretly follow him?" George had an impulse to stir things up. "If you want to go, go by yourself." Fred shook his head and said, "If he really went on a date, you would definitely get beaten up." "Do you really believe that nonsense?" George couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Who knows?" Lee Jordan recalled Albert's smile just now and immediately shook his head, saying, "Anyway, I'm not going." At this moment, Albert had already dispelled the enchantment on the cabinet and took out the treasure map of Gryffindor's secret treasure from the drawer, which he had obtained last semester. Then, he took out the remaining Felix Felicis from his transfiguration lizard skin bag, measured a small amount, and took a sip. This was already Albert's third time using the Fortitude elixir, and there was only enough left in the bottle for one more sip. "However, as long as I can get this done, it doesn't matter if I drink the remaining elixir." Albert closed his eyes to feel the changes the blessing potion brought to his body, began organizing the items he might need, and casually checked the new tasks on the mission panel. Unforgivable. A wizard secretly used the soul draining curse from the unforgivable curses on you. You must make them understand why these dark spells are called unforgivable curses by the world. Reward, 1500 experience. Gain the soul draining curse skill. As solid as a rock. Rowena Smith is a highly skilled wizard. He tried to control you with the soul snatch spell, but you broke free from its control, showing him that your will is incredibly resilient and cannot be easily manipulated by the soul snatch spell. Reward, 1000 experience, +1 resistance to the soul reaping curse. Difficult brothers, difficult sisters, your friend has also been controlled by the soul snare curse. Since you have already managed to break free, extend a helping hand and assist her in overcoming her predicament. Reward, 500 experience, Katarina's favor +20, Isabel's favorability +20. A wrong decision. Rowena Smith secretly used the soul-sucking curse on you. She has already shown her fangs. As someone who never forgets a slight, you should thwart her plans, break her fangs, and make her realize that targeting you was a mistake. Reward, 3000 experience, randomly acquire Rowena Smith's skills. In addition to the previous other purposes mission, there are a total of 5 missions related to Smith. This time, we can definitely make a big profit. Albert murmured to himself, casually claiming the rock-solid mission reward. Then he took out the items from the shapeshifting lizard skin bag, organized them, and tucked them into a place where he could easily reach them. He then patted his pocket and cast a silent expansion charm on the robe's pocket to avoid any flaws being detected by Rowena Smith. After all, having a wand in your pocket is still too obvious. By the way, there's also the big weapon I prepared a while ago. Albert took out the Banshee's wail. This thing could definitely take down the defenseless Rowena Smith. Surprise attacks are always the most difficult to defend against, just like when he just entered the defense against the Dark Arts office and was caught off guard by the soul-sucking curse. Albert, holding the treasure map of Gryffindor's secret treasure, was about to head to the defense against the Dark Arts office when he suddenly stopped, scratched the back of his head, and his gaze fell on Fred's cabinet. After a moment, he took the Marauder's map out of the cabinet, scanned it with his eyes, and saw 2 familiar names moving toward the forbidden forest outside the castle. He murmured, "It really wasn't an illusion just now, this is a sure thing. Next, let's have some fun and see who is truly superior." Albert put the Marauder's map back in his pocket and walked toward the defense against the Dark Arts office. After entering, Albert found that Katarina was already gone, and only Smith was sitting alone at the desk. Not knowing what he was doing there, Albert stepped forward and handed the treasure map to Smith. However, after taking the treasure map, that guy actually cast a soul-binding spell on him again, as if worried that Albert might break free from the control of the soul-binding spell. This time, Albert was already prepared. The panel task reward he had just received immediately came in handy, and his resistance to the soul-stealing spell was much stronger than before. Just a moment of daze, and the brain regained its clarity when Smith asked Albert to hand over the magical items on him. He promptly removed the protective bracelet from his wrist and placed it on the table. Truly worthy of being a candidate they value. Rowena Smith picked up the protective bracelet, took a look at it, and couldn't help but sigh, but this is where it ends. Saying this, he picked up the letter from the table and handed it to Albert, instructing him to deliver it to Isabel. Without a doubt, Rowena Smith was preparing to take them both down. Is it really because of the candidates? As Albert walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, he murmured, heading to the library, he thought Isabel would probably be there. Just think of poor Percy, and you know he must have a lot of homework too. As for what Rowena Smith wanted to do, Albert thought he might have guessed it, to let them die in the Forbidden Forest. With an excuse already, the two were preparing to enter the Forbidden Forest to search for Gryffindor's secret treasure, but unfortunately, they ended up dying in the Forbidden Forest. As for Gryffindor's secret treasure, Rowena Smith might also be interested in finding it, just like Ravenclaw's secret treasure. You can use the Enter key or the shortcuts to read Chapter 311 of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, The Alchemist Acting Explosion. Chapter 311 Explosive Acting. With the help of the Marauder's map, Albert easily found Isabel's location. As expected, she was in the library doing her holiday homework. Albert went straight to the library to find someone, stood at the entrance and looked around, and finally spotted the red-haired girl in a corner, who was grappling with a thesis. He quietly walked over, lightly tapped the table twice, placed Smith's envelope in front of her, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "A letter from Professor Smith, stay alert." Albert's actions were very subtle, yet they still attracted the curious gazes of several people around. Isabel glanced at the envelope, then looked up at Albert's departing figure, silently pondering the meaning of those words in her heart. Could it be a love letter? Isabel's companion curiously stared at the letter, nudging her friend with her elbow and saying, "I heard Anderson is a genius." Isabel opened the letter, quickly read it, then stuffed it into her pocket and started packing her things. Another girl also leaned over, her eyes burning with the flames of gossip, and quietly asked, "You two aren't really dating, are you? I remember you two seem to know each other, right? And I often see you two together. If he confesses to you, just go for it. You two seem pretty compatible. Mind your own business." Isabel picked up her backpack and said to her two friends, "I have something to take care of, so I'll head out first. If you don't want him, I might just confess my feelings and go after him myself." Another girl joked, "It's just that Isabel has already walked far away and can't hear her teasing anymore." "The person has already walked far away. I'm being very serious." Isabel didn't go straight to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Instead, she first returned to the Ravenclaw dormitory, put her backpack away, and then went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office to find Professor Smith. Isabel's situation was very similar to Albert's. As soon as she entered, she was controlled by Smith's soul-sucking curse and easily handed over her wand. Albert was immediately frustrated. He had warned her to stay vigilant, yet she still fell into the same trap. Did his words mean nothing, or should I have been clearer just now? Smith looked at the two genius wizards from Hogwarts in front of him with delight. The faint smile on his face inexplicably annoyed Albert, giving him an impulse to punch him in the face. What a hypocritical old man. "All right, let's go search for Gryffindor's secret treasure in the Forbidden Forest," Rowena Smith said. "You all go to the Forbidden Forest together, meet me at the outskirts, and remember to avoid Hagrid and the others." After receiving the order, Albert and Isabel headed directly to the Forbidden Forest on the outskirts of the castle. Albert didn't dare to speak, worried that he might give himself away. He suspected that bastard Smith was using the disillusionment charm to follow them. To be honest, he didn't believe that Smith was after the damn Gryffindor's secret treasure. If it were really for that thing, he would never have used the unforgivable curse on them. You know, using the unforgivable curse on a human is enough to get him a life sentence in Azkaban. Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, the use of the soul-sucking curse by Rowena Smith on the two of them would be enough to get her a few years in Azkaban prison. Just as Albert was pondering the issue, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was not in his hunting lodge, which spared them a lot of trouble. Just as they were waiting for Rowena Smith to arrive, Albert's gaze happened to meet Isabel's, and his expression instantly froze. Isabel's eyes remained very clear, as if saying to him, "Help me, ha, ha, ha." Albert blinked, looking into Isabel's eyes. He suddenly felt as if his thoughts were being read. "You're not under the control of the soul-snatching curse?" Albert expressed his curiosity in his mind. "No." Albert was instantly speechless. It seemed everyone was an excellent actor, diligently playing their own roles. However, Rowena Smith didn't give the two any more time to gaze at each other lovingly. The sound of footsteps echoed from not far away. She dispelled the disillusionment charm and appeared out of thin air, beckoning the two to continue walking deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Occasionally, she would stop to check the treasure map, and they were indeed following the directions. Is this really preparing to search for Gryffindor's secret treasure? Albert and Isabel walked silently ahead. He didn't know how far they had gone, But the three of them were indeed venturing deeper into the forbidden forest, and the surroundings were becoming increasingly eerie. Isabel's body shook violently, pretending to resist the control of the soul-sucking curse. After a moment, she returned to normal, turned to Smith, and coldly said, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Nothing much, just inviting you to join me in searching for Gryffindor's secret treasure." Smith didn't pay much attention to Isabel, who had broken free from the soul-catching curse, and turned his gaze to Albert. "You should have broken free from the soul-catching curse too, right? I'm just a bit curious, what exactly do you want to do, and why do you want to control us with the soul-sucking curse?" Albert continuously voiced his inner doubts. "Even if you really want to find Gryffindor's secret treasure, there's no need to do such things, right? Because he wants our lives," Isabel sneered. "What have you done to Katrina?" "Don't worry, I have erased some of her memories. I will still be her respected Uncle Smith." Smith's lips curled into a pleasant smile. "When did you return to normal?" "Right before entering the Forbidden Forest," Albert replied without hesitation. Professor Smith looked Albert up and down, curiously asking, "Why didn't you run away?" "I guess you were watching us from behind." Albert shook his head and said, "And I also want to know why you're doing this. What has driven you to become so deranged? If you don't mind, we can chat while we walk." Rowena Smith raised her wand and pointed it at the two, saying, "Don't try to resist, without your wands, you don't stand a chance." "I want to know why you're doing this." Albert silently walked ahead and asked, "I really can't think of any reason that would justify you doing this." "Reasons, of course there are. You, so clever, couldn't even think of it? I'm really disappointed." Wilder Smith. "That's right." Smith readily admitted it. "Are you crazy?" Albert could hardly comprehend it. The sickly smile on Rowena Smith's face made him feel nauseous. He really has gone mad. Isabel coldly looked at Smith. He killed his best friend with his own hands for that illusory thing, and now he wants to kill his daughter. "No," Smith glared at Isabel angrily, speaking each word deliberately. "Blair died in a lab accident. You used mind control on him, didn't you? And you erased part of his memory." Isabel's tone was laced with bone-deep indifference. "You killed him. How could you possibly know? You are a masterful mind manipulator and very skilled at brain closure techniques, but unfortunately for you, so am I, and I'm a natural-born mind manipulator. I got the answer from Uncle Mog. They suspect that your father's death is related to you. Although there is no evidence, I have it. You can't always stay cautious. I spent a lot of time finding the answer, and this time it further confirmed my suspicions." "Brilliant speculation." Smith clapped his hands and laughed. "That was indeed a surprise. I felt like I had already been eliminated, but I just wanted to get the secret about Will Smith. I put so much effort and hard work into it, and I wanted to ask them why I was eliminated." "Isabel's father was also eliminated, right?" Albert suddenly said. "You are right, he didn't know anything." Smith said, "I used a very strong forgetfulness spell on him. Unfortunately, he died a week later due to an experiment failure. It's because of that damn memory erasing spell that Dad got hurt." Isabel gritted her teeth and said, "That's why Dad ended up dying mysteriously because of an accident during a magic experiment." "So what? How about it?" "Of course, kill you." Isabel pulled a wand out of her pocket and fiercely cast a spell at Smith. Albert was stunned, but he quickly understood everything. He finally knew why Isabel had to endure until now just for this moment. The Forbidden Forest is too vast. Even if someone goes missing mysteriously, it's hard to find them, making it very suitable as a grave. However, unfortunately, the three of them apparently thought the same way. You can use the enter key or the shortcuts to read. Chapter 312, Counterattack. Chapter 312, Counterattack. When Albert saw Isabel suddenly draw her wand to ambush Rowena Smith, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. There is no doubt that Isabel's sneak attack was very successful. The heart-piercing curse hit Rowena Smith's body, causing the smile on her face to freeze. Her cheeks twisted together in pain, making her look extremely fierce and terrifying. "Were you never under the control of the soul-sucking curse from the beginning?" Rowena Smith never expected that Isabel had actually prepared another wand. Albert couldn't help but twitch his cheek muscles when he saw Isabel actually planning to talk to Rowena Smith. He didn't hesitate, immediately drew his wand, and ambushed Rowena Smith, disarming her wand before things are over. It's really hard to say what changes might occur. Moreover, Albert hasn't forgotten that this is the Forbidden Forest. Rowena Smith could use disillusionment to escape at any moment, although the likelihood of that happening is quite low. Isabel turned her head and saw Albert also holding a wand. She never expected that Albert had also prepared two wands. "Enough of you, just get this done," Albert urged. "Stop with the pointless chatter if you want to get your revenge. Mr. Anderson is right, you shouldn't give the enemy a chance." Rowena Smith clumsily got up from the ground and brushed the dirt and leaves off her robe. And also, you might as well not use the unforgivable curses. He sneered, you're still not ruthless enough, the heart-piercing curses effect is really not that great. Shut up, heart-piercing and bone-scraping. Isabel gripped her wand tightly, pointing at her enemy, and shouted again. Rowena Smith was hit by another cruciatous curse, her face turning even paler. Drilling into the heart, drilling into the bones, drilling into the heart. Father was your best friend, he trusted you so much, how could you do this, you beast? Repent for the sins you committed in pain. Isabel roared angrily, his eyes filled with the satisfaction of revenge, torturing his enemy with a clumsy heart-piercing curse, venting the hatred accumulated over the years. At this moment, she had waited too long. Enough, if you want revenge, just kill him. Albert interrupted as since Rowena Smith wants Albert dead, she won't hold back. What? A momentary look of astonishment appeared on Isabel's face, clearly indicating that she hadn't anticipated Albert saying such a thing. If you can't bring yourself to do it, just knock him out and feed him to the eight-eyed giant spider. Albert didn't care what Isabel thought and prepared to use the stunning spell on Rowena Smith, intending to take her down first and then discuss how to deal with her. However, Rowena Smith's movements were faster than his, and she had somehow produced a wand in her hand, deflecting his stunning spell. What? Everything happened too quickly. Isabel barely had time to react. She was originally still angry at Albert for interrupting her revenge, but this emotion turned into an inexplicable panic when she saw the wand in Rowena Smith's hand. Rowena Smith looked at them with a cold smile. Did you think you were the only ones who prepared two wands? Rowena Smith waved her wand, cast a spell at Isabel, and sent her flying. Damn it! Albert immediately launched an attack on Rowena Smith. He didn't use any particularly powerful spells but quickly employed a silent disarming spell, attempting to interrupt her incantation. To think you can already use silent spells so skillfully, you're quite an impressive fellow. When Rowena blocked Albert's attack, she even had the mood to talk. No wonder they think so highly of you. However, you didn't tell Dumbledore about this. Is it really a big mistake? Do you really think you can defeat me on your own? I just wanted to understand why. Never thought you would be this insane. Albert's tone was very calm. The fooling agent allowed him to better harness his own power. The result was a bit beyond my expectations. What an arrogant guy. Rowena Smith suddenly laughed. Actually, I would prefer to see you struggling in pain, begging for mercy. Then you might be disappointed. Albert focusly waved his wand, and a spell created a large pit under Rowena Smith's feet, almost causing him to lose his balance and step into empty space. As Rowena Smith steadied herself, a bright light flashed, and she found herself hanging upside down in the air, as if an invisible hook had caught her foot and turned her upside down. The surrounding vines, under the influence of the transfiguration spell, transformed into spears and lunged at Rowena Smith. With a clang, the vines struck the shield, and then Rowena Smith's wand tip spewed flames, completely igniting the vines and dismantling Albert's assault. Avada Kedavra, a green light broke through the raging flames, flying toward Rowena Smith. Albert never expected to kill Rowena Ravenclaw with a regular spell, because he knew that was completely unrealistic. Although he had never used the killing curse, he still knew how to use it. With the help of Felix Felicis, the curse had a chance of killing the opponent. To be honest, he somewhat regretted not immediately using the Banshee's Wail to take down the opponent. Directly taking action against Rowena Smith was more a matter of the instinctive intuition of the fooling agent. To the killing spell mist, blowing apart a nearby tree, and Rowena Smith vanished into thin air, leaving only the sound of falling trees around. Where's that guy? Isabel glanced at Albert, surprised that this guy was even more ruthless than herself, directly using the killing curse. He should still be nearby. Albert looked around and glanced at Isabel out of the corner of his eye, saying, remember to kill him directly later. You really are ruthless. Rowena Smith's voice echoed from all directions. You even used the killing curse, more ruthless than other dark wizards. You wanted to kill me first, so don't expect me to show any mercy. Albert carefully observed his surroundings. He knew Rowena Smith wouldn't escape. If he really escapes, he's done for. They would definitely tell Dumbledore about it, and others would know too. There would be no way they would let him off. Would Brode's group let Rowena Smith kill her own heir? Obviously not. With their critical eyes and the power they hold, this matter is definitely not over. The matter of Isabel's father wasn't deeply investigated, mainly because he had already been eliminated. You are absolutely right. If you weren't a candidate for Will Smith, we could definitely become good friends. Good friends? No, thanks. Albert couldn't help but sneer. Look at how you treat your own friends. Who would want to be your friend? Shut up. Rowena Smith shouted angrily, that was an accident. A spell flew in from the bushes on the right side, and Albert swung his wand forcefully, shouting loudly, armor protection. The spell collided with the ironclad charm, erupting in a fierce burst of light, directly exploding on the ironclad charm, causing dirt and leaves to fly as they were corroded. Albert felt a heaviness in his chest and adjusted his posture to avoid losing his balance. I'm really surprised that you managed to block it with the iron armor charm. Rowena Smith walked out of the forest with her wand in hand, and seeing Albert nearly fall to the ground in a loss of balance, she laughed maniacally. Looks like I still win, Heart Ripper, Heart Ripper. The results of the recent training paid off. When Rowena Smith cast the heart-piercing curse, he successfully dodged and rolled on the ground. Keep struggling, but you can't hide forever. Heart drill, thunderclap explosion. A spell flew toward Rowena Smith, interrupting the heart-piercing curse, forcing him to cast a defensive spell, but he was still knocked off balance by the explosion. Isabel rushed forward, wielding her wand and re-engaging in combat with Rowena Smith. However, compared to Albert after taking the Felix Felicis potion, Isabel's strength felt significantly lacking, and Rowena Smith easily blocked her spell. You're not bad either, but there's still quite a gap compared to Albert. Rowena Smith once again blocked Isabel's spell, easily deflecting or interrupting her attacks. After stabilizing his body, Albert raised his wand, pointed it at Rowena Smith over Isabel's shoulder, and shouted, "Disarm." The red light flew over Isabel's shoulder toward Rowena Smith, but it was deflected by her wand. Get out of the way. Albert quickly stepped forward, pushed Isabel aside, and locked eyes with Rowena Smith. The two, as if in a duel, almost simultaneously raised their wands. Thunderclap explosion. Drilling into the heart, scraping the bones. Albert had never experienced such torment. It felt as if every bone in his body was being scraped with a knife. The pain spread throughout his entire body, causing him to collapse to the ground, drenched in sweat from head to toe. Rowena Smith's situation wasn't much better. Albert's explosive curse had insidiously aimed at his feet, directly blasting him away and causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Isabel seized the opportunity and dashed out, a green light shooting from the tip of her wand, hitting Rowena Smith's body. However, Rowena Smith was not killed by the killing curse. Yes, he didn't die. The killing curse requires a very strong magical power as its foundation. Actually, this is also a prerequisite for most dark magic. Although Isabel far surpassed her peers, her magical power was nowhere near as formidable as Albert's, who was practically cheating. Rowena Smith was startled and raised her wand, striking the air forcefully. Isabel felt a white-hot, whip-like force strike her face. Caught off guard, she was violently knocked to the ground, stars dancing in her eyes, nearly passing out. I told you, you're not suited to use the unforgivable curses. You're not ruthless enough, and your magical power isn't strong enough. Rowena Smith spat out a mouthful of blood and wiped her nosebleed with the back of her hand. Isabel's spell still had an effect, but it couldn't kill Rowena Smith. Albert glanced at the fallen Isabel, who struggled to get up from the ground, raised her wand, and deflected the incoming spell. Another heart-piercing curse. However, it has already been significantly weakened by the iron armor spell. Albert's body just swayed slightly and then steadied itself again. Rowena Smith did not take the opportunity to attack him again, but instead used the levitation charm to take away the wand that Isabel had dropped on the ground. I prefer to see you in agony and struggling, Rowena Smith said with a smile. Actually, I know you've been practicing spells. Unfortunately, you guys are no match for me. Maybe after you graduate, but not now. That last hit really hurt, so much that I want to kick your balls and make you feel the pain too. Albert stared at Rowena Smith and said coldly, "Round 2 begins." Such a proud guy. However, most geniuses have this kind of arrogance. Rowena Smith looked at Albert, her face brightening even more, and she suddenly said, "Will you duel? Perhaps we should conduct this duel according to the rules of a proper duel, with the loser losing their life. Let's bow to each other, Albert," Rowena Smith said as she bowed to him, only to be met with a stunning spell. How rude. Rowena Smith reached out to dispel the spell, smiling as she said, "They must be hoping you would behave more gracefully." The response to him was Albert's spell. At this moment, Albert's mind was almost blank. His only thought was to defeat the enemy before him. Instinctively, he squeezed out his magical power and threw various spells at Rowena Smith at an astonishing speed, executing silent spells to perfection. The spells from both sides collided in the forbidden forest, with flashes of magical light flickering continuously in the dimly lit woods. Rowena Smith's situation wasn't looking good. She was even showing signs of being suppressed, occasionally needing to rely on apparition to dodge and evade. However, the practical combat experience of both sides is evident. Rowena Smith is significantly stronger than Albert. Even though Albert has taken the fortifying potion, he is still no match for her. Maybe he should have used phantom manifestation to escape and then waited for an opportunity to take down Rowena Smith with a banshee's wail, but Albert didn't do that. He still gritted his teeth and fought back fiercely. Doing this felt a bit foolish, but Albert knew he would be the ultimate victor. The one who would die here would be Rowena Smith, and knowing the outcome, he was already fearless. You won. Albert glanced at the wand that had slipped from his hand and then regained his composure. I won. It seems you're going to die here today. Don't you regret not telling Dumbledore about this? Rowena Smith approached Albert, pointing her wand at his heart, then turned to look at Isabel, who was walking this way. I'm really surprised you didn't take the opportunity to escape. Escape? Isabel retorted. Of course, you can't escape, but I prefer to see you running away in a panic. Rowena Smith said with delight, however, I am more looking forward to seeing how those guys will react when they find out that both of you candidates died in the Forbidden Forest. Kill me, but don't think it will end there. If I disappear, they will know that you did all of this. Isabel's tone remained calm, her words were not a threat but the final mockery of a defeated person. She had come prepared. Albert glanced at Isabel and realized that this guy was quite similar to himself. What are you planning to do, kill us now, or? Albert suddenly asked. I hate your calmness. Rowena Smith frowned and said, why can you all still remain calm when we're about to die? Do you think if we acted panicked, you would let us go? Isabel sneered, in that case, why should we panic and make you happy? Let's go. I hope you can stay calm when facing the eight-eyed giant spider. Rowena Smith looked in a certain direction, a strange smile suddenly appearing on her face, and said softly, look, those big guys can't wait to enjoy their meal. You can use the Enter key or the shortcut keys to read. Chapter 313. I am the backup plan. A loud clattering sound came from the bushes nearby. In a moment, in the eyes of the three, several furry, long-legged, large-clawed, and eight-eyed ugly giant spiders rushed out from the forest. Wizards! The eight-eyed giant spiders looked at the three humans in front of them, excitedly moving their large pincers and making indistinguishable sounds. Kill them! Eat them! Albert saw fear in Isabel's eyes. Although the girl still acted very fearlessly, she was still afraid of becoming food for these monsters. Compared to Isabel, Rowena Smith looked even more excited. This guy had completely descended into a morbid frenzy, holding back from killing them himself just to wait for this moment. Rowena Smith is going to feed the two candidates, Albert and Isabel, to the eight-eyed giant spider as revenge against the Wildsmith family. Seeing its prey right in front of it, the eight-eyed giant spider could no longer contain its rage and hatred, charging toward the three wizards, ready to tear them apart. I hate big spiders. Albert muttered, pulling off the talisman from his waist and swinging it at the oncoming eight-eyed giant spider. The poor giant spider hit an invisible wall with a bang and was sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. There's even a magical artifact. Rowena Smith fixed her gaze back on Albert and sneered, it seems you still have quite a few protective charms hidden on you. However, they won't be able to save you. I know, I don't expect this thing to save us. Albert released the amulet, letting it drop directly into the decayed soil, and quickly walked toward Isabel, muttering to himself, I just wanted to do something before I die, so I wouldn't have any regrets. Do something. Rowena Smith waved her wand, driving back the charging acromantula, and mockingly said, last words before you die. Albert ignored him as well, staring intently into Isabel's eyes and seriously saying, be my girlfriend. The surroundings immediately fell into a dead silence. Interesting, really interesting. Rowena Smith scrutinized the two with a discerning gaze, finding the scene quite amusing. She prepared to continue watching and then waved her wand to repel the eight-eyed giant spider that was lunging at them. Actually, you guys are quite unlucky. Rowena Smith suddenly said, originally, I didn't plan to kill you. I just wanted the werewolves to bite you and turn you into werewolves. Knowing that their candidates turned into werewolves, those old geezers would probably be so furious they'd spit blood. Unfortunately, those two werewolves managed to break free from my soul-snatching spell and escaped. No, I think I'm very lucky, at least I won't become a werewolf. Albert said calmly, I'd rather die than become a werewolf. Isn't being alive good? Of course it's good, but you don't let me live. Yeah, if you want to blame someone, blame the Wildsmith family. Rowena Smith, with an apologetic expression, continued, it is said that when werewolves mate with wolves under a full moon, they can give birth to intelligent wolves. If it weren't for that accident, we might have had the chance to witness the truth of this matter. Your twisted sense of humor is truly disgusting. Isabel disdainfully shot a glance at Rowena Smith, then turned her gaze back to Albert's eyes, pondering the meaning he was trying to convey. So, you were the one who educated us so much about werewolves. Albert suddenly said, you just wanted to see us terrified, didn't you? Anyway, those werewolves deserved to die, so we might as well put them to good use. Rowena Smith's ugly face truly disgusted Albert. At least, you can still continue to live. Unfortunately, they escaped, so I can only send you to feed the spiders. I heard you're very keen on hunting down werewolves. Are you afraid your own schemes will be exposed? Albert sneered. Alright, stop wasting time, those guys are already impatient. You have 30 seconds left, thank my mercy. Rowena Smith actually started counting down as she spoke. You hunted those acromantulas, deliberately provoking them, just for this moment. Albert ignored the countdown and murmured, it's indeed very reasonable for 2 Hogwarts students who trespassed into the Forbidden Forest to be killed by a crazed acromantula. That's right, you're very clever. However, I'm very curious, what exactly drives you to do such foolish things? Do you really think you can defeat me? Rowena Smith saw that Albert was ignoring them and wasn't angry. She continued the countdown, 20 seconds left. Be my girlfriend. Albert repeated. Isabel replied, although she didn't know what Albert wanted to do, she was still prepared to follow his instructions. She cupped Albert's head with both hands, kissed him, and while Rowena Smith was completely unaware, she plugged Albert's ears with her index fingers. Albert also reached out and wrapped his arms around Isabel's waist. How touching, I almost felt a pang of sympathy. Rowena Smith continued the countdown, only 10 seconds left, make sure to cherish the last moments. Rowena Smith suddenly shut her mouth and squinted her eyes. She saw Albert pull out a cylindrical object from his pocket. Don't make any unnecessary struggles. He raised his wand and pointed it at Albert. Drop that thing. The cylindrical metal object slipped from Albert's hand, fell onto the decaying leaves, and suddenly emitted an incredibly eerie sound. In the moment before Rowena Smith fainted, in her inverted vision, she saw the 2 people who were still standing there actually materializing from the illusion. This is impossible. This was the last thought lingering in Rowena Smith's mind. She had actually been outsmarted by that little brat. This once arrogant wizard fell down without any warning. And the strange sound still echoed in the Forbidden Forest. The 8-eyed giant spider that had been staring intently at the 3 from the outskirts was also affected, swaying its body and almost falling to the ground. That strange sound did not last long. A hand picked up the fallen banshee's wail from the ground, and the owner of this hand was none other than Albert Anderson, who had just materialized from the illusion. Next to him, Isabel, also wearing earmuffs, was using the Soul Snatch spell to control the several 8-eyed giant spiders. Although these guys were suppressed by the banshee's wail, they didn't completely faint. As evil dark creatures, they resisted the curse of the banshee's wail. It seems that you have lost, Professor Smith. After Albert completely took control of the situation with Isabel, he closed the wail of the banshee, stowed the dark magic artifact back into his pocket, and slowly walked up to Rowena Smith. Smiling at the unconscious wizard, he said, from the very beginning, you were already defeated. I am Albert Anderson's trump card. You can use the enter key in shortcuts to read. Chapter 314, died while Isabel silently watched all of this, and even now, she still didn't fully understand how Albert had orchestrated it all. However, Rowena Smith, who lay there at the mercy of others, had already proven that they were the ultimate victors. She survived, and she even got a chance for revenge, all thanks to Albert. However, Isabel still voiced her doubts. Actually, you were already prepared, weren't you? More thoroughly than I was. Although I don't know where you got that thing from. Since you have such a dark magic item, why not use it from the start? Facing Rowena Smith head-on is indeed very reckless. Actually, someone as clever as Isabel doesn't think Albert would act recklessly. There must be some reason. That's why she couldn't help but curiously ask what made him willing to take the risk. Reckless? No, I was just pretending to be reckless. Albert, while using the honesty detector to search for magical items on Smith, answered Isabel's question. After seeing my future self come back to the past, I knew I would win. But I didn't know how I actually defeated Rowena Smith. But you didn't do anything. Isabel was even more confused then. She remembered something else. Albert did indeed do it. According to him, he helped his past self break free from the control of the soul-sucking curse more quickly. Although Isabel thought it was very risky to do so, Albert indeed did it, even going so far as to let his past self know about his future existence. This was clearly forbidden, yet it had a strange twist in Albert's case. I originally thought it would be my future self using the wail of the banshee to take down everyone and then take us away, but the outcome was beyond my expectations. Albert took Rowan Smith's belongings, preparing to take the valuable items. There's no better way, I can only follow the intuition given to me by the Felicity Elixir. Did you take the luck potion? The result isn't too bad, is it? Although the luck potion can't truly bring luck, its effects are still quite good. Albert took a small pouch of galleons from Rowena's pocket, weighed it in his hand, and then directly stuffed it into his own pocket. You still haven't answered my question, Isabel said. From the LivePoint map, I saw you and me using the time converter to go back to the past. This means we survived Rowan Smith, and it wasn't that difficult. The future us went back to clean up the mess. Why? Albert knew what Isabel was asking and explained, "If it takes a near-death experience to survive, then I would definitely leave a warning for my past self, telling my past self to go directly to Dumbledore. I value my life very much. Leave a warning for my past self." Isabel was very shocked by Albert's idea. Interacting with one's past self was undoubtedly a very risky thing, and many people had even lost their lives because of it. However, Albert's thought process is completely different from Isabel's. Under prepared circumstances, meeting his future self would at most cause his heart to beat slightly faster. With the assurance of his future self, he could deal with Rowena Smith more boldly and complete the panel task at the same time. However, what frustrated Albert was that his future self didn't seem to plan on showing up. Guided by the fooling agent, he quickly came up with a plan to divert Rowena Smith's attention, and then prepared to take Isabel and run, leaving the remaining issues to his future self, who was already prepared to handle them. "You still haven't answered my question. If we want to get all the information from Rowena Smith, we naturally need to think of other ways to make her let her guard down." Albert was handling things on his own. People only let their guard down when they think everything is under control. In fact, Roberta Smith did spill everything, so Albert didn't waste his breath talking to him so much. In fact, Rowena Smith did spill everything, and didn't waste as much of Albert's effort and breath on nonsense. Of course, Albert's battle with Rowena Smith could not have been just a spur-of-the-moment decision. If he wanted to completely fulfill all the tasks related to Rowena Smith, it was necessary for him to appear a bit Gryffindor in his recklessness. The Felix potion helped him better channel and showcase his acting talent. Rowena Ravenclaw was too confident in her own abilities and didn't plan to kill them immediately. Of course, if it weren't for Albert's incredibly slick maneuver, they probably would have ended up as a meal for the eight-eyed giant spider. Most importantly, after he was struck down by the heart-piercing curse, he noticed that several new missions had appeared on the mission panel. Among them, there was one that made Albert decide to take the risk and try counterattack. "You have encountered an unbeatable enemy and have had an irreconcilable conflict with them. In that case, let's resolve the issue through battle, making it clear to them that you are not someone they can easily trample on." The battle lasts for 10 minutes. Reward: 10,000 experience, 1 skill point, and a designated skill from Rowena Smith. Of course, the main reason Albert dared to take the risk was that Rowena Smith didn't intend to kill them immediately, so he wasn't worried about being killed right away. Later, Albert also stopped casting the killing curse at the other party. "I really don't know what you're thinking." Isabel sighed. She felt that Albert hadn't told the whole truth, but she wasn't prepared to press further. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Albert took away all the magical items from Rowena Smith, cast several spells on him, and after ensuring that this guy could no longer use apparition to escape, he finally woke him up. "I'm here to fulfill my promise. Those 2 cruciatus curses were really painful, so now, I'll let you experience the agony of a broken heart." Saying this, Albert lifted his foot and kicked toward Rowena Smith. In the silent forest, the faint sound of something breaking could be heard. Rowena Smith, unable to move her entire body, stared wide-eyed, her bloodshot eyes threatening to pop out of their sockets. "Don't look at me like that, I'm just fulfilling my promise." Albert withdrew his gaze and refocused on the mission panel, murmuring, "With this, the revenge mission is complete." Speaking of which, Rowena Smith is really a good person. It's not like he had to use his silver tongue to negotiate with the other party. Just this wave of completed missions alone amounts to no less than 10. It's practically a windfall. Isabel, who witnessed Albert committing the crime with her own eyes, seemed to sense Rowena Smith's faint sadness and also wanted to step forward and give him a kick, to give herself a scare. "Forget it, let's not drag this out any longer, just kill the guy." Isabel suppressed that cruel thought, looked at Rowena Smith, and softly repeated, "Look, those big guys can't wait to enjoy their meal." The eight-eyed giant spider, under Isabel's control, slowly moved forward, its massive body blocking Rowena Smith's line of sight. In his eye membranes, the fangs of the eight-eyed giant spider were gradually enlarging, eventually transforming into the shadow of death that completely engulfed him. Rowena Smith is dead, killed by the eight-eyed giant spider. Albert and Isabel slowly retreated, giving the eight-eyed giant spider time to eat. At that moment, hurried footsteps quickly approached this way. Albert squinted, put on his earmuffs again, cast a disillusionment charm on himself, quietly moved to the side, and pointed his wand in the direction of the sound. Who could it be? The owner of the voice finally appeared in Albert's line of sight, raising his wand to confront Isabel, but quickly put it away. "Uncle Mog, how did you end up here?" Isabel lowered her wand and asked warily. "You're okay, that's really great. What about Albert?" "He's fine." "That's good." Mort glanced sideways at the direction where Albert was hiding, sighed in relief, and said, "That bastard Rowena didn't do anything to you, right? By the way, what happened to that guy?" "Dead. He wanted to feed us to the eight-eyed giant spider, so we fed him to the eight-eyed giant spider," Albert said calmly. "Serves him right. Maud's reaction was somewhat beyond the two's expectations. That guy actually planned to kill you, that's just outrageous. Did you really believe that? You just believed that. Albert was dumbfounded. He quickly understood what was going on. The Wilder-Smith family's reaction was even faster and harsher than expected. Honestly, I never thought you guys could solve the problem on your own. That's really great. This way, Gerber won't have to die. Maud's words were becoming increasingly incomprehensible to the two, but he continued speaking to himself. You two go back to school first, don't show a hint of a flaw, I'll take care of things here. Rowena Smith will disappear permanently. You are watching us. No, just providing covert protection to ensure you don't end up dying mysteriously outside the school. Maud quickly explained, someone will explain everything to you. For now, go back to school and disguise yourselves. Also, don't take anything from that guy except for galleons, it could lead to mistakes. Albert handed over a few unknown items from his pocket to Maud. These things indeed felt hot to the touch. He thought for a moment and casually tossed the bag of galleons to the other person as well, thinking it best to clear everything up now. These galleons, I'll exchange a new batch for you later. Maud nodded with satisfaction and said, be careful on your way back. After Albert and Isabel left, Morg squinted at the mangled body of Rowena, then pulled out a small double-sided mirror from his pocket and said, Rowena really did plan to make a move on them. However, he ended up being fed to the eight-eyed giant spider himself, and I'm handling the aftermath. Dead, that's fine. Gerber felt a bit lonely and murmured. I'll go over and help you deal with the follow-up issues right away. Professor Broad stood up, nodded to the other two companions, and quickly left the hall. You can use the enter key or the shortcuts to read Chapter 315, A Great Harvest. On the way back to the castle, the two remained silent, but Albert could still see that Isabel's emotions were unstable. There's no helping it. The excitement of avenging a great grievance had barely faded when it was replaced by the fear of killing. After all, Isabel is still an underage girl. When they returned to the castle, they didn't disturb anyone. The Hogwarts students were struggling under the weight of their heavy holiday assignments. The library, the Great Hall, and the common room were where they were supposed to be. Now, the two need to find Katerina first. Smith had hidden her, and they hadn't found her when they broke into the Defense Against the Dark Arts office to retrieve the wand earlier. Are you sure Katerina is hidden in the room of requirement? I can't find her name on the LivePoint map. Albert pointed to the live map and explained, only a wish house can block the tracking magic of the live map. I need a hiding place, I need a hiding place, I need a hiding place. Isabel paced back and forth in front of the wall 3 times, but the door did not appear. Albert is right, but how do they get in now? They can't keep trying here forever. At this point, it's all about luck. Albert gestured for Isabel to wait for a moment. Fortune elixir. Isabel immediately realized that Albert had taken the Felix Felicis. Although the luck potion couldn't truly bring good fortune, she was willing to trust Albert's intuition. The effect is still there. My intuition tells me that Rowena Smith might have hidden Katrina in the Ravenclaw chamber. Albert began to mentally repeat, Ravenclaw's private library. After pacing back and forth 3 times, a door indeed appeared on the wall. Isabel immediately pushed the door open and went inside. Albert glanced at the Marauder's map, confirmed that no one was around, and quickly followed her in. Isabel had already answered the Eagle's question and entered Ravenclaw's secret chamber. She's here, Katerina is here. Isabel's voice was filled with uncontainable joy. After Albert entered the secret room, he saw the unconscious Katerina. By the way, the McDougal sisters really do look alike. Albert stepped forward to support Katrina and, together with Isabel, took her out of Ravenclaw's secret chamber. In Ravenclaw's private library, a bed had appeared at some point, and the two placed her on it. Don't worry, Rowena Smith is dead. The soul-stealing curse he cast should disappear automatically. Katrina's breathing is steady, she should just be under a sleeping spell. Albert pulled up a chair and sat down, gently reassuring, now, you need to check if Katrina's memory has been tampered with, if she has forgotten that part of her memory. This matter, it's best if she doesn't find out. Just the two of us can handle it. You are right. Isabel took a deep breath, regained her composure, sat down across from Albert, and began discussing the next steps. Do you have any good ideas? Isabel asked. This is very simple. All we need to do is modify Katerina's memory to make her think I brought her to the All-Needs house. I had originally promised Katerina to take her to a place suitable for using the time converter. Albert took out a bottomless bag from his shapeshifting lizard pouch, pulled out 2 cups, and a large barrel of butterbeer, pouring himself a glass. This barrel of butterbeer was meant as a reward for the wizard card competition, but now it's being used to celebrate their narrow escape from death. Do you want some? Yeah. Isabel stared at the full mug of butterbeer, falling into a brief silence. I think you should consider your situation, your mindset hasn't fully adjusted yet. Albert took a sip of butterbeer and continued, actually, even if you don't do that, I would kill him too. I'm the kind of person who holds grudges. I was mentally prepared for it a long time ago. Isabel looked up at Albert and said softly, I've also thought about the things I need to bear. However, thank you for your concern. What do you plan to do in the future? After achieving revenge, if you don't have a new goal, you will feel very lost. Albert kindly reminded. Isabel held her wine glass, staring at the bubbles inside, and said, I plan to continue my father's magical experiments. Do you need my help? Albert almost blurted it out. Isabel looked up, sizing up Albert with a somewhat strange expression, but she quickly nodded and said with a smile, sure, if you're willing to help. Your smile is very nice, you should smile more often. Albert swiftly claimed the rewards related to Isabel's favorability from the mission panel. Then, he reached out to hold Isabel's hand and continued to find a topic to chat about. Also, don't look through me so honestly. What's it like to be a natural empathy? It doesn't feel very good. Many people are too hypocritical. When you can see through someone's thoughts at a glance but have to pretend not to know, that feeling is quite terrible. Isabel glanced at the hand held by Albert, and without any intention of pulling it back, she calmly revealed some of her secrets. To the year she came to Hogwarts to study, she displayed exceptional talent, and it was then that Uncle Mog began to impart knowledge of the brain closure technique to her, teaching her how to control her abilities. And you can actually use phantom manifestation. Isabel stared into Albert's eyes. At first, she thought Albert was carrying her out of the forbidden forest, but then she realized Albert was using disillusionment charm. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. I learned it from Professor Broad. You're the only one who knows I can apparate, so remember to keep it a secret for me. Albert winked at Isabel and said with a smile. You're really bold, daring to bring people to apparate before you've fully mastered it. Isabel somewhat understood why Albert was sorted into Gryffindor. This guy's courage was truly extraordinary, as evident from his way of doing things. No, I dared to do that because I have confidence that I can guarantee bringing you along with apparition will be safe. Albert shook his head and said, don't forget, I drank the Felix Felicis potion. With its help, I can even use the silencing charm, which I couldn't use smoothly before, with ease. Not to mention apparition. That's true. Isabel nodded and said, Albert rarely does anything without confidence. The battle with Rowena Smith seemed perilous, but he was already well prepared. After the two finished their butterbeer and had a pleasant chat for another half hour, Isabel found that her nervous emotions had completely settled down. Their handling of Katerina was actually quite simple. Albert used the revitalization spell to wake her up, and while Isabel, who was hidden using the illusionary body spell, secretly used the false memory spell to alter Katerina's memories. Watching the two people chatting and laughing, the girl suddenly let out a light sigh. The three of them quickly went their separate ways. Just as Albert returned to the common lounge, Lee Jordan handed him a letter. It was a letter from Professor Bode. The content of the letter was very brief, yet it contained a lot of information. Don't worry, the matter has already been resolved. When we have time another day, we can chat. Isabel's situation is similar, she also received such a letter. Such efficiency. Albert couldn't help but exclaim. What high efficiency? Nothing. Albert returned the repolished wand to Lee Jordan. His own wand had been retrieved long ago, as Smith's office couldn't withstand his lock-picking skills. I still have some things to do, see you later. After saying that, Albert prepared to return to the wish fulfillment house, taking advantage of the fact that the effect of the fortune elixir hadn't completely worn off, to claim the remaining mission rewards. Where are you going? Fred quickly walked over. Did you take the parchment? Originally, the two wanted to use the LivePoint map to see if Albert had indeed gone on a date, but they found that the LivePoint map was missing, which left them quite frustrated for a long time. I have it here, I'll give it to you later. Albert quickly disappeared around the corner, and after returning to the wish-granting house, he couldn't wait to open the mission panel to check the rewards for completing the mission. Of other purpose from long ago has already been completed. Rowena Smith's secret visit to Hogwarts was likely to identify the Wildsmith family and prepare to target their two candidates. The only candidates are likely him and Isabel, because even though Katrina is also among the best of their peers, she wasn't chosen, which already speaks volumes of the reward, in addition to experience. Also includes randomly acquiring a skill from Rowena Smith. What could it be? That guy knows quite a few spells, and Albert is really a bit envious. Buddha bless, God bless, Merlin bless, please let me get a useful skill. Albert muttered to himself while receiving the mission reward. When he opened the skill bar to check, he found that he had gained a heart-piercing spell. Albert didn't know what to say at that moment. After completing the unforgivable task, he learned the soul-stealing curse, because he had cast the Avada Kedavra in the Forbidden Forest, and now he had all 3 unforgivable curses. It feels useless after all, the unforgivable curses can't be used casually. If Albert really wanted to learn them, he could have done so a long time ago. Now, it's all good, he directly mastered it. However, after mastering the 3 unforgivable curses, a new mission was unexpectedly triggered, the rise of the Dark Lord. At such a young age, you have already mastered the 3 unforgivable curses. It seems you have great potential to become a dark wizard. Then go ahead and use dark magic to bring pain to others. 0/10 reward, 2000 experience, acquire a specified dark magic world reputation plus 100. It can actually increase reputation. Don't tell me that increasing negative reputation also counts as increasing reputation. Albert couldn't help but want to complain. To be honest, although Albert doesn't shy away from using dark magic, he never intended to become a dark wizard. Dark wizards and the like, no thanks to Grindelwald and Voldemort, the 2 dark wizards, are the best. Cautionary tales. The appearance of this task made Albert's good mood disappear for the most part, and he also conveniently claimed the reward for the wrong decision, gaining an extra muggle-repelling charm. This spell can only be described as mediocre. It's not useless, but Albert could learn it elsewhere. Now, it just means he doesn't have to spend time and effort learning it. As expected, randomly acquiring skills is really too much of a scam. Last time, being able to gain potion mastery was truly like Merlin showing his spirit. Rowena Smith already knows a lot of magic. If he randomly draws a skill he already knows, it would be even worse. Albert thinks he might need a luck aura. However, fortunately, the counterattack reward on the mission panel is to specifically obtain a skill, so the heart-piercing curse wasn't in vain. Albert decided to save this mission for last. Speaking of the heart-piercing spell, a new mission appeared on the mission panel, similar to the rock-solid mission triggered by the soul-snatching spell, but this one is called Hard as Nails. The reward is +1 resistance to the Cruciatus curse. Albert suspected that if he survived an Avada Kedavra curse, he might be able to trigger a similar mission again. Gathering 3 rewards might even trigger a new mission, just like the rise of the Dark Lord. However, Albert quickly gave up the idea of courting death. He wasn't Harry Potter, and if he did that, he might really end up dead. The next mission made Albert want to laugh. It was called Innocent Wolf. It was a quest triggered by those 2 unfortunate werewolves captured by Rowena Smith, offering very little experience as a reward, and granting a skill called Werewolf Friend, which can slightly increase the werewolf's favorability toward you. To be honest, Albert didn't think those 2 were innocent at all. On Isabel's side, a quest called The Girl's Revenge was triggered, which required helping Isabel complete her revenge. Coincidentally, it was done alongside the Eye for an Eye quest to kill Rowena Smith. The rewards were quite good, with a skill point and +40 favorability with Isabel. At the time, Albert suggested to Isabel to let the 8-eyed giant spider kill and eat Rowena Smith. The 3 missions Girl's Revenge, and Brothers in Arms directly raised Albert's favorability with Isabel to over 70. Their relationship has progressed further. An Eye for an Eye is second only to counterattack, providing Albert with 5,000 experience points +2 skill points. Finally, it was the moment Albert had been looking forward to the most. He couldn't help but rub his hands together as he claimed the reward for the counterattack mission. The panel suddenly unfolded the skill list, which was Rowan Smith's skill list. It had even more skills than Albert's, leaving him dizzy. Some of the skill names, he didn't even know what they were for. What should I choose? Half an hour later, Albert picked out a few skills he found useful for himself: dueling, spell mastery, and the Finklish spell technique. Unfortunately, the Felix Felicis potion is gone. Otherwise, I could have chosen based on instinct. After considering it, Albert still felt that choosing spell mastery was the best option. A dueling might strengthen one's abilities, but having mastery in potions first could potentially bring unexpected surprises through mastery in spells. As for the finite incantatum spell technique, Albert is not considering it for the time being. He thinks that Professor Binns might also know it, and he might have the opportunity to learn this knowledge from him. You can use the Enter key or the shortcut keys to read. Chapter 316, vanished into thin air after the Easter holidays. The students of Hogwarts were astonished to discover that their defense against the dark arts professor had gone missing. Of the 7th grade students in the advanced defense against the dark arts class were the first to notice the issue. They were puzzled as to why Professor Smith had not appeared in class, and the student council president had no choice but to inform Professor McGonagall about the matter. However, what astonished them the most was that Professor McGonagall also had no idea what was going on. The news of Professor Smith's disappearance spread throughout the entire school like a plague. Everyone is talking about it, wanting to know where Professor Smith has gone and why he hasn't come to teach us. Most students think Professor Smith might have resigned early. After all, there was the case of Professor Broad last semester. It's just that, why didn't Professor Smith inform everyone about this in advance? Professor McGonagall also couldn't contact the missing colleague and could only inform Dumbledore about the situation. Dumbledore, who was dealing with the Philosopher's Stone issue, hurried back to the school to understand the situation. Hogwarts Castle. the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, Professor McGonagall was explaining the current situation to Dumbledore. The owls I sent out couldn't reach Rowena, and she didn't say where she was going beforehand. Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed deeply. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the defense against the dark arts professor was indeed one of the most dangerous positions in the wizarding world, and it was a well-known fact that it changed hands every year. Didn't he mention to anyone that he was going there? Dumbledore listened to Professor McGonagall's report and asked. None. Professor McGonagall said, Mr. Anderson, the McDougal sisters, and Rowena have had more contact with him. I've already asked all three of them, and they don't know where Smith has gone. When did he last not appear at the school? Dumbledore asked again. 10 days ago. Professor McGonagall wouldn't particularly care about this point. After all, professors also need to take vacations. It's impossible to expect them to stay at the school even during their time off. By the way, Rowena's family is also searching for her whereabouts. Professor McGonagall placed the Daily Prophet in front of the headmaster. Dumbledore intertwined his hands on the table, falling into a brief silence. Actually, Dumbledore didn't have a very good plan either. The main issue was that Rowena had been missing for too long, and some tracking spells couldn't even take effect. Let's first try to see if we can find any news about Rowena. If there's really no result. Dumbledore glanced at the missing person notice in the Daily Prophet. I'll think of other ways. The professors at Hogwarts were all very busy and simply didn't have the time to delve into this matter, let alone spend time searching for Rowena. Dumbledore had far too many things to attend to right now and couldn't possibly spare the time. What about the defense against the dark arts class? Professor McGonagall asked. You could have Severus cover the class, or... Dumbledore's words suddenly halted as he looked toward the fireplace in the headmaster's office, where a green flame was rising, and a figure stepped out of the fire. You've come at the right time, Barty. Dumbledore greeted the visitor with a smile. I heard that Rowena is missing. Our old buddy Gerber is out there asking around for any news about her. He asked me to come to Hogwarts to see what was going on. Gerber's situation isn't very good. You know, Rowena was almost his most promising junior. Professor Broad said quite helplessly, just half a month ago, I was still in correspondence with Rowena. How could she suddenly go missing like this? I don't know, we don't have any good news on our end either, we're still in the dark. Professor McGonagall greeted her former colleague and, quite helplessly, said, Rowena left Hogwarts during the Easter holidays, and no one knows where she went. This matter is indeed very sensitive. The position of defense against the dark arts professor is not very well regarded. Now another one has gone missing, and Professor McGonagall is even a bit worried about scaring off the other applicants. What should we do if we can't find the professor? By the way, Bard, there's something I want to ask you for. Dumbledore suddenly said, could you come back and help? No, the defense against the dark arts professor is just too shady. I even suspect that Rowena's disappearance might be related to that damn curse. Professor Bloat outright refused Dumbledore's invitation, self-deprecatingly saying, fortunately, I managed to escape pretty quickly last year, or I would have been in big trouble. Professor McGonagall frowned, but she had to admit that the person in front of her was the luckiest defense against the dark arts professor in recent decades. No, I just want you to come back to substitute. I've already found the defense against the dark arts professor for next semester. Dumbledore kindly reminded, if you need to investigate something about Rowena, staying at the school might help you find some useful clues. Substitute teaching, all right. Professor Broad stroked his beard and agreed, just for these 2 months. Rowena Smith's disappearance has attracted the attention of the magical community. The Smith family has offered a substantial reward and even employed various methods, yet they still cannot find any trace of him, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. The prophecy has failed. Nicholas Flamel looked at the crystal that showed no signs of change and shook his head, saying, I think, the person you're looking for might already be dead. Without a doubt, this was the worst news Dumbledore had heard so far. Dead. Dead people have no future to speak of, nor do they need one. Nico LeMay explained, of course, it's also possible that someone used very powerful magic on him, interfering with my prophecy, but that possibility should be quite low. That's terrible. Dumbledore was considering whether to tell that old friend about this matter. He didn't know that Gerber Smith already knew about this matter and was even more aware of the truth. Everything he did was just a disguise. Of course, Rowena's death was also a heavy blow to this nearly 100-year-old man. Professor Broad, after taking over Smith's position, gradually erased the remaining traces. Mr. Mogg has already turned Smith's bones into stone, forever buried in an unknown place deep within the Forbidden Forest. No one would ever know that Rowena Smith was there, let alone find his body. The students at Hogwarts were all curious about what had happened to Professor Smith, but when they heard that Professor Broad would be substituting, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Professor Broad is also quite reliable. In the school, new rumors keep appearing again and again, saying that the defense against the dark arts professor has really been cursed, which is why Professor Smith mysteriously disappeared. You can use the Enter key or the shortcuts to read Chapter 317, the Book of Bronze. After the holidays, the weather became clearer and warmer day by day. Everyone finally couldn't resist the temptation, dropped their heavy homework, left the library, and strolled on the lawn to relieve the stress brought by studying. Albert had just returned from Hagrid's hut. There was no activity in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid had told him 3 times how he heroically shot the werewolf foreman in the knee with an arrow, successfully capturing him. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Magic was unwilling to pay a reward for that unfortunate werewolf, claiming that the werewolf foreman was not on the Ministry's wanted list. Hagrid himself didn't mind, but Albert looked down on the Ministry of Magic's actions. Just walking away after slapping their backsides was unacceptable. Albert returned to the hall and immediately saw Fred and George sitting there playing wizard's chess, surrounded by a few spectators. After 2 rounds of elimination, the number of wizard card enthusiasts had increased. Of course, this is related to the twins using brand new wizard cards, and the onlookers all want to borrow cards from them to play a game. Lee Jordan was flipping through today's Daily Prophet nearby. When he saw Albert coming over, he put down the newspaper and greeted him. "How's it going? Everyone is still searching all over the world for Professor Smith." Lee Jordan couldn't help but exclaim, "Even now, no one knows where he went." The reward on the newspaper has increased again. Anyone who can help the Smith family find him or provide useful information will receive 1,000 galleons as a reward. I really want that money. In dreams, there's nothing lacking. Albert took the Daily Prophet from Lee Jordan's hands, carefully reading the front page news, and couldn't help but shake his head. Rita Skeet actually thinks this is Hogwarts' problem, and that woman even blames it on Professor Dumbledore. Is she crazy for wanting to get famous? Dad said that reporter likes to fabricate news. Fred suddenly interjected. Originally, I thought I would be able to find Professor Smith soon. George threw down the card and muttered, in the end, not a single piece of news. Professor Smith seems to have vanished into thin air. What do you think? Angelina took George's wizard card deck, preparing to play a game with Shauna. Some people say that Professor Smith might have been killed or kidnapped, which is why he disappeared mysteriously. Albert hesitated for a moment. I think this possibility is more likely. Hey, you don't have to curse Professor Smith like that. Fred was instantly speechless. Albert's incessant chatter was really getting on his nerves. Professor Smith can't really be dead, can he? I'm just stating the most likely possibility. Albert shook his head and said, a wizard as powerful as Professor Smith wouldn't just disappear without any warning, and there's no reason for him to do so. The most likely scenario is that he was kidnapped or is already dead. Otherwise, why would he be hiding? Everyone around fell silent because Albert made a lot of sense. This matter still seemed strange in every aspect. No one knows why Professor Smith left Hogwarts in such a hurry, or where he went. I thought you had a good relationship with Professor Smith. The relationship is good, and I've always been keeping an eye on this matter. Where are you going? Lee Jordan saw Albert put down the newspaper and prepare to get up and leave, so he asked, go find Professor Broad and see if he has any new information. Albert stood up, preparing to head to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Of course, that remark just now was purely an excuse. A few minutes later, Albert knocked on the wooden door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Professor Broad opened the door and gestured for Albert to come in and talk inside. You've come, huh? More patient than I imagined. What would you like to drink, milk tea? Professor Broad gestured for Albert to sit down. The Defense Against the Dark Arts office had changed significantly. Mr. Mogg said someone would explain everything to us. Albert sat down across from Professor Broad, stirred his milk tea with a spoon, and said, looking directly at Professor Broad. Yes. However, it's not appropriate here. Professor Broad made a shushing gesture, pulled a bag of galleons from his pocket, and placed it in front of Albert. Your loot. More. The extra 100 galleons are from Gerber, of course. Isabel also has a share. He's very sorry about that. Professor Broad pushed the galleons in front of Albert. Take them. You knew from the beginning. Albert didn't refuse and put the money pouch into the shapeshifting lizard's bag. I have a feeling. Professor Broad said. Mogg has been staying in Hogsmeade. Mr. Mogg is late. Albert reminded. He just went back to check if you were alive. Professor Broad said calmly, you know, there's something called a time converter. If necessary, Gerber will go back in time and directly address the source of the problem, so you won't be in any danger. That's really brutal. Albert raised an eyebrow and said, I thought that some things would be difficult to completely change even with a time converter, and would instead drive a person crazy. One person certainly can't, but a group of people can. Professor Broad interrupted, "All right, we better not continue this topic. I brought you something that I'm sure you'll be interested in." Saying this, Professor Broad placed a wooden box on the table, inside which was a thick, rusted metal book. "The Book of Bronze?" Albert asked curiously. "Yes, this is the bronze book from the Ravenclaw chamber." Professor Broad nodded in acknowledgement. "Do you want me to put it back?" "Yes. Why not let Mr. Mord put it back?" Albert reached out and traced the patterns on the book, then asked in return. He should have that kind of ability, right? Who knows? Professor Broad clearly didn't want to say. "Can I take a look?" Albert asked again. "Of course." Professor Broad said, "It contains records about the use of ancient runic magic. Mog has already seen it, and perhaps you will be able to understand it too. However, I suggest you put it back and take your time to read it from a distance. This thing is really too heavy." Albert's gaze fell on the wooden box. "I know you still have a lot of questions, but now is not the right time to discuss them. After the holidays, come stay with me for a few days, and I'll slowly explain everything to you." "Can I give up?" "I'll give the opportunity to Isabel," Albert suddenly said. "Don't be so quick to draw conclusions, and beside, you are still in the evaluation phase." Professor Broad winked at Albert and said, "We will find a way to get you to agree, I promise. The Wildsmith estate. You'll find out then, and you will definitely be amazed." Professor Broad displayed a meaningful smile. "I was also taken aback at first. Do you think I would qualify?" Albert couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Professor Broad just smiled and didn't intend to answer Albert's question. You can use the Enter key in the shortcuts to read. Chapter 318, Hardcore Exposé. As night fell, Albert had just returned from the kitchen, still holding a steaming late-night snack in his hand, and stopped in front of the fat lady's portrait. Password: pumpkin pie. As soon as the entrance opened, Albert and the others immediately walked into the Gryffindor common room. The surrounding noise immediately filled his ears. Everyone was talking about tomorrow's Quidditch match. The topic that originally concerned Professor Smith was completely forgotten by everyone, and few people truly cared about Rowena Smith's life or death. He looked around, walked over to Lee Jordan, who was buried in his homework among the piles of books, and casually placed the paper bag containing warm pumpkin pasties in front of him. His gaze swept across the common room, landing on the group of people in the corner. Charlie was crouching in front of a model Quidditch pitch, using his wand to direct the little figures on the field, constantly mumbling to himself, explaining the tactics they might use tomorrow to his teammate beside him. "How did the date go?" Lee Jordan opened the paper bag and couldn't help but tease, "I thought you'd be back in the middle of the night." The nearby girls all perked up their ears, silently eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. Everyone was very curious about who Albert was dating. "I remember you don't seem to like eating this." Albert smiled and swatted away Lee Jordan's hand, moving the paper bag from in front of him, then turned to talk to Shauna, who was also doing homework. "Do you want to have a late-night snack?" "Thank you." Shauna glanced at Lee Jordan, took the wax paper bag that Albert handed over, pulled out a steaming pumpkin pie from inside, and looked at Albert in surprise. "Where did you get this?" "It's still hot. The freshly baked pumpkin pie made by the house elf is even more delicious." Albert drew his wand and waved it. The milk tea powder automatically poured into the cup, brewed, and then flew in front of him and Shauna. "Household magic. It looks very convenient." Shauna took a sip of her milk tea with a smile, happily biting into a pumpkin pie. "I didn't expect you to actually go out of your way to learn household magic." "Ahem, Albert, I just got hit by a babbling curse, so don't mind me." Lee Jordan's eyes were fixed on the paper bag, and he immediately apologized and admitted his mistake. "The milk tea brewed with magic isn't as good as the one I make myself, it's just for convenience." Albert took a sip of the milk tea, ignoring Lee Jordan beside him. "This bastard plans to slander him and still wants to eat the supper he brought back. I've never heard of any nonsense curse." Fred reached out and placed his hand on Lee Jordan's shoulder, grinning widely as he spoke. "And beside, I feel like there's none left for you here." George took the paper bag from Albert, and sure enough, there were only 2 pieces of pumpkin pie left inside. He smiled and shared them with Fred. Isana, upon hearing this, looked down at her pumpkin pie and instantly understood what was going on. She quickly cast an apologetic glance at Lee Jordan. "Is Charlie done talking?" Albert retorted. "Finish talking." Fred sighed. "I don't think it'll help. Fortunately, Hufflepuff isn't strong. We should be able to win tomorrow. If we lose face again, we won't be able to move on." Albert knew that tomorrow was their last Quidditch match of the season, and Gryffindor would be competing against Hufflepuff for the title of the worst team of the term. Next year, after Charlie leaves, you won't be able to dodge it anymore. Wood will definitely let you join the team. George took a bite of the pumpkin pie and suddenly said to Albert, "An excellent ball retriever can usually bring victory to the team." Albert had already proven his talent for flying, and after Charlie left, he needed to fill that position. Maybe Wood can find an even better ball spotter next year. Albert said with a smile. He does like flying, but he doesn't really enjoy Quidditch practice, and his time is very limited, especially in third year. 12 subjects are no joke. Where would he find the time to play Quidditch? I haven't found anything more suitable. Wood said irritably. I mean the freshmen. Did you forget? Freshmen are not allowed to participate in the competition. Fred reminded. There will always be exceptions. Didn't we compete when we were in first grade? Albert pointed this out. I always feel like you're being all mysterious. Lee Jordan, feeling frustrated because he missed out on the late-night snack, said, "Just say it, don't make everyone guess." Next school year, Hogwarts will have a very famous new student enrolling. Albert said mysteriously. Who? Sana asked. You actually don't know. Albert looked at everyone in disbelief. Harry Potter. George suddenly said. Yes, the famous Harry Potter. Albert reminded, today, I saw the name of the savior in a book, did some calculations, and it seems Harry Potter should be nearing the age for school. Do you think Potter would be good at Quidditch? Fred's eyes widened as he looked Albert up and down, as if pondering whether this guy was just spouting nonsense to fool them again. If you had been paying attention, you would have noticed that the trophy room is filled with a number of Quidditch trophies left behind by James Potter during his time at school. Albert reminded. Didn't notice. Me too. Albert indicated that if they didn't believe him, they could go to the prize display room right now. What does this have to do with that savior playing Quidditch? Shauna was even more confused. And you think Harry Potter would be sorted into Gryffindor? Wizards value heredity. Albert had a strange expression. James Potter was in Gryffindor, so Harry Potter should be in Gryffindor too, and he might even be good at flying. Actually, you don't want to join the Quidditch team yourself, right? Lee Jordan bluntly exposed Albert's hidden thoughts. Wood instantly fixed his gaze on Albert. Next semester, I have to take 12 classes. Where would I find the time to play Quidditch? Albert said irritably, not feeling embarrassed about his thoughts being exposed, because it was indeed the truth. 12 courses. Wood's voice became sharp. Although I think you're talking nonsense, it actually sounds somewhat reasonable. Fred finished his pumpkin pie, patted Wood on the shoulder for comfort, and said, maybe Harry Potter is really good at flying. Go to sleep, play well tomorrow, and don't lose the game again. Charlie came over and told everyone to go back and rest. Before leaving, he repeatedly emphasized that no matter what, they had to win the next game and absolutely couldn't lose too badly. I think it doesn't matter even if we lose, we won't be able to win the championship trophy anyway. After returning to the dormitory, George said to Albert, actually, the Gryffindor players are quite frustrated. They have been training very hard, but their performance is still not very good. The pressure from public opinion behind their backs is also quite significant. Many people say that they were selected for the team through connections, ruining what was once a good team. Chapter 319, We Are All Europeans. The next day, the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff could only be described as thrilling from the beginning to the end of the match. The Gryffindor team seemed to be under divine protection, with 3 chasers displaying astonishing offensive power, steadily outscoring Hufflepuff, and even widening the gap with a ghost goal, leading to their victory. However, it was under such favorable circumstances that Gryffindor lost the match. At the moment when Diego caught the golden snitch and ended the Quidditch match, all the spectators were almost left speechless. The turnaround was just too sudden. I can only say that Gryffindor's luck isn't that great. The golden flyer appeared near Diego, and upon discovering it, Charlie immediately pretended to have spotted the golden flyer, turned his broom around, and flew in the opposite direction, trying to lead Diego away. Once Diego discovers the golden snitch, Gryffindor will inevitably lose the match. While Diego was preparing to jump on his flying broomstick to chase after Charlie, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the golden flying thief. So Diggory easily caught the golden snitch, winning the match for Hufflepuff and handing Gryffindor their 3rd consecutive defeat. After the game ended, Charlie looked very despondent, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The other players were all silent, clearly shaken by the sudden turn of events. Lee Jordan was even more severely warned by Professor McGonagall for blaming this incident on Hufflepuff's luck. Albert had no idea how to comfort everyone, so he thought for a moment and pulled out a handful of hard candies from the shapeshifting lizard's bag, distributing them one by one. Having a piece of candy might make you feel a bit better. Sigh, I always feel like our team has had really bad luck this year. Fred sighed and said, if Charlie had your kind of luck, how could we possibly lose the game so inexplicably? Albert doesn't take the outcome of Quidditch matches very seriously, probably because he hasn't participated in Quidditch training. He suddenly understood a bit why Rowena Smith was so obsessed. When it comes to competition, no one can guarantee they will win. Albert comforted. What you're saying is true, but it still feels really annoying. How could someone as lucky as you possibly understand? There's nothing to complain about. Albert suddenly interrupted, otherwise, how would you make Lee Jordan feel? Ever since successfully getting rid of the villainous big boss Rowena Smith, Albert has been in a good mood. Hearing Fred talk about luck, he couldn't help but tease the three of them with words from his past life. What does this have to do with me? Lee Jordan shot Albert a dirty look, clearly annoyed, and the three of them obviously didn't understand what Albert meant. Nothing. Albert cleared his throat lightly. Luck is also a form of strength. Alright, no more complaining. Diggory does have some skill, otherwise, he would have been fooled by Charlie's feint long ago. How could he possibly have brought victory to Hufflepuff? Alright, even if what you say makes a bit of sense, I still feel like I lost due to bad luck. Fred muttered, I worked so hard, and yet I still lost for no reason. It's really frustrating. Last year, we already won a Quidditch Cup. Albert said, if you really want to win another trophy, just keep working hard next year, and who knows, you might win another trophy. Forget those unpleasant things, you should put all your thoughts and energy into the exam. Besides, after we finish the exam, we should go on an adventure in the Forbidden Forest together. Oh, and don't forget to practice your magic dueling. Albert began to change the subject, trying to lift the spirits of the three. However, this backfired. Upon hearing Albert mention the exam, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan became even more frustrated. Are you really not planning to join the team next year? George brought it up again on the way back to the Gryffindor common room. Gryffindor really needs an excellent seeker. If we really can't find a seeker, we'll talk about it later. Besides, I'm still very optimistic about Harry Potter. Saying this, Albert gestured for the three to follow. Where are we going? Lee Jordan couldn't help but ask. Prize display room. Albert pointed out the Quidditch medal that James Potter had received to the three of them. Before James Potter became the Quidditch captain, he had already helped Gryffindor win several trophies, which is enough to prove that the guy is indeed very impressive. Albert pointed at the name on the medal and explained, I never make things up, you have to believe me. The three of them rolled their eyes at Albert in unison, always feeling that this guy was trying to fool them again. This year, letting Slytherin win the Quidditch Cup again is really annoying. Fred still clearly remembers that when they lost the game earlier, those guys actually cheered for them. The game isn't even over yet. Albert was quite speechless. Those guys will definitely use underhanded tactics to win the game. The three of them unanimously agreed with this view. After returning to the common room, Albert felt that the atmosphere here was not good, so he prepared to go to the library to do his homework. Fred and the others didn't want to go, and Albert didn't insist, thinking that the three of them were planning something mischievous. Albert read the book for a while and then put it back. Nowadays, on the task panel, the task of reading 100 books, I've only read 37 so far, and it's still a long way from completion. To be honest, he is no longer that concerned about completing this task. There's no way around it. Randomly acquiring skills is just too much of a hassle. How is it? Albert sat down next to Isabel and showed her his paper on advanced luminescent spells. Very difficult. After reading it, Isabel gave her own opinion. I didn't expect it to be published in Spell Innovations. Albert shook his head and said, I just wanted to discuss the application of advanced luminescence spells with Professor Flitwick. Just wanted to discuss the application of the advanced lumos spell with Professor Flitwick. After Albert mastered the spell, his understanding of it also deviated somewhat, or rather, he developed his own perspective, and this paper on the luminescent spell is just an attempt by Albert. He thinks it would be best to discuss more profound matters with Professor Flive, which is far better than contacting others through letters. This is a lesson Albert learned from the advanced guardian spell. Sometimes, relying solely on oneself and figuring things out alone can waste a lot of time, and it's better to ask for help. After Professor Flive read the paper on the glowing spell, his attitude toward him changed somewhat. In the past, Professor Flive treated Albert like a student, rarely discussing overly complex topics. The subjects of their conversations were mostly derived from textbook knowledge, and now, Professor Flive has discovered that this genius student is truly extraordinary. Chapter 320, I want to cheat how to cover up those unpleasant memories, that is to numb oneself with busy work, so that one has no mind to recall those unpleasant memories. Gryffindor's team suffered a terrible 3-game losing streak, but it didn't drag Charlie, the Quidditch players, or even Gryffindor House into a negative mood. the terrifying shadow of final exams quietly loomed over the entire school. 5th grade and 7th grade students are all preparing for their respective LS and they worked hard for the exam, spending most of their spare time reviewing. The tense exam atmosphere even spread throughout the entire school, affecting students in other grades as well. Charlie, of course, was no exception. He hoped he could, in the exam, graduate from school with excellent grades to lay a solid foundation for future work. Even though he is now the Quidditch captain, he has no mind to consider the future of the Quidditch team. The mischievous Wesley twins also had to copy Albert's casual notes and memorize the so-called key points for the exam. Lee Jordan's situation is a bit better than the two of them. He doesn't have to undergo Quidditch training regularly, and he has been keeping his notes organized on time. Now he just needs to memorize the key points and practice a few spells again. However, his talent for magic isn't as good as the twins, so he needs to spend more time practicing spells. However, what made the three of them grit their teeth in anger the most was Albert's attitude toward the final exam. Truly, there's no harm in not comparing. That guy could actually find time to leisurely take a walk in the sunny outdoors, even bringing a chilled butterbeer to sit under the shade and read inconsequential books, or take time to visit Hagrid for afternoon tea, play a few rounds of wizard's chess, and inquire about the whereabouts of Rowena Ravenclaw. Currently, Hagrid has also been developed by Albert into a loyal supporter of wizard cards, and he even has his own card. Yaya has also successfully made it onto wizard cards. While everyone was busy reviewing their lessons for the exam, Albert secretly leaked the news about the brain booster potion, and the students who had been troubled by the exam immediately shifted their attention to the wizard card competition. Spend some money to cheat and pass the exam smoothly. Some people really don't mind and are very willing to pay for it. This trick really works. Shortly after the news was released, a fifth-year Ravenclaw student secretly approached Albert, hoping to buy the bottle of bafflement draught from him at a high price. However, he was tactfully rejected by Albert, who suggested that the other party could make the deal with the champion of this year's wizard card. That person was left dumbfounded by Albert's words, unable to understand why Albert didn't want to earn the galleon. In Albert's eyes, a few measly galleons were naturally not worth as much as the reward for a small tournament. That bottle of Buffy Brain Elixir will make for quite a spectacle. The 5th and 7th year students who want that elixir will have to refocus their attention on this wizarding card game. At the very least, they need to keep an eye on those with championship potential, so that after the other wins the championship, they can make a private deal with them to get that bottle of Baffy Brain Booster from Albert through the champion's hands. If we can get this good stuff, the exam will definitely go more smoothly. After all, the Ministry of Magic hasn't tested students for cheating with the brain-boosting potion in a long time. Their inspection methods are more focused on the intelligence-enhancing potion learned in the 4th year. Unfortunately, they were all unaware that those little tricks were all within Albert's expectations. For Albert, it doesn't matter who wins the championship, even if they want to use the Bafe Brain stimulant to exchange for a galleon, or cheat. It has nothing to do with Albert. He just wanted to use the students' curiosity and craving for the brain booster to complete the small competition task. On the day of the match, the spectators who came to watch the game almost gathered half of the Hogwarts students, making the scene comparable to a Quidditch match. Lee Jordan, who was responsible for the commentary, almost stuttered while speaking. Not everyone is interested in the wizard cards, it's just that the audience's curiosity is at play. Seeing so many people gathered there, even though they don't know what everyone is doing, they still come over to watch the excitement, driven by their curiosity. In the end, even the professors knew about it, but since Albert had obtained Dumbledore's consent in advance, even Snape had no interest in going over to make a fool of himself. The remaining few matches were quite high level, and Angelina's luck finally ran out. In the semi-finals, she unfortunately faced Truman and was brutally eliminated. Shauna was quite resilient, making her way to the finals and ultimately facing off against Truman. Whoever wins, as long as you choose that potion, I am willing to spend 15 galleons to buy it from you, a Ravenclaw student said to the two of them, and then took out a galleon on the spot to show his sincerity. This huge sum of money made many people back down immediately, but his action undoubtedly tells others, I'm going to cheat. Shauna and Truman both looked at Albert, seemingly to see his reaction, worried that Albert might directly sell the Brain Awakening potion on the spot. 5 Gialon can make many students abandon their principles. My word is final, if you want to sell, that's your own business. Albert shrugged, indicating that it was up to them. Money is one of the best motivators. Hearing Albert's words, Shauna and Truman were both unusually excited. With this money, they can buy a lot of things they want. Both of them became cautious, and the match became even longer. After an hour of confrontation, Shauna defeated Truman, successfully breaking through the encirclement. Shauna won the Buffy Brain Booster and made a deal with a 7th-year Ravenclaw student. As for whether that senior used it in the exam, it was no longer something Albert needed to worry about. In short, after the wizarding tournament ended, the last 8 contestants each received a large mug of chilled butterbeer. Truman was very dejected. he was the runner-up and received a beautiful notebook and a quill as his prize. The third-place winner was a Ravenclaw student named Eddie Carmichael. The prize was a small barrel of butterbeer, and this guy was quite generous, sharing the butterbeer with everyone on the spot. The Wizards' chess match ended with laughter. Later, Albert heard that the guy who got the brain booster from Shauna was targeted by Snape, as if someone had gone to the potions professor to report him. The Bane of the Mind potion is a banned substance under the Ministry of Magic, and Snape would naturally not allow such a dangerous potion to appear in the school, especially with exams approaching. Even if he used his knee to think, he would know what that guy wanted to do with the Bane of the Mind potion. The Pete Chapter 321, Are You Crazy? Nowadays, a story that has students at Hogwarts buzzing with excitement is circulating. The Ravenclaw student who spent a fortune on purchasing the bewitching beverage was invited by Snape to have afternoon tea. The potions professor claimed that most witches and wizards brew baneberry elixirs that contain deadly poison, and under the pretext that drinking a toxic baneberry elixir could turn one into a fool, he requested the student to bring the potion out for him to inspect. The Ravenclaw student claimed that the potion came from Mr. Heddick Dagworth, was safe and reliable, and that he had already drunk the bafflement draft without turning into a fool. Since it's already been swallowed, there's no way to take it out for him to check. According to that student, Snape's expression at the time was quite something, and the price was a few points deducted and detention. There aren't many things that can make the potions professor come out on the losing end. He still can't do anything about the other person. The Hogwarts school rules do not explicitly state that students are prohibited from using the bewitched brain booster. They only mention in passing that cheating with the potion during exams is forbidden, similar to the prohibition against using Felix Felicis in competitions and exams. Fortune Elixir and Brain Awakening Potion are among the rarest potions in the entire magical world. This is not only because the ingredients used to brew them are precious and rare, but also because even a tiny mistake can lead to the entire batch being ruined. Even the most skilled potion masters are reluctant to spend their time brewing these two potions. In the black market of the British wizarding world, it's almost impossible to find anyone selling this stuff privately, let alone for a Hogwarts student to get their hands on a brain elixir. Initially, adding the brain stimulant to the exam was more for precautionary measures. After all, anything can happen unexpectedly, and Albert is that so-called unexpected event. However, who would have thought that? Albert was well acquainted with a master potion maker and could obtain these two extremely rare potions from him. Even if I say it, I estimate that not many people would be willing to believe it. However, this is the fact. This matter about Snape quietly spread within Hogwarts, and more people became interested in the bewitched brain potion. Someone quietly contacted Albert, hoping to get a bottle of the Baffy brain booster from him as well. According to black market dealer Kenneth Toller, the current price of Bafe brain stimulant has already risen to 20 gallons per bottle. Many wizards actually don't lack money at home. If they can use a bit of galleons to exchange for a good future, they are actually willing to do so, especially the Slytherin students. They are the most enthusiastic users of the brain booster potion. If they could cheat on the exam, they naturally wouldn't mind. After all, if you want to join the Ministry of Magic after graduation, some professions look at the wizard's exam results. Achieving one's goals by any means necessary is indeed very much in line with Slytherin's creed. Of course, there were also many people who had doubts about the Baphii stimulant, but after someone revealed the ingredients and preparation method, all the skeptics fell silent. Although the Niven snake egg might be a bit unfamiliar to them, everyone knows what dragon claw powder is. That stuff is already quite expensive, not to mention the terrifying failure rate of potion brewing. In Kenneth Toller's words, do you dislike me? Then don't buy it. Kenneth Toller, this heartless guy, even planned to raise the price of the potion to 50 ducats, but no means no. No matter how much they were willing to pay, it was still no. Is there really no way to get some more? Kenneth Toller said as he walked, this is a golden opportunity to make a fortune. As long as we can, you could sell dragon claw powder. Albert suggested, that stuff really works, and the results are surprisingly good. It can improve your memory, and within a few hours, your brain will become particularly agile, enough to handle the exam. Using dragon's claw powder during the exam period is prohibited. Last year, some guy used that stuff and ended up getting caught during the exam. Kenneth Toller shook his head. Oh, that's truly a sad story. Albert said casually, you probably don't know, but not long ago, a black-hearted guy tried to disguise fox feces as dragon claw powder and sell it to others. A Slytherin student accidentally got caught, so they ended up in the school hospital. Now, no one dares to casually buy dragon claw powder anymore, fearing they might end up with something strange. That guy who sells contraband? Albert suddenly asked. Not long after, he also ended up in the school hospital because he ate too much dried fox dung and got food poisoning. Kenneth Toller had a very strange expression. You can think it over, this is a great opportunity to make a fortune. I learned how to make the bafflement draft from Hetty Disley, but it's hard to get a hold of Niven's snake eggs, unless you, well, our potions professor's private store should have some too. Albert said calmly, but the failure rate for making the brain elixir is just too high. Kenneth Toller opened his mouth, eyes wide in disbelief. Are you crazy? You can't possibly be thinking of making me. I just wanted to let you know the difficulty. Albert shook his head and said, let you dispel that unrealistic idea as soon as possible. If I could get my hands on. Kenneth Toller suddenly said. Stop, don't say I've told you these things. Albert looked at Kenneth Toller with a strange expression and turned around, ready to distance himself from him. If you want the recipe and detailed notes, I can sell you a copy. He said, 10 gallons, a very detailed recipe, all the key points that Heddick Dagworth mentioned are recorded in it. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? You're definitely crazy. You are right, if it can really be concocted. Kenneth Toller muttered, all right, but I want to see the original. You must be crazy. Albert looked at Kenneth Toller with a strange expression and reminded him, I advise you not to try it, or the potion failure rate will make you pay for your underwear. No, Kenneth Toller was contemplating how to proceed. He was prepared to earn the money through the family's channels. You really have to buy it. Buy, why not buy? When will you give me the detailed formula? Kenneth Toller had a look of fervor on his face. If it really works, it will be a tremendous profit. I think he's definitely gone crazy. After Kenneth Toller left, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan appeared beside Albert without warning, watching Kenneth Toller gradually move away and muttering, do you think he won't succeed? Lee Keaton asked in confusion. It's difficult. Albert couldn't help but shake his head. Felix Felici's and Pepper Up Potion are both notoriously difficult potions to brew. Even Hetty Dorsey needs to be very careful. Moreover, if they fail once, the cost of materials will probably make them wince. Although the failed product can be repurposed through dilution, this potion is toxic. Who knows what would happen if someone drank it? Chapter 322. A true warrior. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all envied Albert's ability to make money. Just by using the recipe for the Brain Booster potion, he easily earned 10 galleons from Kenneth Toller, and he didn't even have to help Kenneth Toller copy the recipe. It was completely a no-cost deal. Aren't you also able to brew the Brain Awakening potion? George looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then quietly voiced his doubts. He didn't understand why Albert wanted to sell the formula. With his abilities, he could easily brew the Brain Awakening potion himself and sell it to others. Albert had previously had similar ideas. Although the ingredients like the Niven snake egg are hard to obtain, you can totally get them from the black market. Isn't it better to make a big profit yourself? You know, a bottle of Baffy Brain Tonic is selling for dozens of galleons now. All right. Albert, hearing George say that, interrupted with a laugh. What do you think the brain elixir is? It's not as easy as you think. An ordinary potion master simply can't brew it. As I mentioned to Kenneth Toller earlier, without exceptional potion-making skills and a certain degree of practice and experimentation, it's impossible to successfully brew the Brain Booster potion. Just think about the potions you all brewed in potion class. Would you dare to drink those things? Let the students drink the potions they brewed themselves. It seems there was a case before, and in the end, they went straight to the school hospital. Looking at the three people who were dumbfounded, Albert couldn't help but shake his head. They were still too young, taking everything for granted. Albert was well aware of how skilled Heddick Dagworth was in potion making. Even such a master potion maker would be afraid of making a mistake when brewing the bewitching potion, let alone other less competent potion makers. If Kenneth Toller really tries to concoct the Baffy Brain Booster. Fred's expression suddenly turned strange, inevitably carrying a hint of schadenfreude. I estimate he'll have to pay a hefty sum for the materials. I already warned him about it. Albert shook his head and said, if he dares to bring the diluted failed products to Hogwarts for sale, Snape will definitely have a chat with him. The three of them exchanged glances, each revealing a strange smile, as they prepared to watch Kenneth Toller get into big trouble. Whether Kenneth Toller really tried to brew the bewitching beverage, Albert did not know, but he himself had been invited by Snape for tea first. As for why, Albert naturally knew very well. Professor Snape doesn't look too happy. You'd better watch yourself. The Slytherin student delivering the letter casually reminded. Thank you, Higgs. You're welcome. I'm very sorry you didn't join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. To be honest, I'd love to have a rematch with you. Terrence Higgins is still brooding over his last defeat at the hands of Albert. By the way, there's one more thing. Someone asked me to ask you, if you have that kind of potion, they are willing to buy it, and the price is negotiable. Before leaving, Terrence Higgs said again. Unfortunately, I only have that one bottle. It was a gift from someone else. Albert shrugged helplessly and said, so, even if I were willing to sell, I can't produce a second bottle. That's a pity. Terrence Higgs left quickly. I can't believe you actually know a Slytherin student. The twins suddenly appeared after Terrence Higgs left. Slytherin's reserve seeker. Albert said, the person is fine, I'm ready to develop him into the head of the Slytherin Wizards. I thought Slytherin students didn't like Wizards chess. George self-deprecatingly remarked that in the last Wizards card competition, no Slytherin students participated. There are always a few people who like it. Albert stuffed the note into his pocket, took out his pocket watch to check the time, and prepared to go find Snape for tea. A few minutes later, the door to the potions office was knocked on. Albert had been here before. Mr. Anderson, do I need to remind you? Snape glared at Albert with a dark expression and coldly said, brain-boosting potion is a Class B prohibited trade item by the Ministry of Magic. Of course I know, sir. Albert, however, didn't seem to mind Snape's grim expression and calmly said, but I don't think I've broken any laws, either with the Ministry of Magic or Hogwarts. Not illegal. A strange, cold smile appeared on Snape's grim face as he suddenly said, the brain-boosting potion sold in the market is 100% poison. I know, you know why you have to. Snape seized the opportunity to give Albert a harsh lesson, his words filled more with threats and intimidation. Sir, you should let me finish speaking instead of interrupting me, otherwise how can you be sure that I am breaking the law? Albert waited for Snape to finish speaking before saying indifferently. At this moment, Snape's face turned a deep shade of anger. That bottle of Buffy brain tonic was a gift from Mr. Heddick Dagworth. Albert, not caring about Snape's expression, continued speaking. Herlock Sholmes. Heddick Dagworth, I think you should know him, he's a very famous potion master, and I've been keeping in touch with him through letters. Albert said casually, and I dare to bet my life that that bottle of brain booster is completely fine, no poison. Finally, I have never sold BAFE brain boosters, I simply treated my items as prizes for a competition, with no involvement in any transactions. This is completely within the rules. You drank undiluted Buffy brain booster. Snape immediately realized something, a flicker of emotion passing over his grim face as he fixed his gaze on Albert. Yes, sir, the effect is quite good. Albert said casually. Has your head been caught in the door? Snape's face showed a moment of astonishment. You don't know that kind of thing, once it goes wrong, can turn your smart brain into a mush. Albert just replied indifferently, without any other reaction, and Snape, in anger, directly kicked him out of the office. As for putting Albert in confinement, Snape didn't do that at all. He knew what kind of person Albert was. Back then, the incident where that guy forced the Ministry of Magic to apologize was still a well-known story among the Hogwarts professors. It is said that this is how he got to know Hetty Diggory, and their relationship didn't sour. Instead, it became quite good. Albert had just come out of the potions office when he was surrounded by his twins, who were all talking at once, asking what he had just done. I just heard Snape's roar. That guy seems really angry. Nothing much. I just pointed out a few cognitive errors Professor Snape made. Real bravery. Fred and George both gave a thumbs up and said, Snape put you in detention for a few days. I didn't do anything wrong, so why is he putting me in detention? Albert said calmly. After all, this isn't my fault, you can pin it on me, and beside, there's no way the school can find a second bottle of the brain stimulant. No, Kenneth Toller somehow got his hands on a few bottles of Buffy brain booster and is selling them on the black market. When the three of them arrived at the hall, Lee Jordan hurriedly came over to inform them of the news. Chapter 323, Something Big Happened. Smuggling is really profitable. Kenneth Toller somehow got his hands on a large batch of brain-boosting drugs and secretly sold them to 5th and 7th graders, making a fortune. Every time this matter is brought up, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan are almost drooling with envy. Most students are genuinely poor. Even if their families have money, it doesn't mean they do. Students like Albert, who can pull out a handful of galleons from their pockets at any time, are definitely rare. However, when it comes to the crucial lifelong exam, many students' parents don't mind spending a few galleons on cheating to help their children achieve better grades, so they can find a good job at the Ministry of Magic after graduation. Because of past incidents, students who had purchased the brain-boosting potion immediately hid the potion and didn't let anyone know they had bought it, fearing that Snape would call them to his office for a chat. This approach is undoubtedly quite wise. Many people will think, why can others cheat and easily pass the exam, while I have to work so hard here? There were even more students who secretly went to Professor Snape to report this matter. Kenneth Toller innocently stated that he was merely helping to purchase cognitive enhancers to speed up everyone's learning. As everyone knows, all the students who tried to cheat using cognitive enhancers were caught and failed. Since he dared to sell brain booster potions at school, Kenneth Toller naturally took precautions. The incident with the unfortunate Ravenclaw student last time had already alerted him. Even if Snape were to investigate, this matter has nothing to do with him. Kenneth Toller doesn't sell brain-boosting potion, he just helps purchase intelligence-enhancing potion. Moreover, this type of potion is not prohibited by the school, otherwise it wouldn't appear in the potions textbook. Recently, the whole fuss about the brain stimulant has been all over the place, and it's related to you, right? Isabel had just finished checking the completed homework when she looked up at Albert, who was engrossed in writing his thesis. Her gaze fell on what he was writing. You've seen through me again. Albert raised an eyebrow. Ever since they went through the Forbidden Forest incident together, the two of them often go to the wish-granting house to do their homework. After all, you can't chat while working in the library. I feel like this matter is related to you. Isabel raised her hand and pointed at Albert's parchment, which turned out to be a thesis on the Baffy Brain Tonic. I just sold the formula for the Buff Brain Tonic to Kenneth Toller, Albert mumbled without looking up. That guy didn't even know where to get a bunch of diluted Buff Brain Tonics. I remember that the failed Baffy Brain Elixir is toxic, even when diluted. Isabel watched as Albert finished writing the thesis, then took it over to look at the contents inside. Katrina seems to be interested in this stuff. Have you tried it? Well, undiluted Baffy Brain Booster can enhance brainpower to some extent. Albert does not deny this point, it's just that it's a bit dangerous. Just like fulling agent, a small mistake during its preparation can turn it into poison. Moreover, taking too much at once can cause severe side effects. It's best to take undiluted Baffy Brain Tonic under the guidance of a professional, and a small spoonful at a time is enough. Are you planning to sell brain boosters at school? Isabel's expression suddenly became strange. Could it be, are you waiting for others to get poisoned by taking the brain stimulant? This has nothing to do with me. Albert shrugged and said, all right, I admit I had this idea that I could successfully brew the Baffy Brain Booster in advance. Are you really in need of galleons? Isabel returned the parchment to Albert. Her potion-making skills were quite good, but she hadn't yet delved into high-end potions like the Brain Booster, so she only had a vague understanding. Money is something that is never too much. Albert carefully examined the formula for the buff brain potion he had copied. This was the information he received from leveling up the skill to level 2. He was preparing to document it and send it to Hertog Dagworth for research. Without having truly practiced it, it's really hard to judge which side is better, especially since even the materials are slightly different. Hertog Dagworth might be able to draw inspiration from it to further improve the Buffy Brain Booster. The original Baffy stimulant formula itself had significant issues, otherwise, how could it possibly produce a batch of toxic substances? As long as you inherit from Will Smith, you should be able to get a huge fortune. That's ultimately someone else's. The money I earn myself, I can use however I want, and no one can tell me otherwise. That's true. Isabel nodded. After Albert finished, the two of them left the All-Needs house together. They had just separated for a short while when Fred, George, and Lee Jordan jumped out. These three guys actually used a body double spell to hide nearby, leaving Albert at a loss for words. You really are on a date. By the way, wasn't that person just now not Katrina? Fred said excitedly, caught you red-handed, and you still won't admit it. We're just studying the papers given by the club. Really? George looked completely skeptical. By the way, who was that person just now? Isabel, Katrina's sister, is a Ravenclaw genius who participates in several clubs with me. Albert noticed the expressions of the three and couldn't help but roll his eyes at them. You can't help with those papers, so naturally, I need to find someone skilled to take a look for me. Also, you guys aren't seriously so bored that you're waiting for me here, are you? Big trouble. Fred happily announced. A Slytherin student drank Kenneth Toller's bafflement draft and got poisoned, so they were sent to the hospital wing. When did this happen? The four of them returned to the Gryffindor common room together. Right when you were on your date. George's face was full of schadenfreude as he said, you weren't there at the time, you didn't see how Snape's expression was completely twisted. Kenneth Toller is in big trouble now. Lee Keaton's face was full of schadenfreude. Albert was quite speechless. These three guys were just envious and resentful of Kenneth Toller making a fortune, hoping to see him fall into misfortune, and now they were even making sarcastic remarks. It seems that Kenneth Toller made a big mistake. Albert couldn't help but shake his head. What mistake? Under normal circumstances, after preparing the Felix Felicis and the bewitching potion, the wizard who brewed the potion needs to try it themselves. It's a bit like food made with pufferfish. The chef has to eat it first to see if they get poisoned, and only after confirming it's safe can it be served to others. Initially, Heddock Dagworth Granger, who brewed the bouncing bulb potion, did the same at chapter 324, Shady Operations. Kenneth Toller didn't receive the same leniency from the headmaster as Potter did. He wasn't expelled from the school for what he did purely because he didn't cause any fatalities. For the next month, Kenneth Toller will be under house arrest under Snape's supervision. The incident with the brain-boosting potion nearly drove Snape insane. This matter is not over yet, because the incident of Bayfey brain booster poisoning has already spread in the school, and many students who bought Bayfey brain booster are preparing to return it to Kenneth Toller. No one wants to be the next unfortunate soul to suffer from drug poisoning. Fortunately, they discovered the problem before the exam, otherwise, they would have messed up the exam too. To this end, many students who bought the brain elixir went to the school hospital to visit the Slytherin student who was now lying in bed, grateful for his brave sacrifice for everyone. If it weren't for Kenneth Toller being in detention at Snape's, he would have probably been sent to the school hospital by a group of people. Every time this matter is mentioned, everyone takes pleasure in Kenneth Toller's misfortune, and no one sympathizes with him. The exams should be fair, and yet they still want to cheat. That day, when Albert went to the cafeteria for lunch, he saw Shauna talking to a senior student. The other person's tone was not very friendly, and it seemed like they were discussing the Baffy brain booster. "What's wrong?" Albert walked over. At a glance, he recognized who was talking to Shauna and could roughly guess what was going on. The Ravenclaw student expressed a desire to return the item. It's just that Shauna has already spent some of her galleons, and she can't come up with 15 galleons. Even if she wanted to return the item, it would be impossible. Fred and the others all cast disdainful glances at each other. In the end, Albert lent Shauna 10 galleons to buy back the bottle of brain elixir, and Shauna paid the remaining 5 galleons. "Thank you." Shauna quickly thanked Albert. "You're welcome." Albert didn't mind at all, and said with a smile, "This is just equivalent to you choosing 10 gallons back then." He checked the seal of the potion, confirmed it was intact, and was about to put it away when he saw Terence Higgs walking toward him, his gaze fixed on the bottle of brain booster in Albert's hand. This is Fred, George, and even the others around them all stared at Albert in shock, completely bewildered by what kind of bizarre maneuver this was. Albert had just spent 10 galleons to buy back that bottle of Baffy brain tonic, and in the blink of an eye, someone was willing to pay 3 times the price for it. These two guys aren't trying to con them together, are they? Such thoughts emerged in everyone's mind. Who said I was going to sell? Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes and sternly reminded, "That's illegal." Everyone turned to look at the Ravenclaw student who had just come to return the item, their expressions very strange. That student was stared at by many people, feeling their face burning, and quickly walked away. "I think that guy probably regrets returning it. That's the brain booster potion. How could Albert possibly use a bottle of toxic potion as the champion prize for the wizard card competition?" Lee Jordan's face was full of barely concealed schadenfreude, and Fred and George beside him were clutching their stomachs, unable to stop laughing. Their smiles looked extremely malicious. The people around were all half convinced. The Slytherin student from earlier seemed to be planning to buy a potion, which made them believe it a bit more. Everyone is very curious. Where did Albert get that bottle of brain booster? Will he go to Snape and tell on us? Sana looked at the Ravenclaw student walking away and couldn't help but ask, since the last incident of Bayfey brain stimulant poisoning, the school has prohibited the private sale of that stuff. "I'm not selling anything." Albert blinked and said, "In school, as long as private transactions are not caught, they have no solid evidence and can't do anything about it. I remember that diluted Baffy brain booster can't be stored for too long." George suddenly said, "Well, if stored properly, it should last about a year. Do you want to drink it?" Albert suddenly pulled a potion from his pocket and handed it to George. "Forget it, I can't bear to part with it." George muttered, "Drink up, I reckon Snape will be here soon." Snape. The three of them were momentarily stunned, but quickly understood what was going on. "That bastard. If you don't want it, I'll drink it myself." Albert had already removed the seal and was ready to pour it into his mouth. "Who said we don't want it?" George quickly snatched it from Albert's hands. "Leave me a sip." Fred couldn't help but complain, "There's only that much potion, we should split it 3 ways. How's the effect?" Shauna swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask. The effect was amazing, that feeling was very wonderful. Before long, everyone saw that Ravenclaw student leading Snape over here. "Professor, the potion has been drunk. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Albert picked up the empty bottle on the table and gestured for Fred and the others to go review in the library together. "Yeah, he drank it all, we all saw it." Shauna was the first to speak, and the others quickly chimed in as Snape looked at the Ravenclaw student who had snitched with a grim expression and said in a harsh tone, "I remember you telling me last time that you drank that potion." Deceiving a professor, Ravenclaw loses 20 points. Perhaps, detention will help you become more honest. Ahem. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all looked at the Ravenclaw student who had been targeted by Snape, trying hard not to laugh out loud in front of Snape. "All right, I don't think you should waste any more time. Go review at the library." Albert urged. A few people had just left the auditorium and hadn't walked far when they couldn't help but burst into laughter, their strange laughter drawing bewildered looks from many. All right, don't embarrass yourself here. Albert raised his hand to cover his forehead. Sigh, it's a bit of a pity, we just drank away 30 gallons of potion like that. After Fred had laughed enough, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. You just drank a cognitive enhancer, Albert said, seeing that no one was around, and took out the bottle of brain boost again. Ha ha ha. The three of them looked at each other and then burst into laughter, holding their stomachs. If they weren't supporting each other, they would have fallen to the ground. By the way, how did you know that bastard would go to Snape to snitch? Fred asked curiously. He really embarrassed himself, what would you do? Albert retorted impatiently. Of course, we have to get back at them. I was just curious earlier, how could you be so generous? Fred couldn't help but exclaim. A bottle of intelligence booster also needs a few gallons. Albert said irritably. Of course, the materials for the intelligence-enhancing agent are much cheaper than those for the brain-stimulating agent. I feel like my heart is hurting again. Chapter 325, Insomnia. As night fell, the lights in the headmaster's office were still on. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, reviewing the documents that had accumulated over the past few days. Although Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, would assist him with most of the school's affairs, some documents still required the headmaster's personal signature. Recently, a lot has happened. Dumbledore finished handling the documents, picked up the cup of milk tea with several sugar cubes, took a sip, and his gaze fell on the Daily Prophet on the table. Of Voldemort has set his sights on the Philosopher's Stone, Professor Rowena Smith has mysteriously disappeared, and there are reforms within the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore is certain that Voldemort has secretly returned to England and is after Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone, but the biggest question now is, where exactly is Voldemort hiding? Originally, Dumbledore wanted to use the Philosopher's Stone to lure Voldemort out. After all, an enemy hiding in the shadows is truly difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, Voldemort has never taken action, still cautiously hiding his whereabouts, even being careful when monitoring Nico LeMay, fearing that others might discover him, making it difficult to catch him at any moment. Dumbledore didn't intend to play hide-and-seek with the other party either. He was already old, his energy was nowhere near what it used to be, and he really couldn't afford to be messed around with. There was one more thing that Dumbledore was very concerned about, how Professor Rowena Smith could have suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if she had vanished into thin air. Dumbledore suspects that Professor Smith's disappearance is related to Voldemort. There's no way around it. Given Voldemort's current situation, someone must be helping him, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find where he's hiding right now. It is not surprising that Dumbledore would have such thoughts. After all, the other party is Voldemort, and one must be cautious in dealing with him no matter what. Could it be Rowena Smith? Dumbledore paced back and forth in his office, considering the possibility of this matter. If it were possible, it was actually quite low. If he were Voldemort and wanted to completely hide his whereabouts, he wouldn't have let Rowena Smith disappear without a trace. The Smith family's bounty has been continuously posted in the Daily Prophet. These two things might not be related. After Dumbledore cleared his mind and returned to the headmaster's desk, he began using a letter opener to open the recently received envelopes and responded to each one. Since Cornelius Fudge became the Minister of Magic, he has been sending many owls every day to ask for his help in coming up with ideas for certain policies in the Ministry of Magic. The matter of the Baffy brain potion has ultimately caused quite a stir, and the Ministry of Magic is considering drafting a new examination bill. Although Dumbledore is not a potion expert, he is well aware of the difficulty in making the forgetfulness potion. There is no need to make a fuss about it, after all. The materials for making such a potion are extremely expensive, and the difficulty is so high that very few skilled potion masters can succeed in making it. Recalling the Slytherin student who had been poisoned by drinking the brain-boosting potion and had to be taken to the school hospital, Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh. In his reply, he suggested to Fudge that they should use the words of a potion expert to make everyone aware of the dangers of the brain-boosting potion, to prevent anyone else from risking poisoning by taking the potion. After all, the brain stimulants on the market are 100% toxic failures. Even if the potion is diluted, it can still be deadly. There's no need to enact strict laws. Making everyone understand is the most important thing. I believe that with a precedent set, few will dare to touch brain stimulants. Would anyone knowingly drink something toxic? Definitely not. After dealing with these, Dumbledore began to open the other letters, carefully pondering before giving his response. However, upon seeing the sender's name, he was momentarily stunned. Albert Anderson. Dumbledore softly read the name of the sender, then used the letter opener beside him to open the envelope. Inside, there was a piece of parchment and a photo. In the photo, there is a half-length statue of an ugly old wizard on top of a crate, with a dusty old wig and a rusty crown on his head. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, unable to understand the meaning of the photo right away, and because it was taken from a distance, it wasn't very clear. He picked up the letter and quickly read it. The letter was probably about Albert accidentally discovered an item suspected to be a dark magic artifact in a mysterious room at school. The rusted crown on the wizard's bust in the photo is that dark magic item. As long as you get close to it, you can hear the evil whispers. He suspected that this thing might also be the diadem of Ravenclaw, which had been missing for many years according to legend. These are his two suspicions: a very dangerous dark magic item, or Ravenclaw's diadem, and the basis for his judgment is having heard whispers. Dumbledore squinted his eyes, picked up the not-so-clear photo again, examined it closely, and then looked back at the portrait behind him. "Armando, do you think the crown in the photo looks like Ravenclaw's crown?" Dumbledore handed the photo toward the portrait of Armando Dippet. Armando Dippet was a headmaster from Ravenclaw, more familiar with the matter of the diadem than they were. The diadem of Ravenclaw. Armando Dippet adjusted his glasses and leaned forward, while the other headmasters in the office also opened their eyes and crowded toward the nearby portrait. "I want to see the so-called Ravenclaw diadem. After all, that thing has been missing for a long time. Throughout the years, there have been many students trying to find the diadem to earn points for their house. This shape is somewhat similar, but that thing has been missing for hundreds of years, and no one has ever seen it." Armando Dippet wasn't sure either. He had seen the diadem on the Ravenclaw statue, but this was rusted. "Please wait a moment." Saying this, he disappeared into his own portrait. Not long after, Armando Dippet reappeared, panting. He had just been to the Ravenclaw common room. "The appearance is somewhat similar. Of course, it could be a counterfeit. By the way, where did you get this photo from?" "A student sent it to me." Dumbledore said he believes that the diadem is very likely a dark magic artifact because he heard a strange sound coming from it. Hearing strange sounds in the wizarding world is not a good sign. In the wizarding world, anything capable of independent thought needs to be approached with caution. Dumbledore wasn't sure if Ravenclaw's diadem possessed the same thinking ability as the Sorting Hat, but Albert's judgment and actions were undoubtedly wise. He directly informed him of the matter instead of trying to figure it out himself. "I suggest you take the items in the photo back for further study." Armand Dippet's tone carried a hint of urgency. "Although the chances are slim, it should still be taken seriously." "I will, Armando." Dumbledore glanced at his pocket watch. It was already past midnight, and it was impossible to go looking for it now. Although Albert had mentioned where it was, the Room of Requirement's treasure trove was simply too vast. It contained items from all eras of Hogwarts, and without Albert's guidance, it would be difficult to find it in a short time. "It seems this matter will have to wait until tomorrow." He stared at the photo and murmured. Climax chapter 326, the headmaster invites you for tea. Quick, look at this article. While having breakfast, George, who was casually flipping through the Daily Prophet, suddenly shouted, startling everyone around him. "Don't shout so early in the morning." Lee Jordan glared at George in annoyance. That sudden shout had startled him so much that he dropped the slice of bread he was holding. Albert stifled a yawn, spread some jam on his slice of bread, took a bite, and then leaned over to look at the Daily Prophet that George had pushed over. "There is an article above about the brain elixir. The Ministry of Magic is reminding everyone not to believe in it or use it recklessly, because all the brain elixirs available on the market are toxic." "I thought something was wrong." Albert covered another yawn. "So that's why, just to scare others." "Scaring others." Lee Jordan reached out to grab the newspaper, read it carefully, and said, "It should be true, right?" "It's true, the actual situation is indeed as the newspaper says, but the newspaper exaggerated things." Albert finished the slice of bread with jam in a few bites and muttered, "That's a clever method, more useful than making any laws." "Why?" George didn't understand why Albert would say such a thing. "The law can have loopholes, and if I clearly tell you that the brain-boosting potion you can buy on the market is toxic, would you still spend a large sum of gallows to buy a bottle of toxic potion to try it out?" Albert scoffed. Speaking of which, that Slytherin student really had bad luck, getting dragged out by the Daily Prophet to be publicly humiliated. "That's true, now I guess no one would dare to buy those dubious BAFE brain boosters anymore." Fred closed the newspaper, looked at Albert, and said, "But with this, it seems your plan is going to fall through." "Who said that? Haven't you ever heard of a brand?" Albert looked at a few of his roommates and said mysteriously, "I don't understand." The three of them shook their heads in unison. Just like Fila powder, beside Fila Bang Company, do you buy Fila powder from other places?" Albert thought for a moment and provided a simple example. "It is said that there is fake Fila powder on the market that can blow wizards out of the fireplace." "It seems, it won't." The three of them exchanged glances and looked at Albert again. However, this end, oh, I see, I roughly understand what you mean, this isn't going to be easy. I'm just giving an example off the top of my head. Albert added another fried egg to his plate and looked up at the ceiling. The mail has arrived. Dozens of owls flew into the hall, swooping over the students' heads, delivering letters or packages to the recipients. Fortunately, the owl comes quickly and leaves quickly. Otherwise, if suddenly poop fell from the sky while eating breakfast, how could one possibly handle that? Albert received 2 letters, plus a package that looked very heavy. It doesn't say who the sender is. George frowned and said, I know. Albert opened the package, took out the bag inside, made a gesture to the 3 roommates next to him, and then quickly stuffed the bag, which faintly emitted the sound of clinking metal, into his pocket. He made a fortune selling Buffy brain tonics. Although he didn't count the coins immediately, he wasn't worried about anyone defaulting. Make a big profit. Fred couldn't help but mutter, how much? Albert raised 3 fingers and wiggled them. That's great. But, would they dare use it? I heard that the Ministry of Magic is particularly strict about cheating this year. Don't be silly, if it were that easy to check, the Ministry of Magic would have done it long ago. Albert disdainfully curled his lips and said, the Ministry of Magic didn't check whether students were using the Bewitched Brain Booster, mainly because it would be troublesome and a waste of resources. The Bewitching Brain Elixir, like the fortifying potion, has a very complex manufacturing process, extremely high material costs, and a very low success rate. Drinking a failed product can lead to poisoning. It is completely unrealistic for an ordinary student to buy such a potion to cheat. Even if you manage to buy one, you still have to consider whether the risk is worth it. The intelligence-enhancing potion and the use of dragon claw powder are the 2 most common methods of cheating on exams, but the Ministry of Magic has long been prepared to prevent them. As for the art of capturing thoughts, many students have never even heard of it, and trying to cheat using this method is truly not an easy task. Most wizards might not even have the opportunity to encounter it until after they graduate. Mr. Anderson. A voice came from behind Albert. Albert put down his knife and fork, turned around, and found Professor McGonagall standing behind him, though he didn't know when she had arrived. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Albert immediately greeted the other person. Principal Dumbledore has something to discuss with you. Professor McGonagall gestured for Albert to follow her to the headmaster's office. Professor, I have another class soon. Mr. Wesley, remember to help Mr. Anderson take a leave. Professor McGonagall said without hesitation. See you later. Albert quickly finished the remaining food, tossed his backpack to George, waved goodbye to everyone, and then followed Professor McGonagall. Albert certainly knew why the principal was looking for him. The letter sent out yesterday, Dumbledore estimated it was a bit off, and he was preparing to go check it out. Albert had long since woven a story that was both real and false in his mind. He was ready for this day. The 2 of them silently turned a corner and stopped in front of a sphinx. Chocolate frog. After she said the password, the griffin came to life, revealing a spiral staircase behind the wall. Albert and Professor McGonagall stepped onto it, and the staircase automatically took them to the front of the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall knocked on the door and brought Albert inside. There was no one there, and Dumbledore was nowhere to be found. Professor McGonagall told Albert to wait and then turned to leave, leaving him alone in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore didn't make Albert wait too long. He walked in from outside the office, as if he had just been out for something. Mr. Anderson. Dumbledore smiled at Albert and said, I've read your letter. If you're looking for the crown in the photo, I'll take you there right now. Albert looked at Dumbledore and said softly, Then let's go. Dumbledore nodded, very satisfied with this efficiency. Principal, what do you think that is? Albert asked softly. It's hard to say, we need to see the actual item to know. Dumbledore followed Albert to the tapestry of the troll beating the stupid Barnabas. Right here. Albert said, I call it the Wish House. Always ready to help? Well, it can become the room you need. I think this name is very appropriate. Albert curiously asked, doesn't Professor Dumbledore know about this place? Although I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, it doesn't mean I know all the secrets of the school. Dumbledore winked at Albert. However, I think I accidentally went in there once. At that time, it was a room filled with many exquisite chamber pots. When I went out, the room suddenly disappeared. Please wait a moment. Albert walked back and forth 3 times, and after waiting for the door of the wish-granting house to open, he went in first. How did Mr. Anderson discover this place? Dumbledore looked around at the trash, curiously asking. It's not me who discovered this place first. Albert briefly mentioned Fred and George's nighttime escapades, then explained how he deduced and discovered the correct way to open the Room of Requirement. Please remember the book's initial domain, Chapter 327, The Diadem of Ravenclaw. Dumbledore didn't pursue the matter of Fred and George wandering around at midnight, and followed Albert into a narrow alley in the garbage dump. After passing by the troll specimen, the two walked a short distance further and stopped in front of a large cabinet with a blistered surface, as if it had been splashed with strong acid. Last time, I hid Mr. Heddock Dagworth's gold card here. Albert opened the cabinet door and pointed to the cage inside. The creature in the cage had long been dead, and from its skeletal structure, it had 5 legs. Later, I came back to study this thing, and I think this creature should be the legendary 5-legged monster. I've never seen it quintaped either, and hardly anyone knows where Delir Island is. Dumbledore also glanced at the skeleton in the cage, shook his head, and said, however, your guess might be correct. Where is the crown in the photo? Dumbledore asked again. Over there. Albert raised his hand and pointed to the top of the nearby crate, where there was a half-length statue of an ugly old wizard, with a dusty old wig and a rusty crown on his head. So it was here all along. Dumbledore reached out to take the crown, but Albert grabbed his hand. What's wrong? Dumbledore looked at Albert with considerable confusion. I think it's best to wear dragonhide gloves. I've heard that many dark magic items are very deadly, and if they come into contact with skin, it could have very serious consequences. Albert took out a pair of dragonhide gloves from the pocket of his robe and handed them to Dumbledore. Although we can't be sure if the diadem is a dark magic item yet, it's better to be safe than sorry. Otherwise, losing your life over this would be truly unfortunate. Looking at Albert's serious expression, Dumbledore was also momentarily taken aback. He took the dragon skin gloves and said with a smile, "It was indeed my oversight." Although Dumbledore thought Albert was being overly cautious, he was actually right. Many dark magic items are indeed very dangerous. After he put on the dragon skin gloves, he reached out and took the crown off the old male witch's bust, placed it in front of him, examined it carefully, nodded, and said, "You were right, this should be a dark magic item. Fortunately, you didn't touch it, otherwise, who knows what terrible things might have happened." "Is it very dangerous?" Albert asked. "It's a very dangerous and very evil dark magic item." The smile on Dumbledore's face had already disappeared. He squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the diadem up and down, not knowing what he was thinking. As soon, Dumbledore's mood brightened again. Leading Albert out of the Room of Requirement, he smiled at Albert and said, "Your handling of the situation was very correct. Gryffindor earns 50 points. Those, sir, I'll leave them to you. I'm off." Albert greeted Dumbledore and then turned to leave. "Very good kid." Dumbledore watched Albert's departing figure and murmured. After he returned to the principal's office with the crown, the portraits that had been pretending to sleep immediately gathered around. "Is this the crown in the photo? It does look a bit like Ravenclaw's diadem. Can we determine its authenticity?" I'm not sure either. After all, Ravenclaw's diadem has been missing for over 1,000 years. However, we have a simple way to distinguish it." Dumbledore instructed one of the headmasters, "Armando, please go find Ms. Grey and ask her to come to the headmaster's office." "Ms. Grey." "I understand." Armando left quickly. He had his own portrait in the Ravenclaw common room, which allowed students who weren't attending classes to help pass messages. "Dumbledore, did you need something from me?" Before long, Mrs. Grey arrived. "There's something." Dumbledore pointed to the diadem on the table and said, "I found it. Can you tell me if this is the legendary diadem of Ravenclaw?" Miss Grey's face showed a moment of astonishment as she floated to the table, stared at the diadem for a few seconds, and murmured, "It looks very similar, but it can't be. It can't possibly appear at Hogwarts." "Where did you find it?" Ms. Grey asked. "The Room of Requirement." Dumbledore added, "It's in the magical room opposite the tapestry on the 8th floor of the castle, where the troll knocked out the silly Barnabas." "Is this really Ravenclaw's diadem?" Armando was very shocked, knowing that Ravenclaw's diadem had been missing for 1,000 years. "This can't be." Mrs. Grey murmured, "It should be in a hollow tree in the Albanian forest." Now, as long as you're not stupid, you can guess Mrs. Grey's identity from this sentence. "Someone brought it back to school." Actually, Dumbledore had already guessed what this was and even figured out who brought Ravenclaw's diadem back to the school. "Miss Grey, I regret to inform you that this Ravenclaw relic has been tainted by dark magic. He is very good at making people like him. He is very understanding, compassionate." Miss Grey was stunned, looking incredulously at the Ravenclaw diadem, murmuring, "How could he do such a thing? Tom is very good at using sweet talk to deceive others." Dumbledore said softly, "You are not the only one he has deceived." Was a powerful dark magic cast on the crown? Armando asked, "Is it possible to restore it?" Tom most likely turned the diadem into a Horcrux. Dumbledore said softly, "This is a very evil dark magic, ordinary magic can't even harm it. I need to find some rather special methods." Horcrux. At this moment, all the past principals went into an uproar. Fortunately, Mr. Anderson was very vigilant and took the correct measures when he found this thing, otherwise he would probably be in big trouble. Dumbledore raised his wand, trying to dispel the dark magic on it, but his spell had no effect. "Even you can't do it. To destroy a Horcrux requires an extremely powerful force, one so strong that the dark magic on the Horcrux cannot withstand it." Dumbledore shook his head and murmured, "Use dark magic, don't tell me you can't." Phineas suddenly shouted. Although Dumbledore had hardly ever used those dark arts, he believed Dumbledore would definitely use them. The Fiendfire Curse, or the Killing Curse, should be able to destroy it. Dumbledore naturally had a way, but if there were any better options, he didn't really want to use those methods. "Use the Killing Curse, it's not like you're using it on a person. Don't tell me you don't know how to use it." Phineas couldn't help but sneer, he really didn't like Dumbledore's hypocritical demeanor. "Shut up, Phineas." An old witch waved her cane at Phineas defiantly, threatening to smack him on the head with it if he said another word. "Destroy it, don't leave such evil things here, it will make us feel uncomfortable." Other principals also said that things like Horcruxes are really too sinister, if we keep them, who knows what might happen. "All right, Avada Kedavra." The next moment, green light filled the entire principal's office. After the green light faded, the crown seemed to vibrate violently, then cracked open on the table under everyone's gaze. A blood-like, pitch-black, viscous substance seeped out from the crown, and an extremely faint, agonized wail came from within it. "How could this happen? How could it?" Ms. Gray was extremely shocked. Ravenclaw's diadem was ruined, all because that boy had tainted it with evil dark magic. "It seems I need to give Mr. Anderson another special contribution award," Dumbledore said lightly. He raised his wand and with a gentle flick toward the broken diadem on the table, the liquid completely disappeared. He picked up the damaged diadem and placed it into a box. "Seriously," he said to the others, "by the way, regarding the discovery of Ravenclaw's diadem and Horcrux, please do not spread the word. This matter needs to be kept confidential, it is very important, extremely important. As for the diadem, I will try to find someone to repair it, but I can't guarantee that it can be completely fixed." "Mr. Anderson," Ms. Gray murmured, "maybe I should thank that child. Thanks to him, I wasn't deceived any longer." Ravenclaw's diadem was ultimately destroyed, making her deeply regretful, regretting that she shouldn't have trusted that boy in the first place. Please provide the text you would like to have translated. At this moment, while attending the class, Albert suddenly smiled with joy as he saw 3 more tasks completed on his mission panel. What a bountiful harvest! It seems that the Horcrux has already been destroyed. The headmaster really is decisive. Pete, please remember the book's initial domain, chapter 328. The Alchemist. What exactly did you do? Did Ms. Gray have something to discuss with you? Isabel and Albert walked side by side through the castle courtyard, casually chatting about what had just happened. "I helped that lady a little," Albert said vaguely. Now he did not intend to tell others about the crown. Not long ago, he promised Dumbledore that he would keep this secret. Dumbledore awarded Albert an additional 50 points, along with a special contribution award. Albert was somewhat satisfied with this, he actually didn't care about the points. Giving the crown to Dumbledore was more about the special contribution award. He really wants that mission reward, but it's not easy to get 3 special contribution awards during school. Of course, Albert also didn't want the matter of Ravenclaw's diadem to be known by others. Otherwise, if Voldemort came to Hogwarts next semester and found out about it, he would likely come looking for trouble. Albert didn't want to confront Voldemort directly. After all, defeating Voldemort is Harry Potter's mission, not his. "A little busy." Isabel looked at Albert with suspicion, slightly raised her eyebrows, and didn't ask any further questions. She wasn't a particularly curious person, and she also knew very well that it would be difficult to get an answer if Albert didn't want to speak. Moreover, she couldn't see through the other person's true thoughts even if she tried. Even if she could, Isabel wouldn't do it, otherwise their relationship would probably be doomed. No one is willing to be seen through by others. As a smart person, Isabel knows how to maintain their relationship, and she also knows that Albert knows how to do it too. "Now is not the time. When the time comes, I will tell you," Albert said mysteriously. "Yeah, I'm waiting." Isabel lowered her eyelids and casually changed the subject. "By the way, any news from Professor Smith?" "Unfortunately, no. I asked many people, but there hasn't been any news about Professor Smith. It's as if he has completely vanished from the world." Albert's tone had an inexplicable sense of relief. It must be said that this matter was handled cleanly and efficiently, leaving no traces behind. Oh, what a pity. Isabel let out a sigh of relief after hearing it missing. Not being found is the best way to handle it. The two chatted for a while longer, discussing matters related to the Wildsmith family. They used that family as a reference point, and after exchanging information, both realized that their knowledge was quite limited. The conclusion both of them reached simultaneously is Professor Broad also did not inform them of other details, and they both received Professor Broad's summer invitation. If he wanted to tell us, he would have already done so. If he doesn't want to, no matter how much we ask, it would be pointless. Isabel's tone was very calm, completely unconcerned about the matter. As a genius, she was equally confident. Albert didn't plan to delve into this matter deliberately. He wasn't particularly concerned about these things either. After all, he's a man with a cheat code. Oh, by the way, do you remember the runestone divination back then? Albert suddenly said, that thing was quite accurate. I did a divination for myself at that time, and the result was the same as yours. In the end, it really came true. Maybe, it's just a coincidence. Isabel didn't really believe in divination. No, it's not a coincidence. Some people can indeed predict certain omens through runestones. Albert lowered his voice and said, that bronze book contains sections on runestone divination. Although it can't directly show the future like a crystal ball, it can predict certain things. It seems you've learned quite a bit from that book. Isabel's tone carried a hint of envy. She had also read that book and could understand part of it, but she couldn't grasp the deeper meanings like Albert did. In his words, her knowledge of ancient magic scripts wasn't up to that level. She could only see the surface. I did learn some things. Unfortunately, there are still parts that I can't quite understand. Albert took a talisman from his body and handed it to Isabel. Is this a gift for me? Isabel examined the small object in her hand. It was a tiny thing, a sphinx lying down and resting. It looks good. The latest research findings. Albert said, unfortunately, it's already hit a bottleneck. Help me see if there's any way to break through. I will. Isabel reminded with a smile. Someone is calling you. I know. Albert saw the twins waving at him. I'll go first. They always think we are on a date. Oh. Isabel replied and then asked, how did you respond? How do you want me to respond? Albert didn't wait for Isabel to speak and walked over to his roommates. A talisman. Isabel put it away and turned to leave. Please provide the text you would like to have translated. What did you do? As soon as Albert walked over, he heard George's question. What did you do? What do you mean? Albert raised an eyebrow. Kenneth Toller, that unlucky guy, was polishing the trophies in the awards display room when he discovered that you actually have 2 special contribution awards. Lee Jordan's tone was very excited, and everyone around turned their attention to him. How would I know? Albert rolled his eyes at Lee Jordan and said irritably, he probably just misread it. The three of them seemed to be about to say something, but were interrupted by Albert first. He tilted his head toward the direction where Isabel had left and said, come on, you didn't see, I remember she seems to be in 4th grade. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually. We were just discussing the runestone divination, and last time, Professor Sybil Trelawney's runestone divination came true. Albert said nonchalantly, and she's only a year older than me. The 4 of them looked at each other, not understanding Albert's meaning for a moment. I'm 1 year older than you, Albert said irritably. And then? Fred asked in confusion. If I was born before September and she was born at the end of September, we would be in the same class. If I was born before September and she was born at the end of September, we would be in the same class. At this moment, all 3 of them were stunned, their minds unable to process it for a moment. But after thinking it over carefully, it turned out to be just like this. With you going around in circles like this, I almost forgot what I was going to say. What's the matter? We were barely leading in first place by a small margin, and now you've suddenly added 100 points. What did you do? Fred lowered his voice and said, now, everyone's talking about it. The Slytherins nearly went mad. George said happily, I heard they went to Snape to protest. They think there's something shady going on. Lee Jordan continued. Black curtain. Albert said irritably, how would I know there's a conspiracy? And don't blame me for everything that goes wrong. I'm not a professional scapegoat. Pete, please remember the book's initial domain. Chapter 329, Winning People Over with Virtue. As Fred said, this matter really did spread quickly throughout the school. Many people were speculating about how Albert had magically given Gryffindor 100 points, allowing the previously bottom-ranked house to suddenly rise to first place, and even pushing the much-disliked Slytherin to second place. The Slytherin house is really not well liked. Their various shady maneuvers make students from other houses dislike them and not want to see them win the House Cup. After this matter began to escalate, many Slytherin students would point fingers at Albert and say some insulting things about him. On this day, a few Slytherin seniors stopped Albert and his friends, cursing him to his face and saying a series of very unpleasant things. Fred and the others all had grim expressions, ready to fight these guys. They had been practicing their combat skills for a long time and were itching for a fight. Other Gryffindor students, of course, would not let their house's hero be wronged and were preparing to join in the fun. They weren't afraid of making things worse. After all, it wasn't the first time they had clashed with Slytherin. The atmosphere around them is becoming increasingly explosive, and the air is thick with the smell of gunpowder, ready to spark a brawl at any moment. Albert didn't care about the atmosphere around him. He just looked at the person who had just insulted him with a calm gaze and said with a hint of resignation, as expected, "You are still too young. You hear a bit of gossip and come here to insult me, really reckless. Do you have any solid evidence to prove that what you just said is true? Don't tell me that your so-called rumors are evidence." The Slytherin student was just about to speak when Albert's hand, seemingly out of nowhere, landed on his shoulder. Albert sighed lightly, shook his head, and said, "To be honest, you guys always spread rumors, and it's quite bothersome for me too." The people around them started to whisper. "I also know that you're not very smart, but next time, don't take any rumors at face value. What you're doing now is completely brainless behavior, making me seriously doubt whether you're mentally challenged or just trying to cause trouble for me on purpose." Albert glanced at a Slytherin student who was trying to interrupt him without any emotion and continued, "Honestly, I hate it when others cause me trouble. I'm sure you don't like it either, right?" The surroundings instantly became terrifyingly silent. "So, apologize for your slip of the tongue just now," Albert said softly. "Otherwise, although I usually don't like using violence, I wouldn't mind hanging you outside the castle. You can give it a try, I always keep my word." Apologies. The senior student, after locking eyes with Albert for a moment, ultimately chose to back down. "No exceptions." Albert patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, "And don't take every rumor at face value, doing so will make you look foolish." Except for the Slytherin students, everyone else couldn't help but burst into laughter, but they soon stopped because Albert bluntly said that those who believed the rumors were fools, and it was clear that most of the people here were fools. With exams coming up, how can you still have time to pay attention to those rumors? Are you just bored out of your mind, or is it because you have too little homework? Why can't you focus on the exams? Albert muttered to himself. Ignoring everyone else, and headed straight to the library. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan looked around at the people with strange expressions and quickly hurried to catch up with Albert. The Slytherin student, who had just endured a series of blows, was now beat red in the face, almost ready to explode, but he didn't dare to go after Albert for trouble. He would never have thought that he was actually intimidated by Albert's aura. Actually, this is related to Albert's last battle with Smith. That life and death struggle made Albert's momentum very sharp. He ultimately made up his mind to kill someone, so how could he possibly be compared to other students? However, what most people found hardest to accept was Albert's performance. He didn't get angry at all and just looked at him with a very calm tone, filled with pity. Right, looking at him with pity, it was the expression of looking at someone with a mental disability. Moreover, this is not just aimed at that Slytherin student, but at most people. Those who easily believe rumors are all idiots in Albert's eyes. "Interesting, ha ha ha, it's just too funny. How did you manage to do it? I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts so much." As soon as they turned into a deserted area, Albert looked at his roommates who were laughing so hard they were almost falling over, feeling quite speechless and suddenly unsure of what to say. "Did you notice the constipated expressions on those Slytherin students just now?" Albert's earlier remarks made them laugh. None of the three had expected it to be like this. It was really too amusing. "By the way, how on earth did you manage to do that?" Fred wiped the tears from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but ask. "I just let them listen to me properly," Albert said calmly. "What if he doesn't apologize?" George asked curiously. "Of course I will keep my word and hang him outside the castle." Albert squinted and said, "I'll let him down only when he's truly willing to apologize." The three of them exchanged glances, originally thinking it was just a threat, but unexpectedly, Albert wasn't joking just now. They don't know that since ancient times, the term winning people over with virtue has not merely been a figure of speech, but rather refers to using one's fists to make others submit. This matter quickly spread throughout the school, but no one mocked that Slytherin student. Everyone calmed down and thought carefully about what had actually happened. After all, that matter was indeed just a rumor in the school. Although everyone says that Albert gave Gryffindor extra points, there is no solid evidence, and even Albert himself claims to be unaware of this matter. Everyone actually knows, and they are spreading it every place, even using it to make a point. It's no wonder Albert would say such a thing. Just by hearing some rumors, you actually believed them to be true. It really makes you look quite foolish. No one would admit to being stupid or foolish, so everyone kept quiet. But what exactly is going on with this matter? There are always a few curious ones who want to uncover this secret. However, Dumbledore did not disclose any information, and the involved party, Albert, also claimed to be unaware of the matter, so there was nothing to investigate. As for the so-called Special Contribution Award, no one has ever really paid attention to it. Everyone quickly lost interest in this matter because the shadow of the exam had quietly descended, and everyone had to devote more attention to reviewing. Albert also heard that due to the use of the Bayfii stimulant, this exam will be stricter than the last one to prevent anyone from cheating with the stimulant. In reality, the Ministry of Magic hasn't changed at all, because they simply can't monitor on a large scale whether anyone has taken the bewitching potion. Moreover, during this period, the Ministry of Magic has been widely publicizing the dangers of the brain elixir. The actual victims had only recently been discharged from the hospital and had even experienced some adverse side effects. However, they never expected that someone had secretly used the brain elixir and had achieved good results because of it. Chapter 330: The Created Monsters. To our exam results. Under the beech tree by Black Lake, Albert and his friends, having just finished their final exams, were raising their chilled butterbeers and clinking them together, celebrating their escape from the stifling classroom and the shadow of the final exams. After downing most of a mug of butterbeer, the oppressive heat of June dissipated significantly. A gentle breeze blew across the lake, bringing with it a hint of coolness. "You guys, how many years do you think that giant squid in Black Lake has lived?" Fred looked at the giant squid lying in the warm shallow water, basking in the sun, and casually brought up a topic. "Several hundred years. Ordinary animals can't live that long, right?" The three of them all looked at Albert, waiting for his answer. "Who knows?" Albert lay on the armchair conjured by the transfiguration spell, yawning lazily and saying, "The giant squid must have lived for many years. I suspect it was a pet kept by the four founders in the Black Lake." "It's possible. I heard that the giant squid won't harm Hogwarts students. If you accidentally fall into the lake while crossing, it will even bring you back to the boat." As Lee Jordan spoke, he gently prodded its tentacles with a stick, and the giant squid's tentacles lightly slapped the lake water, splashing Lee Jordan all over. This scene made Fred and George unable to contain their laughter. "Ordinary animals can't live this long, right?" Fred couldn't believe Albert's words. "Yes, a phoenix will do," Albert reminded. The three of them couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Besides the phoenix, the snake monster might also be able to live a long time," Albert said mysteriously. "Snake monster, what is that?" In an old book at Hogwarts, it is recorded, "In our country, many terrifying beasts and monsters roam, among which the most bizarre and deadly is the basilisk, also known as the king of serpents. This snake can grow to a very large size, usually living for several hundred years, and it hatches from a rooster's egg, incubated by a toad." "You actually memorized the content of the book." Fred looked at Albert in shock and couldn't help but mutter, "How on earth do you have so much free time? Is there something wrong with what you're concerned about?" Albert was instantly speechless. "Did it hatch from a rooster's egg, by a toad?" George felt very strange. "Well, the basilisk is a magical creature created by dark wizards, incredibly lethal. I've heard that the basilisk's gaze can kill. Anyone who meets its eyes will die instantly." Albert deliberately widened his eyes, just like this. "Can a snake monster really stare someone to death?" The three obviously didn't believe it. "Probably. I'm not sure either," Albert continued. "That's the information I found last time when I was researching the eight-eyed giant spider. The basilisk likes to eat spiders. It is the natural enemy of the eight-eyed giant spider." "Do you think giant squids are also magical creatures created by wizards?" Lee Jordan understood Albert's meaning. "Well, I think the giant squid might be a magical creature created by the four founders. They placed it in the Black Lake as a solid line of defense for Hogwarts." Albert thought for a moment and said, "If someone wanted to cross the lake to attack Hogwarts, they would be capsized by the giant squid's attacks on the lake's surface and all sunk to the bottom to be fed to the fish." "Why do you think that way?" George asked curiously. "The eight-eyed giant spider was created to guard the wizard's dwelling or treasure, and other monsters created with magic are usually for this purpose as well." "All right, stop trying to fool us." Fred couldn't help but roll his eyes, giving off an expression that said, "Don't think we'll fall for it. Didn't you notice that the terrain around Hogwarts Castle is easy to defend but hard to attack?" Albert also knew that the three of them hadn't paid much attention to these matters, so he just treated it as a joke and told them. "There are also numerous knight statues and knight armors in the castle. When necessary, the wizard can use magic to control them, turning these things into the most loyal soldiers to defend against external invasions." "It seems to make some sense." The three of them casually brushed it off. That era is called the Dark Ages. Do you think it was dangerous? Albert didn't mind and continued. The wizards of that era were probably even fewer than we have now, and there was no order. If a Muggle army were to attack this castle, the number of wizards would ultimately be insufficient to stop them. Muggles are going to attack Hogwarts? The three of them were taken aback. Of course, it could also be other dark creatures or evil wizards. 1,000 years ago, this world wasn't very safe. Albert put away his somber tone and said with a smile, however, I haven't found any records in the historical documents indicating that Hogwarts has ever been at war. So, that speech just now was just to fool us again. The three of them couldn't help but roll their eyes, knowing they had been tricked by Albert again. It's just a guess. Stop with the useless speculation. When are we going to look for Gryffindor's secret treasure? Fred looked around to make sure no one was nearby before lowering his voice to ask. Tomorrow morning. Albert added, ride a flying broomstick over there. Ride a flying broomstick. The three of them exchanged glances, originally thinking they would have to venture deep into the Forbidden Forest, but they never expected Albert to actually plan to fly over on a broomstick. Otherwise, are you still planning to venture into the Forbidden Forest and fight the Acromantula? Albert was immediately speechless. Trying to cross the Forbidden Forest from the ground was simply too foolish. He had never considered taking such a risk from the very beginning. What was the point of all that time we spent practicing magic defense? Leakyadin couldn't help but complain, and the spells for dealing with the eight-eyed giant spider. Of course, it's to ensure our own safety. Albert revealed his plan. First, we'll ride the broomstick to the vicinity indicated by the secret treasure map, and then we'll slowly search as we lower our altitude. We were so foolish back then, preparing to go through the forest. George felt that he and Fred were really foolish at the time. How could they not have thought of flying over the top? Back then, we didn't have flying broomsticks. Fred couldn't help but protest. What should I do? Lee Jordan hurriedly asked. Among the four, he was the only one without a flying broomstick. Let George give you a ride then. Fred chuckled as he passed this trouble on to his brother. Albert would surely be too busy and preoccupied at that time. Idiot, doesn't Albert still have a silver arrow? George admired his quick wit. Of course, Lee Jordan will ride a broomstick with us. Won't it suddenly fall down? Lee Jordan said worriedly, after all, it's an old antique. It shouldn't happen, and even if you fall, I'll catch you right away. Albert casually reassured. If you're not going to comfort others, just shut your filthy mouth. Lee Jordan complained, I don't want to experience the feeling of falling off a broomstick. Pete, please remember the book's initial domain, Chapter 331, The Troll's Lair. The next morning, after having breakfast in the Great Hall, Albert and the others disappeared. Although the second-grade students have already finished their exams, the students in other grades are still preparing for theirs, so no one really pays attention to them. After the four of them confirmed through the Marauder's map that Hagrid was assisting the care of magical creatures professor, they sneaked into the Forbidden Forest by using the disillusionment charm to quietly bypass the Quidditch pitch. Flying above the Forbidden Forest is much safer than directly crossing it. Alright, don't make a fuss, we'll be watching you from behind. Fred looked at the slightly nervous Lee Jordan and couldn't help but tease him. Lee Jordan's flying skills are really quite average. Perhaps it's because he hasn't flown much, but he doesn't seem very confident at all. How about we switch brooms? Lee Jordan stubbornly complained, otherwise, just shut up. Our direction is fine, right? Fred changed the subject, pretending not to hear what the other person was saying. It should be fine. Albert would stop every few minutes to check the compass on the treasure map, verifying their flight direction. Fred and George had once walked for several hours in the Forbidden Forest, but now they had flown a long distance in less than 10 minutes. I have a question, are we going to get lost later? I mean, are we going to have trouble figuring out the exact location of Hogwarts? Lee Jordan expressed his concern. The Forbidden Forest is just too vast. Even if you fly above the trees, you might still get lost and end up in the wrong place. It would be a disaster if you got lost. Don't worry, I buried something in the Forbidden Forest outside the school that can serve as a location coordinate. When the time comes, I will use tracking magic to locate Hogwarts through the object. Hogwarts Castle can't be pinpointed, but the Forbidden Forest and Hogsmeade can. Moreover, if that doesn't work, he can always apparate directly. Albert isn't worried at all about getting lost. That's good. Lee Jordan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I said, how could Albert possibly be unprepared? Fred was quite reassured. Having a reliable teammate really makes a difference. Saying this, he glanced at George. If George had been reliable last time, they wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. George snorted in dissatisfaction. Alright, stop bickering, we need to head down. The treasure map indicates the location should be around here. Be careful later, don't just drop straight to the ground. Albert started to lead the descent. I don't know what treasures there will be. Don't think too much, the chances of it being a scam are much higher. Albert didn't forget to give the three a warning: the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I think you should say this is true. Fred muttered, somewhat worried that Albert's big mouth would get him into trouble. This is already deep within the forbidden forest. The area beneath the forest is very dim, and a few people are hovering on a large tree, observing the surroundings. Albert swung several glowing orbs downward. I have to say, the advanced illumination spell is really convenient. It immediately lit up a large area nearby. Do you think this might attract any dangerous creatures? Lee Jordan said with a bit of concern. I just want to see if there are any dangerous creatures below. Albert didn't mind. They observed from above for 5 minutes, ensuring there were no dangers below before landing on the ground. After landing, Albert immediately cast a spell around him to drive away any nearby beasts. You're quite vigilant. Fred handed the broom to Albert, took the treasure map, and began searching for the location of the secret treasure. After Albert put away the flying brooms into the undetectable extension charm bag, Fred led the way with the treasure map, while Albert kept the three of them alert to their surroundings to avoid being ambushed. Their magical combat training was not in vain. They all knew the importance of staying vigilant once they ventured deeper into the forbidden forest. The direction indicated by the map is straight ahead. Fred raised his hand and pointed forward. Have you smelled anything? George mumbled, the surroundings smell terrible. Clearly, it's not a good sign. Most likely a forest giant. Albert raised his hand to signal them to stop and be alert. If it's that thing, its weakness is the back of the head. That really stinks, I hate those guys. Lee Jordan muttered, clearly a bit too nervous. If we encounter trolls, just slow them down first, and I'll take care of them. Albert said again, knowing he had to instill confidence in them. The four of them maintained their formation and continued forward. They did not encounter any giants but discovered a place resembling a giant's lair. Albert wasn't really sure if giants were cave dwellers, but he really didn't want to go inside, or even get close, because it smelled so bad. It made him feel like he had been thrown into a cesspool. This is practically on par with a biological weapon. Ew, are those stinky eggs made from the giant's body odor? The four of them decided to leave this place first to avoid being overwhelmed by the stench. Ugh, this is definitely a cruel joke. Ugh, I feel like I'm about to throw up. Today's breakfast to Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were all retching against the tree. Albert's condition wasn't very good either. He forced himself to suppress the nausea, retching a few times before managing to quell the rising discomfort. Do you want to go in there? He suddenly asked. This joke isn't funny at all. Fred muttered. I feel like we might suffocate in here. Bubblehead charm. Albert opened the skill panel, searched for the cannonball spell skill, and directly upgraded it from level 1 to level 2. I haven't really tried this spell much. Albert put a hood over himself. What is this? George pointed at the huge bubble around Albert's head and couldn't help but ask. It looks really funny. At this moment, Albert's features looked elongated and widened, making him appear very comical. The bubblehead charm can block out bad smells and provide us with air to breathe. It can last for about half an hour. Albert began to cast the bubblehead charm on the other three, but he wasn't very skilled at it. Half an hour is enough, let's hurry. After some hesitation, Fred and the others decided to go investigate. Anyway, this matter can be bragged about to others. If only you had brought a camera. Lee Jordan muttered. The four of them headed toward the lair, and Albert threw a light orb inside. It was truly a terrifying sight. Not only was there the daily garbage of the giant, but also some animal skeletons. This silently hinted to them that a giant resided here. Maybe, this really is a bad decision. George muttered. Who knows, get ready to fight. Albert had already heard the troll's roars, and there might be more than one. Peak Chapter 332, Clue Two-Headed Troll. Lee Jordan screamed in shock. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Not having his legs turned to jello from the giant's fright was already quite impressive. Quiet. Albert whispered reproachfully, the disillusionment charms on us haven't worn off yet. With a troll's eyesight and brain, it might not even notice us. What should we do? George raised his wand. If it weren't for trusting Albert's judgment, he would have already cast a spell at the giant. Clear the nest area. Albert began to actively move away from the giant's lair, while pulling out the screaming inflatable skeleton he had bought from the Zoko joke shop, and threw it toward the entrance of the lair, hoping to attract the giant's attention. Albert's judgment was quite accurate. The disillusionment charm on the four of them was still in effect. If it were a beast with a keen sense of smell, it would definitely be able to locate their exact positions through scent, but the troll was clearly not among them. The two forest giants in front of us will react aggressively, entirely because Albert used a high-level illumination spell in the giant's lair. In the dark forest, even a tiny bit of light can easily attract fire, and even the sluggish forest giant is no exception. The subsequent situation was not much different from what Albert had guessed. As soon as the screaming inflatable skeleton appeared, it successfully attracted the attention of the two giants. Perhaps the giant's bald little brain couldn't comprehend where this thing had come from. However, such doubts were fleeting. Trolls rarely used their brains to think about problems, and they usually didn't think about problems at all. A forest giant charged forward first, swinging a wooden stick and smashing it toward the inflatable screaming skeleton. These big guys had immense strength. With one swing, they completely crushed the inflatable skeleton, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. Don't just stand there. Take them out. Before the forest giant could react, Albert conjured a wooden hammer and struck the back of the forest giant's head fiercely. It swayed for a moment, then fell face first to the ground with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground beneath it. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were nowhere near as quick to react as Albert. After receiving Albert's reminder, the three of them together cast the stunning spell on the troll, hitting the back of another forest troll's head, causing it to sway as if it were drunk. The ogre's skin has a certain resistance to magic. Albert directed the hammer to give another forest giant a hit as well. As for whether these two forest giants would get a concussion from it, that was no longer his concern. I didn't expect it to be this easy to take down the giant. These big guys are really stupid. Beside being strong, their smell is terrifying. It could probably knock someone out. George couldn't help but complain. I heard from Bill that the fairies train trolls to be the guards of their vaults. I really don't know how they can stand the trolls' terrible smell. Do the fairies make the trolls take baths? I don't think a mere bath can get rid of the smell on a giant. Lee Jordan couldn't help but complain. They smell like they've just crawled out of a dung pit. Your description is really disgusting. The giant they took down belonged to the forest giant, with light green skin. Forest trolls, like their relatives, are incredibly strong but utterly foolish. Of course, they also inherit the troll's brutish temper, and they often start fights for no reason. None of the four dared to recklessly approach the unconscious forest giant, even though they all knew the giant had already fainted. Still, no one was willing to take the risk. This giant monster has obviously used it to crush prey quite a lot. Lee Jordan couldn't help but comment. We just need to make sure we don't get hurt by them. Albert waved his wand, causing the surrounding vines to transform into ropes that tightly bound the two giants. This is just in case. By the way, did you bring a camera? Lee Jordan looked at Albert expectantly. As soon as he spoke, the Wesley brothers turned to look at Albert as well, equally eager to capture the moment they defeated the troll. How could we possibly bring that thing? We're not here for a vacation, Albert said irritably. It's a pity. If only you had brought the camera, I would definitely have taken some commemorative photos. George also felt a bit regretful. They could have boasted about defeating a troll at such a young age in second grade for a long time. Don't slack off, Albert said irritably, but he wasn't regretful. The mission Fearless Challenger had already been completed. He originally thought he would have to wait until next semester to finish this mission, and even Albert didn't expect it to be done so quickly. Let's go into the lair and see if there's anything good. Maybe we can find some treasure. Albert deliberately teased. This scene gives me a sense of déjà vu, like playing a game. In fantasy games, adventurers always search for treasure in the lairs of trolls, werewolves, and kobolds. After defeating them, although Albert didn't think he would find anything good, he still prepared to go in and take a look. Are we really going in? Lee Jordan hesitated. He didn't want to be disgusted by the scene inside the lair. Who knew what it looked like in there? If there's nothing inside, then we'll go back to school. Albert took out the treasure map, and the pointer on it was pointing here. How about you go in first? If there's nothing inside, we'll go back together, Fred suggested. I've decided, you go in first. Albert looked at Fred with a smile. I also think this idea is good. The other two immediately agreed. Stop dawdling, hurry up and go in. George gave Fred a gentle push from behind and said with a smile. Merlin's beard, you can't do this. Fred protested unhappily. If we're going in, we all go in together. Stop wasting time. Of course we'll go in, don't waste time. A few minutes later, a cry of surprise came from below the nest. Come here quickly, look what I found. The three of them exchanged glances and eventually entered the lair of the forest giant one after another. To be honest, that feeling was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, there is the bubblehead charm for protection, otherwise Albert would not only doubt whether he would be fainted by the stench of the nest after entering here. You wouldn't be trying to drag us down on purpose, would you? George looked around but didn't find the so-called Gryffindor's secret treasure. This lair, beside the giant's household waste and excrement, had nothing else worth his attention. "Come look at this, it looks like a statue." Fred pointed at the ground of the lair and said. The three of them all leaned in to see what Fred was talking about. It looked like a part of a broken statue. Peak. Please remember the book's initial domain, Chapter 333, Gryffindor's secret room. It seems we found the right place. Albert looked at the things on the ground and murmured to himself. "What do you mean?" Lee Jordan didn't understand Albert's words for a moment. "Really stupid." George couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lee Jordan's words and explained, "Why don't you think about what kind of place this is? How could there be such a stone carving here? So, the possibility that Gryffindor's secret treasure is right here is still quite high." "The Gryffindor treasure is right here." Fred understood, but when he looked around, it didn't seem like there was any treasure. The giant's lair is completely just a hole in the ground. You really can't see anything. "What should we do now?" George turned around and asked, "Are we really going to search this whole place? It looks disgusting." Albert took out the treasure map and looked at the needle on it. After confirming that there were no other changes, he squinted his eyes and began to survey the surroundings, then instructed Fred, George, and Lee Jordan to use spells to clear the walls around them. "Do you think there's a secret passage here, and the entrance has been hidden?" Fred took the treasure map from Albert, examined it carefully, and then voiced his guess. George and Lee Jordan both remembered the hidden passageways of Hogwarts Castle. "Should we dig a bit more? Maybe we can still find the remaining parts." Lee Jordan suggested, "I always feel like this thing should have some other use here. It can't just be for decoration. Let's dig it out and take a look." Albert didn't object either. "While you're at it, clean up the cave." After finishing speaking, Albert turned around and left. "Where are you going?" The three of them were momentarily stunned, and seeing Albert walking out, they quickly asked. "Nothing much, I just went out and killed those two giants to prevent them from waking up and threatening our lives." Albert casually mentioned it, as if he were swatting two mosquitoes. The three of them were momentarily stunned, completely not expecting Albert to say such words. The trolls are indeed very dangerous creatures. Although they seem to easily defeat those two forest trolls, that doesn't mean much. Trolls can still pose a threat to the lives of four underage wizards. "I'll help you." George mumbled something under his breath and quickly chased after Albert. He really couldn't stand the harsh conditions in the lair. Fred and Lee Jordan's faces turned dark, thinking to themselves how they didn't react sooner, and they reluctantly began to clean up the trash in their nest. "Is it really okay to kill them?" George muttered quietly. "The forest trolls eat people." Albert glanced at George and said calmly, "If I had Dumbledore's level, I certainly wouldn't mind leaving them, but we don't, do we? How do you plan to kill them?" George didn't dwell on this matter either. The forest troll was indeed very dangerous. Without Albert's help, the three of them, George, Fred, and Lee Jordan, might not have the ability to handle a forest troll. Seeing the giant rushing toward them was already enough to scare them, not to mention that the giant's skin has a certain resistance to magic. It's likely that the three of them would soon meet a tragic end under the giant's club and become its next meal. "This is actually simple, are you sure you want to see it?" Albert retorted. "All right, I think I can handle it." George mumbled. "Do as you please." Albert waved his wand, and suddenly the nearby branches turned into steel spikes, extending toward him and piercing through the giant's head in an instant. It felt like using a fruit knife to stab a watermelon, effortlessly pinning both giants to the ground. "Just like that, dead," George said in disbelief. "Yeah, just like that, dead. What else could we do?" Albert used magic to dig a big pit for the two ogres and buried them. Actually, killing the troll mainly considers that this place might be where Gryffindor's secret treasure is located, and since they will be treasure hunting here, they naturally don't want to leave any safety hazards for themselves. "It feels a bit cruel." George sighed. "Ah." Albert scoffed and said dismissively, "If you were eaten, you wouldn't think it was so cruel. Compassion, that is a privilege only the victors possess." "All right, that's not wrong." After Albert dealt with the troll and cast several warning spells outside the lair, he returned to the cave and found that Fred and Lee Jordan were still making very slow progress. However, they did manage to excavate part of the statue. After Albert used a restoration spell to piece it back together, he discovered that it resembled a sphinx lying down. "It looks a bit like the monster statue at the entrance of the principal's office. I think the entrance should be right here," Lee Jordan muttered. "But, how are we supposed to get inside?" Fred couldn't think of any good solutions either. As far as he knew, the stone monster at the headmaster's door could speak, so maybe entering required a special password, but the stone statue monster at the entrance has already been destroyed. How are they going to open the entrance? By the way, who exactly destroyed the statue? Probably a troll, right? Maybe the statue asked the troll for the password, and those guys just gave it a whack. Albert casually said that he thought this possibility was quite high. The troll probably didn't understand what it was, thought it was an enemy, or for some other reason just hid it. What should we do now? The four of them don't have any good solutions left. How about we try using force first? Are you planning to blow up the entrance? They looked around, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed to this method. Portal open. Albert chanted a spell toward the wall of the cave ahead. The spell hit the wall, but instead of blowing the entrance apart as expected, it struck the cave wall and instantly rebounded, exploding behind them. Thanks to Albert's timely ducking, or else they would have really been in trouble. The magic actually bounced back. The four of them were all shocked, and they simultaneously arrived at an answer. It should be right here. Wait, there's a reaction here. Fred called out to Albert, who was about to use an explosion spell to blast through the secret wall, and pointed to the treasure map in his hand. What? It's a password. What is the password? Brave and fearless. That's really the Gryffindor style. Albert was stunned for a moment, muttering, I still remember the line from the Sorting Hat song where Gryffindor says, the students we teach must be brave and fearless, willing to risk everything. You actually remember. Fred couldn't help but retort. Stop talking nonsense, just give it a try, I'm already impatient. George urged. Albert stepped forward, raised his wand, tapped the wall, uttered the incantation, and the entrance truly opened. Success! Fred and the others cheered with joy, ready to go in and search for treasure, when they were stopped by Albert. Wait a minute, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going in to look for Gryffindor's treasure? Go in, of course go in. However, let's go outside for some fresh air first. Do you want to suffocate in here? Albert threw a light sphere into the passage. The entrance passage was a bit long, and he wasn't sure if there were any traps. If Ravenclaw's treasure trove of knowledge represents wisdom, then Gryffindor's legacy is likely one of adventure. The adventure of the four Alberts has just begun. Pete, please remember the book's initial domain, chapter 334, the inverted corridor. Can you be any more cautious? Fred looked somewhat speechless at the large wooden ball that Albert had conjured with magic. This thing would be used to scout ahead for the four of them. If you feel brave and fearless, ready to scout ahead, I don't mind. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes and gestured toward Fred, inviting him to go ahead. All right, I believe you, is that okay? Fred grumbled irritably, fine, I believe you, okay. He actually believed him a bit. Albert's words were sometimes really accurate, so it didn't hurt to believe him a little. George and Lee Jordan next to him were both snickering. However, after Fred shot them a glare, the two quickly cleared their throats and changed the subject, saying, what do you think Gryffindor's treasure might be? It's probably the legendary Gryffindor sword. Albert, while controlling the large wooden ball to roll forward, talked to his roommate about the sword of Gryffindor. Only a true Gryffindor student can find the sword of Gryffindor. The three of them brightened up, feeling that Albert's words made a lot of sense. Perhaps Gryffindor would have hidden the sword here. The four of them hadn't walked for long before they encountered trouble. A strange mist blocked their path ahead. Albert furrowed his brows slightly, letting the wooden ball roll into the mist. When it was magically pulled out again, the wooden ball showed no change. Do you want to go in? George frowned and asked. No matter how you look at it, this fog in front of us is very strange. Fred, Albert waved his wand, turning the large wooden ball into a rope that wrapped around Fred's waist. What? Fred asked with a puzzled look on his face. It's time to show your courage. Albert smiled and patted Fred on the shoulder, saying, don't worry, if there's any problem, we'll pull you out of the fog immediately. Fred's face fell, regretting why he had spoken up earlier. However, after seeing the encouraging expressions of the three, he still kept a sullen face and cautiously reached his hand into the mist. After finding no reaction, he finally stepped fully into the mist. When Fred first stepped into the mist, he found the world in front of him suddenly turned upside down, with his whole body hanging head down. Looking at the scene below, his hair stood on end. Fred discovered that below him was a pile of dense stone spikes. He felt that as soon as he lifted his foot, he would immediately fall down and be pierced by those spikes, creating several bloody holes. Quick, pull me out. Fred couldn't help but swallow and shouted behind him. After Albert and the others heard Fred's voice, they immediately pulled Fred out of the mist with all their might. What's going on inside? George asked curiously. Fred's situation is a bit dire. He collapsed onto the ground, his legs giving way, looking as if he had encountered something terrifying. Fred took a few minutes to calm down and then described to Albert and the others what he had seen. George and Lee Jordan were also taken aback upon hearing this. It must be an illusion. Albert judged, you can try running through with your eyes closed. Illusion. This is a magical mist, and it can last for 1,000 years. It feels incredible. Albert murmured. Can closing your eyes block the effects of the magical mist? Fred closed his eyes and dove in, discovering that his vision was indeed no longer inverted. This is probably a test left behind by Gryffindor for others. George looked at Albert and asked, "Shall we go now? I can't be sure if there are other dangers on the road, so it's best not to close your eyes." Albert smiled and patted Fred on the shoulder, saying, "So, want to give it another try? Why don't you try it yourself?" Fred said irritably. As a Gryffindor student, how can one lack courage? Lee Jordan couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. "Don't close your eyes later," Fred said fiercely. Lee Jordan hummed a little tune, turned his head to the side, and pretended he hadn't heard anything. "I don't even know if I can take a shortcut." Albert shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'll do it." He didn't tie the rope, just walked straight ahead and plunged into the eerie fog. Sure enough, just as Fred said, Albert's vision was inverted. Underneath his head were densely packed stone spikes, which looked quite terrifying. Albert only glanced at it and felt his legs trembling slightly. Now he finally understood why Fred was trembling all over when they dragged him out. However, Albert did not plan to rush through with his eyes closed. Who knows if there are more traps along the way? If it were him, he wouldn't let others take advantage and pass through easily. Albert didn't look up, his eyes fixed firmly on the ground beneath him, slowly moving his feet forward. Sometimes, even if you know it's an illusion and have mentally prepared yourself, some things are still unavoidable. To get through this journey without closing your eyes really requires immense courage. It truly lives up to Gryffindor's test. After a few minutes, Albert gradually suppressed his inner discomfort and began to observe his surroundings. It was not completely dark, there was light halfway, and it was blue flames, undoubtedly the ancient goblin fairy fire. This inverted corridor is very long. After walking for a few minutes, Albert discovered the trap left by Gryffindor. Sure enough, it wasn't that easy to get through. Albert secretly called it luck. This trap is very simple, it's a pitfall that can be easily jumped over. But if you run over with your eyes closed, you'll definitely fall into the pit and make a fool of yourself. Albert jumped over and spent about 10 minutes traversing the inverted corridor. Along the way, he encountered 2 more pits, all of which were the type that could be jumped over but not avoided. To be honest, jumping over from the pit is super thrilling. Just think about standing on the ceiling and then jumping. What a feeling! It feels like you're flying, and it feels like you might fall into the stone spikes below. By the time Albert finished walking through the inverted corridor, his legs were still trembling. But I have to say, this is really very Gryffindor. Without courage, you really wouldn't make it through. If you run over with your eyes closed, that would be even worse. Want to cheat? It's not that simple. Without a bit of courage, you actually want to attract the attention of the Gryffindor treasure. Where you came from, you shall return. Albert was considering how to tell Fred and the others about this. He was genuinely worried that they might close their eyes and dive headfirst into the fog, only to end up falling into the pit. In the end, Albert found a way to break the deadlock. He took a broom out of the No Trace expansion bag and flew backward through the inverted corridor. That's right, it's that simple. Riding a broomstick while flying isn't actually that strange. He believes Fred and George can do it. As for Lee Jordan, he can either fly by himself or find someone to team up with. Although Albert thought that Fred and the others should rely on their own abilities to pass Gryffindor's test, how the 3 would ultimately choose was none of his business. Please remember the book's initial domain, Chapter 335, Final Boss. When Fred, George, and Lee Jordan saw Albert riding his broomstick, flying out of that strange mist, their faces were filled with unmistakable astonishment. Although the 3 of them couldn't figure out what was going on for a moment, Albert flying out on a broomstick undoubtedly proved that this trick was very effective. The 3 surrounded Albert, all talking at once to ask about the matter. Albert didn't hold back either. He directly shared his experiences and observations in the fog with his roommates. The 3 of them fell silent upon hearing this, inwardly feeling lucky. If they hadn't waited for Albert to come out and had run into the mist with their eyes closed, they would have all been in big trouble. What are you planning to do? Are you going to enjoy the fun of navigating through this magical fog, or are you going to fly straight over it on your broomsticks? Ride the broom, don't waste time on the adventure, Fred said with great righteousness. I think so too. George immediately agreed. Why don't you guys give it a try? The escape room is really thrilling, Albert suggested with a smile. How come Gryffindor didn't consider the issue of flying broomsticks? Lee Jordan changed the subject. Haven't you read Quidditch Through the Ages? Albert shook his head with a smile and said, the book has an introduction to flying broomsticks. Ahem, I think we should go over there first. Lee Jordan said again, I don't really want to use Silver Arrow. How about we switch? That antique broom feels really unsafe. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he didn't refuse to swap brooms with Lee Jordan. It didn't really matter to him which broom he used. Your flying skills are just too poor, it's not the broomstick's fault, George muttered. You're the one who talks too much. Lee Jordan glared angrily. It turns out that Lee Keaton's flying skills were indeed terrible. When he was flying backward, he actually fell off the broom. In the end, it was Fred who helped him, and only then did the four of them successfully fly through the misty area. Were you almost scared to the point of wetting your pants? George looked at the disheveled Lee Jordan and couldn't help but chuckle, but after getting a glare from Albert, he obediently shut up. Are you okay? I just felt like I was going to be impaled by those stone spikes. Lee Jordan muttered under his breath. Isn't he still alive? Albert patted Lee Jordan on the shoulder and comforted him, saying that he would get used to it after a few more tries. This inverted corridor was really thrilling. I really don't want to go through that again. Don't be silly, we have to come back again. Fred laughed maliciously. All right, let's go. After turning a corner, Albert felt that everyone was heading downwards. They hadn't encountered anything exciting along the way until they arrived at a vast room. When they first entered the room, blue torches suddenly lit up on the surrounding walls. The room was very spacious, and there was a tall statue inside. As Albert and the others stepped into the room, the massive statue moved, giving a sense of entering a boss room in a game. Hey, stop joking around. Are we really supposed to defeat this big guy? George couldn't help but exclaim. There's no way around it. Every time the massive statue moves, the ground beneath our feet trembles. Albert's complexion wasn't looking too good either. After all, if he really got hit by this big guy, it wouldn't be a joke. Don't just stand there. Albert cursed inwardly and pulled the dazed group back into the corridor. Fortunately, the room wasn't enclosed, otherwise, these dazed fellows would probably be done for. What are you staring at, trying to get yourselves killed? Albert scolded them in a bad mood. The inverted corridor from earlier was one thing, but this is no joke. If that thing hits you, it could really kill you. Fred looked at the giant statue that had come to a stop and said, Can we use the disillusionment charm, or ride brooms? Quiet. Albert shouted. He could tell that the three of them were reluctant to face the huge statue in the room. Do you have any good solutions? This level is also a test for Gryffindor. You should see the door on the other side. I estimate that we need to defeat that giant statue for that door to open. Albert continued. The three of them exchanged glances, hesitating. They loved adventure, but that didn't mean they wanted to die. If they got stomped by the giant statue, they'd probably be turned into meat patties. I'm not forcing it, Albert said calmly. Anyway, I'm definitely going in to see what treasures Gryffindor left behind. Let's go for it. Fred gritted his teeth. Yes. You tell me what to do. As friends, the three of them wouldn't let Albert face the giant statue alone. In the first challenge, the three of them all passed by taking shortcuts, but this time it was obviously impossible. If they couldn't pass the challenges set by Gryffindor using their own strength, what right did they have to obtain the treasures inside? After Albert briefly explained the tactics, the four of them re-entered the room. The giant statue regained its mobility, and the loud noise it made while moving created a strong sense of oppression. Albert waved his wand and directly cast an explosion spell on the giant statue, first disabling its mobility. This was a simple tactic devised by the four of them. These guys didn't have a brain. The explosive spell detonated on the leg of the massive statue, but the spell's power was not enough to break its leg. Of Fred, George, and Lee Jordan used the impediment jinx together, causing the giant statue's other leg to come to a sudden stop. This directly caused the statue to lose its balance and crash heavily to the ground with a thud, shaking the entire room. A statue is just a statue, it just looks a bit scary. A few minutes later, Albert used an explosion spell to blow the statue's head and limbs to pieces, and that thing finally couldn't move anymore. It's just a bit big, but I didn't expect it to be quite easy to deal with. Fred looked at the fallen statue and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No, this level is actually very difficult. The body of this giant statue is extremely solid, and it is estimated that it has been enchanted. Albert analyzed. My explosion spell is very powerful, it can take down an 8-eyed giant spider in one hit. I had to use it many times just now to finally stop it completely. Do you mean? Ordinary spells probably won't have any effect on it. Albert said to Fred, if you don't believe me, you can try using the cutting spell or the crushing spell. The three of them tried the shatter spell on the giant statue, and just as Albert said, this guy's body was extremely sturdy. Their shatter spells had no effect. The three of them turned to Albert and said, we also want to learn the explosion spell. First, master the basics, then we'll talk. This spell belongs to the more difficult category. Albert didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. He didn't want his roommates to be overly ambitious, and this spell was a bit dangerous. If it were carelessly used on a student, who knows what would happen. Let's go, let's see what good stuff Gryffindor left here. Albert was the first to walk toward that door after the giant statue was defeated by the four people. the door automatically opened. By the way, that stone door, if you don't take down the giant statue guarding it, you can't get in at all, unless you use powerful magic to blast the door open directly. However, this is obviously more difficult than defeating the guard. Chapter 336, Very Gryffindor. Inside the stone door, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. As soon as they stepped inside, torches suddenly ignited in the room, making the four of them even more vigilant, fearing they would have to fight something again. In the vision of the four people, two figures were sitting opposite each other by the burning campfire, seemingly chatting about some interesting topic. The only treasure here is in the hands of the middle-aged man opposite the tall giant. Godric Gryffindor was polishing his silver sword with a cloth, chatting and laughing with the giant across from him. They cautiously kept an eye on the two statues in front of them, fearing that they might suddenly attack. A few minutes later, the statue still hadn't moved, remaining quietly in place, while the crucible by the campfire was emitting steam. Albert and the others exchanged glances, cautiously making their way toward the statue's location. "Look, that sword!" George exclaimed. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the silver sword in the Gryffindor statue's hand, inlaid with rubies. To be honest, when Albert saw the sword, he was actually very surprised. He still vaguely remembered Harry Potter taking Gryffindor's sword out of the sorting hat and killing the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, but how did this weapon end up here? This longsword is really beautiful. Lee Jordan gazed at the silver sword, lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "Is this the Gryffindor sword you were talking about?" George tilted his head and asked Albert. "Yeah, it should be right, a magic sword forged by fairies." Albert nodded. "Are you ready to take it away?" Lee Jordan tried to take the sword from the statue's arm but was unsuccessful. "Take it away." "No, I won't take this sword," Albert shook his head. "The sword of Gryffindor does not belong to me, it belongs to Gryffindor." "How about bringing it back to school?" Fred suddenly suggested excitedly. "Professor Dumbledore will definitely give us a lot of points." "Leave it here." Albert shook his head. Actually, at first, Albert also considered taking the sword back, but considering that he had just received a special contribution award, if he took the Gryffindor sword back now, Dumbledore probably wouldn't give him another special contribution award. "Why?" George asked in confusion. "As long as we bring it back, the points we earn will definitely help us beat Slytherin House." "I don't plan to expose this place for now." Albert shook his head and said, "I'm planning to turn this place into our secret base, it might come in handy someday." "This is deep in the Forbidden Forest," Lee Jordan said weakly. "Phantom manifestation," Albert reminded. "We have no objections." The twins nodded in agreement with Albert's decision. "All right, I have no objections either," Lee Jordan said with a hint of regret. "However, it was hard to get in, and yet we didn't get anything. It's really a bit of a pity." George looked at the silver sword and couldn't help but mumble. "Treasures, yes." Albert pointed at the blackened crucible over the campfire, which contained some unknown viscous liquid that looked a bit like some kind of terrible dark cuisine. The four of them all deliberately ignored it. "Treasures, just this. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the giant Da Vinci's crucible. The 13 treasures of Britain, the legendary giant Dwifaka's cauldron." Fred was very shocked, looking up and down at the liquid still bubbling with a muddy color, murmuring, "It is said that this cauldron only cooks meat for the brave, and cowards cannot use it. Are you saying we should eat this thing?" Lee Keaton looked at the liquid in the crucible, couldn't help but swallow, and had no appetite at all. "Is this making them eat dirt? I think this joke isn't funny at all," George said with a stern face. "Perhaps. This is also a test." Albert took out a candy and used a transfiguration spell to turn it into a spoon. "Who wants to try it first? Even if you really get poisoned, I have a way to send you back to Hogwarts for treatment." The three of them all looked at Albert and said impatiently, "Why don't you eat first?" "Just a small bite." Albert raised an eyebrow and said, "Just think of it as eating Bertie Bott's every flavor beans." "All right, I'll come." Jordan Lee mustered his courage, trembling as he reached for the ladle and scooped a small spoonful of the dark dish. He put it in his mouth and forced himself to swallow, fighting back the urge to gag. The next moment, his eyes widened involuntarily, his face full of shock. "Are you okay?" Fred asked with concern. Could it be that he really got poisoned? "The taste is surprisingly, unexpectedly good." Lee Jordan blinked in surprise and said, "It's the taste of meat soup." "You're not trying to pull a fast one on us, are you?" George obviously didn't quite believe Lee Jordan's nonsense. "Why would I lie to you?" Lee Jordan took another small scoop and nodded, saying, "It really does taste like meat soup. I feel warm all over, it's a truly wonderful feeling." "Maybe this is the legendary giant Dwinch's crucible," Fred muttered, and he was also ready to give it a try, but was stopped by Albert. "Wait a little longer and see if there are any other effects." Albert was very cautious, worried that eating it might cause poisoning. I think Betty Bowers might have been here. Lee Jordan expressed his guess, he probably got his inspiration from here. Is Betty Bott a Gryffindor student? Fred asked. It should be. Why do you say that? Every bite is an adventure. Lee Jordan recited the slogan for Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans, very Gryffindor, isn't it? Maybe. Albert did not comment, as he had not studied this area. After waiting for a few minutes and confirming that Lee Jordan was fine, the three of them tasted the food in the crucible, which indeed had the flavor of meat soup, just as Lee Jordan had said. Truly incredible. Albert looked at the food in the bowl and murmured. After finishing the meal, he felt warm all over and full of energy. Didn't they say that silverware forged by goblin silversmiths wouldn't get dust or stains? Albert turned his head to look at Gryffindor polishing the sword and couldn't help but comment. He reached out and picked up the silver sword from the statue, running his fingers along the blade's spine, pausing for a moment on the name engraved there, and muttered, "It seems the fairies must be lying. How did you take the sword down?" Lee Keaton asked in shock. Albert ignored Lee Jordan and mysteriously said, "Do you know the story behind the sword of Gryffindor? Come on, don't keep us in suspense." It is said that Godric Gryffindor wanted a trusty sword, so he asked the then Fairy King, who was the most outstanding silversmith, to forge a sword for him. Later, after the Fairy King forged the weapon, he was very reluctant to hand it over to Gryffindor, and then he pretended that Gryffindor had stolen the sword from him. Listening to Albert tell ancient stories, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all had their mouths agape in astonishment. So, now the fairies think, is this true? The information I saw in the literature is just like this. Of course, these documents were not actually found in the Hogwarts library, but in Broad's Manor, where many ancient manuscripts are truly preserved, most of them being handwritten copies. I didn't expect there to be such a thing. Lee Keaton felt that he had really gained some knowledge, but then he realized something and suspiciously asked, "You aren't trying to fool us again, are you? I remember Fred's older brother works at Gringotts." Albert suddenly said, "You can go back and ask him to find out. Fairies believe that everything they create rightfully belongs to them. When wizards pay to purchase something, it is merely a temporary rental by the payer. They believe that when the original buyer dies, the item should be returned to the fairies. When you pass it on to your descendants without paying the fairies, it's no better than stealing." But why would the fairy make up such a lie? To cover up the truth. Albert said without hesitation, the Fairy King couldn't get the sword back because he hit a brick wall. Gryffindor threatened the Fairy King that if he tried to do so, he would use the sword to kill the Fairy King and his subjects. Later, the Fairy Society began to spread the story that Gryffindor had stolen the sword. To make this lie come true, the Fairy King instilled such ideas into his people to solidify the fact that Gryffindor had stolen the sword. In his previous life, there was a similar country. In fact, the Fairy King was quite successful, but it also brought trouble to the fairies. Fairies with such ideas don't have a good relationship with wizards, do they? Albert said disdainfully. This incident also indirectly led to two fairy rebellions in the 17th and 18th centuries. Of course, history is already very difficult to investigate. Whether it was the fairies lying or Gryffindor lying, it can no longer be traced, but I would prefer to believe that it was the fairies who were lying. Why? The three asked in confusion. Look at this. Albert pointed to the inscription on the sword's spine. Godric Gryffindor. Only goblin silversmiths have the skill to work with silver, which means this name was requested to be engraved by the Goblin King at the time. Albert said softly, "This sword undoubtedly belongs to Gryffindor. Pete, please remember the book's initial domain, chapter 337. 2 things before the holiday that morning, Albert and the others quietly returned to Hogwarts Castle on their flying broomsticks. Although they didn't find any treasure, this fun adventure experience became a precious memory for the four of them. Perhaps, this is what is known as the Gryffindor treasure. Actually, Albert didn't come away empty-handed either. After using the food from the giant Duinch's cauldron, he gained a special skill that cannot be upgraded, the Heart of the Brave. This was only after he noticed that his mission to find Gryffindor's secret treasure had changed that he realized he had this special skill. Although he didn't obtain Gryffindor's treasure, gaining such a special skill isn't a loss either. By the way, the Braveheart skill is indeed very Gryffindor. Its effect is, when facing difficulties, stay calm and face them bravely. Albert was very curious if Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, who also used the food from the giant's cauldron, had also acquired this skill. Of course, the three of them have no skills to speak of. Unlike Albert, the inability to bring back the Gryffindor sword to the school was a disappointment for Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, as they clearly hoped to use it to win the House Cup for Gryffindor. Perhaps, this is a land that produces heroes in abundance. Gryffindor's points were ultimately surpassed by Slytherin's, and many Gryffindor students felt quite regretful. However, very few of them considered earning points for Gryffindor toward the House Cup themselves. Even if you really take the sword away, one day, the Gryffindor sword will quietly disappear. This enchanted silver sword belongs only to Gryffindor. When a Gryffindor student truly needs it, the sword will reappear, falling out of the Gryffindor's pointed hat. So, Albert had no intention of using that sword, nor did he plan to tell his roommates about this guess. The final exams were completely over, and there were still a few days until the school holiday. The students, having finished their exams, walked out of the stuffy castle in small groups, playing and chatting on the grass. Albert and his companions were no exception. They got some chilled pumpkin juice from the kitchen, sat on the picnic blanket that Albert had laid out, played wizard cards, and chatted about what they would do during the summer vacation. I kind of miss my Tom at home. Albert was petting the black cat raised by Elia, smiling as he shared photos of Tom with everyone. It's really fat. Elia took the photo and couldn't help but complain, I really don't want Winnie to turn out like that. Just now, she was still feeling frustrated about how her cat had been easily taken away by Albert, and then she saw him pulling out food from his pocket to feed it. Why not bring it to school? Just after losing a game, Angelina asked in confusion, and are you sure you're taking care of a cat? It seems to lack exercise. Shauna looked at the photo and spoke after a long while. Well, I once tried to help it lose weight, but I wasn't successful. Albert said, looking in a certain direction where many students were flocking toward the castle, as if something had happened. It seems like something happened, I'll go take a look. Lee Jordan ran toward the castle, while the others exchanged glances but didn't follow, preparing to wait for Lee Jordan to bring them news. About 15 minutes later, Lee Jordan returned with news. Kenneth Toller was found passed out in the toilet, like a pile of mush, and it was a Slytherin student who did it. Lee Jordan explained, remember the Bane of the Mind incident? It is said that it was that Slytherin student who drank the potion and was sent to the hospital wing. Kenneth Toller brought this on himself. Albert shook his head and said, he was too greedy. I wonder who sold the recipe for the brain booster to Kenneth Toller. Fred and George couldn't help but roll their eyes at Albert. I already warned him. Albert said calmly. I remember that bottle of brain booster you had seems to have been drunk. How's it working? Sana asked curiously. Didn't drink it. Albert pulled a simple trick on everyone. At that time, he gave us a cognitive enhancer. That guy sold that bottle of potion the same day and made several times the galleons. Fred directly dug into Albert's past. That bottle of Baffy brain booster is real. If that Ravenclaw boy finds out, he'll probably faint in the bathroom. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Albert said grumpily. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, very envious of Albert's ability to make money. No wonder he had the funds to host the wizard card tournament. In the following days, Albert spent a lot of time writing replies, and with Isabel's help, he managed to get through the pile of letters. After returning home, there weren't as many owls to help with delivering letters, and Albert didn't want to wear Shira out. At the end of year feast, Slytherin House won the House Cup again. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were very displeased. After the feast, Dumbledore regretfully announced that Rowena Ravenclaw was missing. Of course, if the headmaster hadn't brought it up in advance, probably not many students would have paid attention to it. Poor Rowena Ravenclaw is being forgotten by people, and even the Daily Prophet's bounty on her is no longer getting much attention. On the morning of the last day of school, the exam results were finally announced, and Albert naturally secured the top spot in the entire grade once again. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all passed the exam with high scores. After receiving the notice that magic is not allowed outside of school, everyone grabbed their luggage and boarded the Hogwarts Express. Albert, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan took up a booth by themselves, playing a few rounds of Exploding Snap while discussing the secret base. I haven't thought it through yet, Albert said honestly, but I think that place will come in handy. Maybe we can lure others to go on an adventure there. Fred suggested, however, I'm a bit skeptical about whether others can pass Gryffindor's test. Fred and the other two were well aware that a significant part of the reason they could pass the test was due to Albert's help. Maybe we'll get eaten by the eight-eyed giant spider before we even find the place, George said ungraciously. We can create some treasure maps, Lee Jordan suggested. Then, we can hide it in a book that someone might actually use. The four of them gathered together to discuss this possibility. Although many of the assumptions were difficult to put into action, they all had a great time chatting. Before getting off the bus, Fred and George invited Albert to their house. After thinking it over, Albert finally agreed. He was indeed a bit curious about what the Weasley house was like. Coincidentally, I still need to see Professor Broad this summer. After leaving the station, Albert quickly found his family. Herbert was waiting for him outside the car, while Daisy was waving at him from the passenger seat. Just as Albert walked over, a squished cat face suddenly appeared by the car window. I am already 11 years old. Nia shook Tom's tail and muttered softly. Meow. Tom used his paw to pull back his tail, jumped onto Albert's lap, and licked the fur that had been ruffled. Albert noticed the look Daisy gave him and said somewhat helplessly, if Nia can't go to Hogwarts, will she hate me for it? The girl pouted, not wanting to answer the question. She wanted to go to Hogwarts to learn magic, but all signs indicated that she might not have such magical talent. Mom, Nia actually hates me, Albert said to Daisy, who was sitting in the passenger seat. I didn't do anything, Nia said discontentedly. That's good. Albert reached out and patted Nia's head, continuing, actually, the magical world has many restrictions too. There will be many things I need Nia's help with in the future. Ugh, don't mess with a lady's head. The girl grumbled, I'm already 11 years old, stop treating me like a little kid. You were always a child. You too, don't speak in such a condescending tone, Herbert said. How old are you now? That's right, how old are you? Nia immediately chimed in, don't always talk to me like that. I am your brother. End of this volume. Pete, please remember the book's initial domain, Chapter 338, The Story of Quirinus Quirrell. 2. Remember in a second, Master, I have already inquired with the goblins, and Dumbledore indeed placed a valuable item in Vault 1. In the pitch-black room, Quirrell was reporting the latest intelligence to Voldemort. According to the fairy, Vault 1 is a vault for storing valuable items. The door there has no key, and beside the fairies, no one can open the vault door and take the items inside. The snake in front of Chilo didn't react much, seeming merely like a regular snake. He continued, I've already controlled that fairy, but to break into the ancient spirit pavilion, Quirrell, I didn't spend so much time and effort on you just to hear these excuses. A fierce human face appeared on the snake's head. It was Voldemort's face. Every time Voldemort spoke to him like this, the life of the possessed would be greatly reduced. Sorry, Master. What I need is for you to get the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible, not your apologies. I assume you must have your own plan, right, Quirrell? Yes, Master, I already have my own plan. The fairy controlled by the Imperious Curse will open the door to Vault 1 for me. Chilo whispered, however, I haven't figured out how to escape the pursuit of the Gringotts goblins after snatching the Philosopher's Stone. Actually, Quirrell wasn't very willing to break into Gringotts. Although Voldemort said that obtaining the Philosopher's Stone and fully restoring his body would grant Quirrell the honor and status he deserved. However, Quirrell still had little confidence in breaking into Gringotts, because he had never heard of a wizard successfully stealing from Gringotts. Those thieves who had designs on the Ghouling Pavilion have all been trapped to death in the vast underground maze beneath the Ghouling Pavilion. That cursed place is no good for using the phantom manifestation technique. Quirrell felt that he must have gone crazy, or Voldemort had gone crazy, to come up with the idea of robbing Gringotts. However, he also knew that the Dark Lord taught him those spell-casting techniques and powerful dark magic precisely to help him retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts. If I fail, I will face terrible consequences. Chilo couldn't imagine what would happen to him if he failed, just like those wizards who had been possessed by the Dark Lord not long ago. Chilo had captured a wizard from Nocturne Alley, allowing the Dark Lord to possess him and teach him magic and magical techniques. However, he witnessed firsthand how Voldemort made the other person submit and how he died. All of this sent a chill down Quiro's spine. He realized that he seemed to have no power to resist. Even though the Dark Lord appeared very weak, he was still powerful. As long as you steal the magic stone for me, once I am fully resurrected, those fairies won't be anything to worry about. I will become. Chilo whispered, when suddenly there was a knock on the kitchen window, interrupting his words. He opened the window and received the owl's letter, an invitation from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He quickly opened the letter and scanned the contents of the paper. Principal Dumbledore formally invited him to Hogwarts, and brought him to familiarize himself with the castle, colleagues, and the upcoming teaching schedule. Chilo closed the letter, took a deep breath, and met with Dumbledore. There was no doubt it was a meeting to betray the Dark Lord. If the Dark Lord were to be handed over to Dumbledore, he believed that the greatest wizard in history, a great wizard, can definitely. Chilo admitted that he was indeed somewhat persuaded by Voldemort, but that doesn't mean he is a fool. On the contrary, Chilo is very smart and even once served as the head of Ravenclaw. Chilo's magical talent is actually quite good, otherwise, he wouldn't have grown so rapidly under Voldemort's guidance in just a few months. He has already mastered the non-verbal spells he wasn't very familiar with before, and he can even perform some simple spells without using a wand now. Chilo can be considered an excellent wizard. As long as he betrays the Dark Lord, he will be free. This thought had just surfaced in his mind when Chilo immediately extinguished the rising notion. He didn't dare have any extra thoughts in front of Voldemort. The other party could easily see through his ideas. Dumbledore's invitation. Chilo respectfully said. He invited me to the school to familiarize myself with the upcoming teaching position. You want to hand me over to Dumbledore? Voldemort stared at Quirrell's face and suddenly spoke. You learned spellcasting techniques and a lot of dark magic from me, so you're planning to abandon me? No, I didn't, Master. Chilo said in a panic. Liar, you're lying to me. You were just thinking that. You wanted to hand me over to Dumbledore. Voldemort's voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. You wanted to use Dumbledore to get rid of me. You approached me just to learn dark magic and spellcasting techniques from me, right? I don't mind you doing that, I won't mind, but do you think you can get rid of me? Voldemort suddenly laughed. In my current state, even Dumbledore can't kill me. He can't do anything to me, and he can't help you either. No, Master, I have never had any thoughts of betraying you, never. Quirrell deeply bowed his head and said very respectfully. I don't care. But remember, anyone who betrays me will pay the price for it. Voldemort's voice echoed in Quirrell's ears. The next day, Chilo went to Hogwarts at the agreed time. In front of the school gate, Quirrell saw the gamekeeper Hagrid waiting for him at the entrance. Chilo stepped forward, greeting Hagrid with a slight stutter and shaking hands with him. Hagrid took him to the headmaster's office. Remember, in 1 second, Principal Dumbledore chatted with him for a while about work matters, discussed the benefits of being the defense against the dark arts professor, and personally showed Quirrell around Hogwarts, such as his office for defense against the dark arts and the classroom he would be using for lessons. First, get familiar with your own work. In a while, I might need your help with some matters. Dumbledore said with a smile. I am very happy to be able to help, it is my honor. By the way, Professor McGonagall asked me to tell you that she hopes you can quickly finalize the books to be used for the defense against the dark arts class, so that the admission letters can be sent to the students. No problem, I'll quickly hand over the required form to Professor McGonagall. Chilo nodded, trying to make himself look more reliable, but his actions were not very convincing after watching Dumbledore leave. Quirrell closed the door to the defense against the dark arts office and carefully inspected every corner of the room to ensure he wasn't being watched. To be honest, the likelihood of this happening is quite low. Chilo felt that his disguise was very successful. He had always made himself appear a bit stuttery and nervous, and he cleverly deceived Dumbledore by telling him about some of the bad experiences he had during his travels. Chapter 339 Snow Mountain Resort. Remember, in a second, a new car doesn't mean it's of good quality. On the way to the ski resort in France, the Anderson family's tour bus had already broken down twice, turning into a disaster for the passengers heading to the snowy mountain resort. This is definitely the most unreliable inn I've ever encountered. Nia turned her head to look out the window. The long wait was almost making her lose her patience. The passengers on the bus had already been waiting for over an hour. It was simply a disaster. Maybe we should go on vacation to the Isle of Wight. Daisy stared at her husband, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. They should buy German cars. As everyone knows, the tourist cars in that country don't easily break down on the way. Herbert averted his gaze from his wife and muttered. Originally, the Anderson family was planning to go on vacation to the Isle of Wight. Later, considering that they had already vacationed at the French seaside last year, they decided to go skiing in the Alps this time. In the scorching summer, a ski resort is undoubtedly a great place to escape the heat. Of course, it has to do with the Anderson family having prepared to go skiing a long time ago. Alright, eat something, and if you're tired, close your eyes and rest. Albert took a small jar of candy out of his pocket and placed it in Nia's hand. It was candy bought from the Duke of Honey. That thing is really useful, it can hold a lot of stuff. How's Tom doing? Nia took the candy, popped one into her mouth, and then handed the rest of the candy to the herb couple sitting in front of them. It's doing great, just finished eating and is taking a little nap. Albert was observing Tom and the box, muttering. Albert never intended to obey any laws of the magical world from the very beginning, using the undetectable extension charm to create a lot of space equipment for himself. Naturally, with this thing, Tom no longer needed to rely on his grandfather's care. Albert directly hid Tom in a small box and smuggled him over. Are you planning to take Tom to school this semester? Nia suddenly asked. Well, Nia is going to attend Eton College. Albert suddenly said that Nia's grades weren't bad either. Perhaps it was because of the pressure Albert put on her. If I don't receive the Hogwarts invitation letter. Nia muttered. For this matter, Daisy was very happy. For a long time the tour bus continued to move slowly forward, arriving at the ski resort after dark. The drowsy passengers on the bus were soon captivated by the surrounding beautiful scenery, while the children who had never skied were looking around, searching for the legendary gondolas and cable cars. After a moment, the tour bus stopped in front of a 3-story hotel. The travelers, having put on their coats again, couldn't wait to leave the stuffy and oppressive bus. and they made their way in small groups toward the hotel lobby. The Anderson family had booked a double room in advance. As soon as they closed the door, Albert took Tom out of the box. The fat cat, having just arrived in a strange place, began to sniff around, seemingly trying to identify the surrounding scents. "Mom," Nia asked, "does Tom get cold?" I prepared a cotton-padded jacket for Tom. Daisy took out the little cotton-padded jacket she had prepared for Tom and handed it to Nia. "Mom, you bought it too small." Nia held the cotton jacket, measured it against Tom, shook her head, and said, "How could Tom possibly fit into this?" "Don't worry, Tom is so fat, he's very cold resistant." Albert kicked the guy out of bed. "Maybe we can take this opportunity to help him lose some weight." Meow. Tom let out a dissatisfied meow, jumped onto the sofa, and crouched down. Ha ha ha. They had a local specialty French meal in the hotel's grand restaurant, and then Herbert and Daisy went back to their room to sleep. Albert was preparing to take Nia around the resort, but Herbert wasn't worried. He was well aware of his son's abilities. The resort at night is enveloped in beautiful lights, with various hotels and restaurants full of French flavors. You can ski at night too, but Albert didn't take Nia to try it. He took the travel brochure provided by the hotel and took Nia around the resort to scout the area, while also checking out any interesting places or delicious food. The resort is very large, and besides skiing, there are various other entertainments. Albert took Nia to explore the nearby food and, by the way, look for a place to rent ski equipment. The travel brochure the resort gave us is such a scam. Nia had just walked out of the ski equipment store when she couldn't help but complain. "If it weren't for coming out for a stroll, I really wouldn't have known that the shop renting ski equipment recommended by the resort is much more expensive than other shops." Of course, although the snow gear is somewhat better, in Albert's eyes, it isn't worth that price. Some tourists who borrowed ski equipment are already eagerly skiing on a snow slope next to the town, but not all tourists who come here for vacation are good at skiing. The beverage shop next to the small snow slope has a large, floor-to-ceiling window. Albert brought Nia there to drink coffee while watching a group of people skiing on the slope. During the day, it's a place for beginners to practice skiing, and at night, it's a ski resort for those who want to ski. After all, running far at night is not safe. "Your hot cocoa." Albert handed a cup of hot drink to Nia. "Finish this and go back to sleep. We'll go skiing again tomorrow." Nia responded. "What's wrong?" Albert followed Nia's gaze and looked up the snowy slope. Someone was skiing well, actually, except for the woman with long, waterfall-like silver hair. Everyone else stopped and stared blankly at her figure. "Don't look," Nia muttered. "That woman is very strange." Albert agreed. "Indeed, she is very beautiful." AI:0. Remember, in 1 second after Bert finished speaking, he noticed Nia glaring at him discontentedly and quickly added, "Of course, Nia is also very cute." Humph. Nia disdainfully curled her lips and reminded, "Look at the reactions of others, they're all mesmerized, each one of them acting like idiots." After the girl left, many men still turned their heads to watch her retreating figure. For a moment, the store erupted into a noisy argument. The men who had brought their partners all had bad luck. After all, anyone who saw their boyfriend staring at another woman would get angry, jealous, and argue with their boyfriend, no matter how good-tempered they were. "Do you know what that's all about?" Nia asked curiously. "By the way, it seems like you weren't affected." "That's obviously because of my strong will." Albert guessed what was going on. That girl might be a Meiwa, or she might have Meiwa blood. Albert still remembers that during the Triad Championship, there was a beautiful contestant of the Meiwa bloodline, but their ages didn't match. "That woman is a witch, right?" Nia suddenly said. "Why do you say that?" Albert retorted. "I think she might have used some kind of magic to make those people so fascinated with her." Nia said confidently, "Ever since I learned about the existence of magic, many unreasonable things have been attributed to magic." "Well, the other party might be a Muggleborn, or a wizard with Muggleborn ancestry." Albert did not deny this. "However, it's indeed a bit strange for wizards to appear in the Muggle world. If I use magic, can I become that charming too?" Nia quickly asked. "You are already very charming," Albert said with a smile. "Besides, beauty brought by magic is usually fleeting, nothing to be envious of. We should go back, let's not make them worry." Chapter 340. You are very famous. Remember, in a second. "Good morning, Nia." Herbert opened the door, looked at his daughter standing outside, smiled, stepped aside, and let Nia in. "Albert asked me to come wake you up after 8. Nia pouted a bit unhappily. "He always thinks I'm still a child who needs someone to take care of me." "You've always been a child." Daisy stepped forward to give her daughter a good morning kiss and asked with a smile, "Where's Albert?" "He took Tom out for a walk." Nia complained. "He said he wanted to find a place where no one would be around." Nia was very frustrated. In the eyes of her family, she would always be that child who never grew up. Clearly, when Albert was her age, the family was very at ease with him. All right. Herbert could tell that his daughter's mood wasn't great, so he spoke up to comfort her. Once you start school, no one will treat you like a child anymore. But I want to go to Hogwarts. That also requires you to wait until you receive your Hogwarts acceptance letter. Daisy spoke up to comfort her. Don't worry, it's only the beginning of the month. Albert hasn't received a letter from Hogwarts either. Daisy did not believe her daughter would be a witch. Nia had not shown any strange abilities since she was little, and she trusted her son's judgment. After all, wizards understand wizards better. In fact, neither Daisy nor Herbert wanted Nia to become a witch. Although it had only been 2 years, they both realized that Albert had already become somewhat distant from them. The values and worldviews of the two worlds are ultimately still slightly different. When Albert fully integrates into the magical world, his connection with them will gradually weaken, and he might even completely lose contact. You can let Albert tell you about the wizarding world. Herbert, holding Nia's hand, said, "Let's go down for breakfast. The food in France is indeed wonderful." After catching a glimpse of his wife's disapproving look, he quickly changed the subject, saying, "By the way, did Albert mention when he would be back?" "No, he's been out for half an hour already." Nia looked out the window and decided to ask Albert to teach her how to ski later. At this moment, in the woods to the north of the resort, Albert looked at the excited and frolicking Tom, his face full of helplessness. This fat cat, with all its excess fat, was indeed not afraid of the cold. "Tom, don't run around. If you get lost, I won't take care of you." Albert took a few steps forward, intending to grab Tom's leash and pull him back. I didn't expect this fat guy to run so fast and actually let it escape. Before long, Tom ran back by himself, as if he had encountered something terrifying, and hid behind Albert's legs. However, because he was too fat, most of his body couldn't be concealed, which made Albert unable to help but laugh. "Well, I didn't expect you to be this cowardly." Albert reached out and picked up the fat cat, then looked up at the nearby traveler, his face showing a hint of astonishment. "Is it really possible for someone to ski in the forest? Is this for the thrill?" The person stopped not far from Albert, took off their goggles, and looked over here. It seemed they saw something, and suddenly froze. Albert also looked at the newcomer, slightly frowning. He hadn't expected to encounter anyone else here, and the way the other person was looking at him was a bit strange. That was a very beautiful woman. Albert suspected that she was the woman he had seen last night, who was suspected to have succubus blood. He had no intention of getting involved with her and took Tom back to the inn for breakfast. "Sorry, it seems I scared your cat, Mr. Anderson." The young woman's tone was familiar, as if they had known each other for a long time. "Do we know each other?" Albert stopped in his tracks, squinted slightly, and looked at the woman across from him. He didn't remember having any previous encounters with her. "I don't know you, but I've heard your name. After all, you are quite famous, Mr. Albert Anderson." The woman flashed a confident smile and introduced herself. "My name is Louise Darrell. It's a pleasure to meet you here." "I'm very famous." Albert frowned slightly. He had some impression of the surname Drell, as if it were, "Are you Mr. Drell's daughter, the one Mr. Claude mentioned who was so helpful?" Albert raised an eyebrow and asked. "The helpful Mr. Deller you mentioned is my uncle," Louise Deller said with a smile. "Uncle Claude once told Uncle Darrell about you. I happened to be visiting their house at the time and got to see his memories together. Uncle Claude thinks highly of you, saying you are a genius and will definitely become a very powerful wizard in the future." After finishing her sentence, Louise Deller looked Albert up and down, nodding and saying, "Uncle Claude was right, you really are impressive. You figured out who I was right away. By the way, your French is also very standard." Being able to figure out who she was right away, Louise Deller actually had to give credit to Albert, and his French was indeed quite standard. At least, she thought she couldn't speak a foreign language as well as that. "Welcome to France." At that moment, Albert felt a brief moment of dizziness, and Louise Deller in front of him became incredibly enchanting. "I heard that France also has a magic school." Albert withdrew his gaze from Louise Deller and shifted the topic away from himself. When it comes to talking about his own matters, Albert always feels very embarrassed. "Beauxbatons Academy of Magic," Louise said happily. "I studied there. Ilvermorny is a beautiful school. I've heard that Hogwarts in England is equally historic." "Yeah, that's also a school with a long history." Big smiley face. "Remember in 1 second school?" Albert took out his pocket watch, glanced at the time, and gave the other person an apologetic smile. "I should head back, otherwise, my family will definitely worry. Let's talk another day. By the way, I think you should tone down your charm a bit. I heard that several couples had fights yesterday." Albert held Tom and turned to leave. "What an unlovable guy. Louise watched Albert's departing figure, a pleased smile curling her lips. She had indeed released a bit of her charm earlier, intending to tease this genius. Unfortunately, my charm that has always been successful seems to have hit a wall with Albert. Deller. Albert muttered, Miva's lineage is indeed unfair. Miva's own shortcomings haven't been passed down to the next generation, instead, her strengths have been inherited. Albert admitted that Louise was indeed a very charming woman, but he felt it was better to keep his distance from her, lest he accidentally embarrass himself in front of her one day. Those unfortunate men still troubled by their girlfriend's breakup antics are definitely the result of that person's bad influence. Chapter 341, Overly Familiar. Remember, in 1 second in the following days, Albert didn't go to the forest in the north again, nor did he encounter Louise anymore. Nia's learning to ski hasn't been very smooth, she still often falls, and sometimes she even drags Albert along with her as they tumble in the snow. A similar scene can often be seen on the snowy slopes next to the small town. Not only Nia does this, but other tourists who are not good at skiing do it too. Everyone's situation is similar, so no one feels embarrassed. Travelers who really know how to ski will take the cable car to ski elsewhere. Failed again. Nia reached out to help Albert up from the snow, mumbling softly. Maybe I'm not good at teaching people how to ski, I'll have Dad come over to teach you. Albert readily took the blame, reached out to brush the snow off Tanya, and gently comforted her. You must think I'm stupid. The girl pouted unhappily. So, you don't want to teach me anymore? Alright, keep practicing. Albert sighed and said. When skiing, balance is very important, just like ice skating and riding a bicycle. Albert shared his insights with Nia, saying, at the beginning, you don't need to rush. Any similar sport requires a bit of time. Expecting to succeed in one step is very unrealistic. The girl nodded, and before long, she pulled Albert down with her. Sorry. It's nothing, you're not hurt, right? None. That's good. Conversations like this, I don't know how many times they've already repeated. Actually, Albert doesn't know how to ski either. His skiing skills have only reached level 1 through experience, and his skiing technique is quite average. When teaching Nia, he just passes on his own feelings about skiing to her. Albert once thought that Nia's sense of balance was too poor, which is why she often fell. Now it seems that it is very likely that the teacher himself is too incompetent. Near noon, Daisy and Herbert returned from skiing and came over to the snow slope to check the situation, only to see the scene of the two siblings falling together. I might really not be cut out for teaching others how to ski. Albert helplessly told Herbert that he had been teaching Nia for several days. But Nia still hadn't learned. It turns out that Albert's guess was correct, he really isn't good at teaching. Daisy taught Nia how to ski in just half an hour. Although it wasn't very smooth, Nia did indeed learn, which made Albert quite frustrated and unable to help but doubt his teaching abilities. It seems that I really am not cut out to be a teacher. He muttered softly. To celebrate Nia learning to ski, we're going to that French restaurant we went to last time for dinner. Their food is really good. Herbert led his family of 4 toward the restaurant. As for the other member of the family, the fat cat Tom, he is lying on the cushion with his paws tucked in, sleeping. The food at that restaurant is indeed quite good, very authentic French cuisine, but it's a bit pricey. Many countries' cuisines, when transmitted to other countries, undergo some strange changes in taste to adapt to other people's palates. Unless you go to that country, it's very difficult to taste authentic food. Most people who are unaware even think that those international cuisines are supposed to be like that. The 4 of them were eating and chatting about skiing. Herbert, while skiing, discovered a few nice spots and planned to take them there to take pictures as a memento. However, Albert thinks Nia still needs to practice skiing more, so he postponed the matter. Actually, Albert isn't very interested in skiing. Most of the time, he only spends some experience points to upgrade his skills because he thinks he should know how to do it. We meet again, Mr. Anderson. At this moment, someone walked over and greeted him in a familiar tone. Albert suddenly looked up at the newcomer, a momentary look of astonishment appearing on his face. The Anderson family all looked at the beautiful girl in front of them with confusion, and soon realized that she was there to see Albert, all turning to look at him. The food at this restaurant is quite good. Albert said casually, are you alone? They're over there. Louise smiled at a couple dressed very ordinarily not far away. Albert slightly nodded in that direction but had no intention of going over to get acquainted with the other person. However, Mr. Dracula came over by himself. Nice to meet you, Mr. Anderson. I hope I'm not being too forward. The other party spoke in broken English, and it seemed they didn't use it often. Nice to meet you, Mr. Dracula. Albert formally greeted the other person, using French. There was no other choice. The other person's English accent was so poor that he found it very difficult to understand. Muggle sports are equally interesting. Mr. Dracula said to himself, last time, it took me a few days to learn. Last winter, when Hedek came to France, I even invited him to go skiing with me. He didn't seem to like the sport very much. Albert caught a whiff of something unusual. Don't look at me like that, I've known Hertog for several years too. I heard he thinks highly of you. If you were a few years older, I would definitely welcome you to pursue my daughter Louise. She's very beautiful, isn't she? Mr. Drackle winked at Albert. This guy is quite the social butterfly, chattering away, and even trying to sell himself like Albert did with his daughter, earning several eye rolls from Louise and his wife. Albert remember in 1 second opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seems like you don't know you're quite famous. Perhaps seeing Albert's look of astonishment, Mr. Dracula suddenly spoke up. I don't know. I've read a few of your papers, very impressive. Many people think you might be the next Dumbledore. Mr. Dracula's words carried a hint of jest. Albert didn't take this matter seriously and let the other person continue speaking. I heard that Hedek is researching a potion that can cure werewolves. I don't know. Albert said calmly, however, for werewolves to completely become normal humans is not an easy task. What you're talking about could very well be a suppressant, making werewolf transformations less dangerous. I think so too. Mr. Drackle nodded. That kind of condition is incurable, right? You know about the bet between Hedek and Mr. Damocles. I remember their relationship seemed pretty good, right? It's hard to imagine Mr. Dagworth Granger actually agreeing to such a wager. Albert didn't quite believe it. He knew that person had already gained too much glory and wasn't very interested in much other than potions. I'm not very familiar with Mr. Damocles. Mr. Drackle looked at Albert with curiosity. Mr. Dagworth probably wants to give Mr. Damocles a hand. Albert thought for a moment and voiced his guess. After all, an extra Merlin medal is of no use to Mr. Dagworth Granger, while Mr. Damocles clearly needs that Merlin medal. Chapter 342, Young Man. Remember in a second I feel the same way. Mr. Dracula said something that made Albert feel puzzled, then reached into his pocket and handed him a piece of parchment directly. Hertog told me to give this to you. He said. Albert hesitantly took the parchment. The handwriting did indeed resemble Mr. Dagworth's, and he wondered if he had come to help as originally intended. As for what help, the letter didn't say, because it just wrote this one sentence without any context. Albert glanced at Mr. Dracula, waiting for his explanation. Hertog will contact you personally soon. Mr. Drackle said with a smile. He knows you wouldn't trust a stranger easily. By the way, my name is Adrian Dracula, the brother of the helpful Mr. Dracula you mentioned last time. By the way, I'm also a pharmacist. Albert was taken aback by the words, sizing up the man in front of him who claimed to be Adrian Dracula. He remembered that the Muat contestant should be around his age, while Mr. Adrian Dracula's daughter, Louise, was at least 4 or 5 years older than him. Are you sure you're the older brother, not the younger brother? Is there a problem? Adrian Drackle noticed the surprise on Albert's face and curiously asked. I don't see the stuffiness of a potion master in you. Albert said with a strange expression. There's no helping it, this guy in front of me is just too hyper, even more mischievous than the Weasley twins. In Albert's impression, most pharmacists are a bit old-fashioned, and Snape is the best example. Mr. Dagworth also has that tendency. Aren't you a bit unconventional yourself? Mr. Dracula blinked and said, he will contact you soon. If you're interested, you can go over and help out. It's a great experience. I can't leave my family here, they don't speak French. Albert shook his head and refused. No, I didn't mean now. Mr. Drackle explained, we'll meet again, the cured meats here are quite good, you must try them. Mr. Dracula took his daughter and left, leaving the Anderson family in a state of bewilderment. Albert briefly chatted with his family about their curious topic. Are there really werewolves in this world? Nia blinked and asked. Although she had read some of the magical world books that Albert had bought, she was still very interested in the legendary creatures. Yeah, some. Albert casually mentioned something about werewolves, just to brush it off. Daisy was more curious about the potions in the magical world that could make someone more beautiful after drinking them. Women are always interested in how to make themselves more attractive. Beauty potion, a potion that can make a person more beautiful and charming after drinking it. Of course, this is just like makeup, it needs to be consumed regularly. As for whether there are side effects from drinking too much, I'm not really sure. Albert believes that potions should not be consumed in excess. After all, any medicine has its side effects. Daisy fell silent, contemplating whether to ask Albert to buy a bottle for her to try out. There isn't a woman who doesn't wish to become beautiful. Ahem. Herbert seemed to guess his wife's thoughts and interrupted with a dry cough. Are you sure mixing those strange things together and drinking them won't cause any problems? Herbert has been to the pharmacy and is truly not well acquainted with the materials inside. If you want to become beautiful, you should exercise more, eat healthily, maintain a good mood, and use fewer of those strange things," Albert said to Nia earnestly. "If what you're saying is useful, many people would have done it by now." Nia scoffed, clearly not buying Albert's nonsense. "That's because most people can't do it. You still tell us even though you can't do it," Daisy said with annoyance. She wavered. In the evening, Albert received a letter from Mr. Dagworth, who had sent him a mirror. "Is it really a two-way mirror?" Albert looked at the two-way mirror with great interest. "What is that?" Nia couldn't help but ask. Double-sided mirror, something like a phone, allows for face-to-face communication through two magical mirrors. "Tom, don't turn your butt toward it, be careful not to break the mirror." Albert helplessly picked up Tom, just like cats who like to occupy the keyboard when someone is using the computer, or sit on the book when someone is reading. Sometimes, when Tom is ignored, he would also use this method to attract his owner's attention. "That's really great. If we have this, we can see each other often in the future and won't have to write letters anymore." Nia's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "This type of magic mirror has already been lost to history. Currently, the number of double-sided mirrors on the market is very limited. I considered buying a pair before, but unfortunately, I couldn't find any," Albert explained while moving Tom aside. He didn't want the fat cat to break the mirror. The next moment, a voice calling for Albert came from the mirror, and then Mr. Dagworth's face appeared in the mirror, showing a slightly weary expression. Tom was startled and jumped to the side in an instant. He quickly approached cautiously and used his claws to grab the person in the mirror. "Long time no see, Mr. Dagworth." Albert pushed Tom's paw away to prevent him from scratching the mirror. "Long time no see, Albert. I heard from Adrian that you went to France." I'm on vacation in France with my family." "Me too, 0 remember in 1 second in France, working with Damocles on his potion. Would you be interested in coming over? I remember you have a talent for improving potions." When Mr. Dagworth mentioned this, Nia immediately glared at the person in the mirror. "Sorry, I can't make it right now, and by the way, I heard Mr. Drackle say you were betting." "This is just a gimmick," Mr. Dagworth explained helplessly. Damocles has been researching Wolfbane for many years, but the results deviated from his expectations. This potion does not cure werewolves, it merely allows them to maintain their sanity during the full moon, reducing the pain associated with their transformation. "Do you want to make Mr. Damocles famous?" Albert tentatively asked. "That's what he deserves," Mr. Dagworth said softly. "Damocles put in a lot of effort to invent the wolf poison. Why didn't Mr. Damocles receive the Merlin badge and the fame he deserves?" Albert couldn't help but ask. Damocles' reputation is not well known. A few years ago, he tried to promote this potion, but he failed because the materials for the Wolfbane potion were simply too expensive, and the formula was not very friendly for most alchemists. Mr. Dagworth sighed softly. "Moreover, the Ministry of Magic doesn't really care about werewolves, which is why it is like this." "I think I understand. If you're interested, you can come over to participate in the potion improvement. If you can't come over, we can communicate through the two-way mirror. I believe you'll definitely be interested in it." Mr. Dagworth finished speaking and added, "I hope Adrian hasn't caused you any trouble. He really enjoys teasing others, but he means no harm. That guy is actually quite likable." "Is that Mr. Dracula also a pharmacist?" "He's a pharmacist, I know. You might say he doesn't look like one. In fact, when I first met him, I thought he didn't either. Most people who know him think the same." Mr. Dagworth looked helpless, but there's no denying that Adrian's skills are quite good. The face in the mirror has completely vanished. "That's the Mr. Anderson you hold in such high regard." Damocles had corresponded with Albert before. Although he thought Albert's talent was quite impressive, he didn't trust him much due to his terrifying age. "Don't underestimate our little friend Albert, he really is quite talented in the area of improvements. Maybe one of his brilliant ideas could solve a problem that's been bothering you for years." Mr. Dagworth knew that his friend did not trust Albert very much. There's no way around it, Albert is just too young. 0 Chapter 343, The harsh reality. Remember in a second. In the following days, the Deller family and the Anderson family surprisingly got together. Initially, their communication was not smooth. Mr. Deller used broken English and gestures with his feet to communicate with Herbert. Perhaps, due to their half-elf bloodline, the Deller family is quite kind to ordinary people, somewhat similar to the Weasley family. Mr. Drell often brings his family to the resort for skiing and is very familiar with the surrounding area. He introduced the Anderson family to many of the local specialties and fun places here. However, Nia's complexion has been poor, and Louise has been constantly pestering Albert lately, occasionally even flirting with him, which is really infuriating. The two of them started communicating in French again, leaving Nia completely unable to join the conversation. The Andersons discovered that their son had become a bit estranged. In their communication with the Drells, they had no idea that Albert was so famous in the magical world that the two couldn't help but feel worried. Being famous at a young age isn't necessarily a good thing. Mr. Drell understood this and did not forget to comfort the Andersons, informing them that Albert was famous in the magical world, but only within academic circles. Actually, Mr. Dreller also didn't understand why Albert was so famous. In the end, he attributed it to Albert's connections with many well-known wizards in the magical world. Friends of academic big shots usually aren't too shabby. If it were just one-sided, not many people would actually pay attention, but the fields that Albert is involved in are truly vast. When these wizards were communicating, they inadvertently mentioned Albert and were astonished to discover that they all knew him. Naturally, interest will arise, people will exchange questions, gather information about Albert, and remember this genius. The Anderson family ultimately didn't stay at the resort until the end of the summer vacation and flew back to England at the end of the month. There's no way around it. Nia is about to graduate, and whether she goes to Hogwarts or another school, she needs to prepare in advance. The only thing that made Albert feel down was that after returning to the UK, the weather became even more oppressive. Having gotten used to the comfortable low temperatures of the resort, he found the high temperatures back home somewhat unbearable. The hot weather made people irritable, especially as August approached. Nia's mood became increasingly agitated, like a criminal about to be taken to court. The letter from Hogwarts would be her final verdict. Albert could understand Nia's anxious feelings. It was just like the college entrance exam in his past life. That kind of anxiety and frustration was truly terrible, especially for an 11-year-old child. Even though Albert had done his best to comfort her, he couldn't change the girl's anxious mood. Every time she saw an owl flying in, Nia would always rush to grab the letter, wanting to see the results as soon as possible. Albert had to put aside his holiday homework and devote more energy to Nia, trying to distract her with other things. Want to play a game? Albert shook the game he had on, which was the Tetris game he had asked Herbert to buy. Yeah, it's the kind where there's only one game inside. Albert tried to distract Nia with a game, but it didn't work very well. If you really can't wait to know the result, I can write a letter to ask for you. Albert placed the game on the table, moved Tom, who was lying beside him, aside, and calmly said, I know the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. If you really can't wait, I can ask Professor McGonagall for you, the witch who came here last time. Is it really possible? Nia's eyes sparkled with light, but soon dimmed again. Albert knew what Nia was afraid of. Of course. If you want to know. Albert looked into Nia's eyes and said softly, however, no matter the outcome, you must accept it and not throw a tantrum anymore. Nia nodded repeatedly. Albert went back to his room to get a feather and wrote a letter to Professor McGonagall. After he finished writing the letter, he handed it to Nia, who took it and read it softly. Dear Professor McGonagall, my sister Nia Anderson has reached the age for admission to Hogwarts, and she has been quite troubled about it lately. Could you please tell me if she has been accepted to Hogwarts? Albert Anderson, is this it? Nia looked at Albert with confusion, not expecting that the so-called asking would be this simple. Professor McGonagall is the vice principal, responsible for handling new student admissions. Asking her directly is the best way. Albert handed the letter to Sheila and explained to Nia. How long will it take? Albert patted the girl's head and gently reassured her, don't worry, you'll get a reply soon. Albert thought that Professor McGonagall's reply would probably be sent along with the original letter. He wrote this letter purely to appease Nia. Alright, you play the game for a while, and after school, we'll talk about this. Albert handed the game to Nia, went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of cola, and even added 2 ice cubes to it. He also poured himself a glass, took a big gulp, and then pulled out today's daily profit from under Tom's backside. Albert couldn't remember when Quirrell had sneaked into Gringotts to steal the Philosopher's Stone. However, he knew that as long as this incident happened, the Daily Prophet would definitely report it. Even if the fairies wanted to cover it up, they couldn't hide it from those reporters who were always looking for big stories. The next morning, while the Anderson family was having breakfast, Professor McGonagall's reply arrived, or rather, Hogwarts' letter arrived. Only one letter addressed to Albert, *0. Remember in 1 second Professor McG's reply was included in that letter. Nia's smile instantly vanished, tears filled her eyes, and she knew she had not been accepted into Hogwarts. Without a doubt, she has no magical talent. Albert let out a gentle sigh, opened the envelope, found Professor McGonagall's reply, glanced at the contents of the letter, and handed it to Nia. The girl trembled as she took the note, and after exchanging glances, both Herbert and Daisy saw the relieved expressions on each other's faces. Alright, Nia, don't be sad. Even if you can't go to Hogwarts, you can still go to other schools. Daisy hugged Nia tightly and gently comforted her. You've been expecting this for a long time, haven't you? Yeah, I've known it for a long time. This reply letter merely severed Nia's last lingering thoughts. If you want to cry, then cry. Albert gently patted Nia's back and softly said, once you've cried, you'll feel a bit better. Why can't I go? Nia was very unwilling. She also wanted to go to Hogwarts and learn magic. Yeah, why? This world has never had any so-called fairness. It is so cruel. Albert already knew and was used to it. However, it is still so cruel for an 11-year-old girl. Do you remember our promise? After Nia finished crying, Albert said, from now on, help me manage things here, okay? Chapter 344, The Story of Quirinus Quirrell. 3, remember in 1 second his patience is running out, and I know I can't delay any longer. I must take action as soon as possible, Kilo admonished himself in his heart. A long time ago, Kiro had already privately conducted many simulations of infiltrating Gringotts to prepare for successfully stealing the Philosopher's Stone. On the last day of the month, Chilo had already gotten up early, dressed in his usual clothes, and headed to the Broken Kettle Tavern for a drink. He goes to the Broken Pot Bar every day to sit for a while, using it to cover up his actions. Kilo told the bar owner, Tom, that he came to Diagon Alley to buy a new book about vampires. He would also buy a book about vampires later, creating a fixed fact that would prevent others from linking the thief who broke into Gringotts with him. Otherwise, regardless of success or failure, he would have to hide every place to evade the Ministry of Magic's pursuit and the fairies' hunt. After just having a little drink, Kiro noticed that the once lively bar had suddenly fallen into a dead silence. He followed people's gazes and saw Hagrid bringing a frail boy into the bar, casually introducing the child to Tom. This is the first time Quirrell meets the famous Harry Potter. It is said that this savior, even as a baby, had already defeated the most powerful dark wizard of the time, but no one knows how Harry Potter actually did it. However, in Quirrell's eyes, this savior didn't seem to be doing very well. He looked quite frail. It's hard to imagine Dumbledore would entrust the famous Harry Potter to muggles for upbringing. This indeed seems quite strange to Quirrell. Under Hagrid's introduction, Quirrell formally met Harry, and both of them shook hands and stammered a few words. He played his role very well. Chilo knew that the Dark Lord might have him find a way to kill the Chosen One during his time teaching at Hogwarts. Murdering a child who knows nothing is really too easy. Even the savior, the legendary Harry Potter, is now just an 11-year-old boy who knows nothing. He is so vulnerable in the face of dark magic. After Harry Potter left, everyone was still discussing him. Tom even generously offered to buy a drink for all the guests present to celebrate Harry Potter's return. Kiro naturally joined the celebration. After everyone finished celebrating, Kiro found an excuse to leave the bar and really bought a new book about vampires at the Lihen bookstore. Then, he casually turned into a corner travel shop named Terror Tour, pretending to chat with the owner about the Transylvanian vampire castle. In fact, the owner of this store had already been controlled by Quirrell using the killing curse. He came here to wait for someone. That person was his roommate at Hogwarts, a guy who often mocked and teased him. Kilo was preparing to use the Polyjuice potion to disguise himself as his former roommate to enter Gringotts. If the fairies really discovered any clues, it would just be the other party's bad luck. Frame the other person, and Kiro feels no pressure at all. Kiro naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to enter the ancient spirit pavilion under his own identity. That would be too suspicious. With the help of the soul-stealing spell and the Polyjuice potion, invading the ancient spirit pavilion doesn't seem very difficult to Kiro. Half an hour later, his roommate finally arrived. Kilo took the key handed over by the other person, drank the potion mixed with the other person's hair to disguise himself as the other person, and went to Gillen Pavilion to get the money. The fairies didn't even have any doubts and took him into the underground cave. As soon as they entered the cave, Chilo confirmed that no one was around and immediately used the soul-snatching spell to control the guiding fairy. As for the fairy who was originally controlled by his use of the soul-sucking curse, she was already driving another cart, waiting for him at the designated edge of the gold. Kiro took a large bag of galleons from the vault and then took another cart to head directly to the deeper part of the cave, Vault 1. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. The fairy quickly took him to the first gold in the depths of the cave. Killer really couldn't understand why no one had ever succeeded in stealing from the Goblin Bank before. Could it be that those thieves are too stupid? He thought to himself. I am about to obtain the Philosopher's Stone and receive the Dark Lord's reward. As for how to leave here, that is the biggest problem. The Department of Mysteries cannot use apparition, so he has several contingency plans for leaving. Even if he really gets into trouble, he has already found a scapegoat. A hapless thief. This was still the target that Chilo had carefully chosen to divert everyone's attention as much as possible. If trouble arises when leaving here, Chilo will hand that bag of Goluans to the thief and alter his memory to divert everyone's attention. That's right, he did it. As for the evidence, his wand is the evidence, the one Koro is using now. Open the vault. Kilo gave the fairy beside him an order. Fortunately, under the Dark Lord's training, his proficiency in the Soul Stealer curse is not low, otherwise, it could have been quite troublesome. The fairy extended her long finger and gently tapped on the door. Kilo had long heard from that fairy that this precious gold in the underground of the ancient spirit pavilion, which did not require a key, was not allowed to be touched by anyone other than fairies. Otherwise, they would be immediately sucked into the door and trapped inside, unable to get out. What does the Philosopher's Stone actually look like? He couldn't wait to get his hands on it. However, as Chilo focused his attention on the door in front of him, he was astonished to discover that the fairy's body had actually sunk into the golden door. This carat 0 carat. Remember in 1 second what on earth is going on? Kilo's brain went completely blank, and a bad premonition surged to the surface. He immediately thought of the reason: fairy magic. That's right, opening this door requires fairy magic, and only fairies can use fairy magic, so only fairies can open this door. Damn it. Originally, Chilo wanted to quietly take the magic stone, but now there's no choice but to do it this way. Fortunately, he had already prepared several contingency plans. Chilo was very annoyed. He knew he had been played by the fairy trapped in the door in front of him. Even though he had used the mind capture technique on her, an unexpected event still occurred. A flicker of flame shot from Chilo's wand tip, landing on the golden door, and the flames began to blaze fiercely on the metal door. This is the fire curse. A terrifying flame imbued with a curse, capable of easily destroying almost anything. The fairy trapped in the door was quickly burned to death by the fierce fire, and the golden door was completely covered by flames, directly burning a hole through it. Chilo immediately cast a spell to extinguish the fierce fire. He didn't dare let the flames spread, as it could potentially destroy the magic stone inside the gold as well. Worse yet, once the fierce fire spell spread, even he wouldn't be able to control it. Even the fairy's gold is nothing special. Chilo mumbled to himself, his gaze passing through the golden entrance, looking at the items placed inside the gold, and he was instantly stunned. The room is empty. There's nothing at all. The magic stone is missing. Could it be that the fairy deceived him? Or did he arrive too late and the Philosopher's Stone had already been taken by Dumbledore? Kilo instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his feet feeling cold. No, this is impossible. At this moment, Quirrell panicked. He couldn't bear the consequences of failing to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He could hardly imagine how the Dark Lord would punish him. Perhaps he should run away immediately, and seek help from Dumbledore. Will Dumbledore help himself? Quirrell suddenly found his own thoughts to be very ridiculous. Is this possible? I had just been preparing to steal the Philosopher's Stone that Dumbledore kept in Gringotts. Kilo quickly snapped out of his daze. He knew he had to leave this place immediately. Those fairies must already know that someone has invaded the fairy palace. He must leave immediately, or he will be blocked by the fairies. I hope the escape route I prepared will allow him to leave smoothly. Kilo looked at another fairy beside him, who quickly returned to the upper level on a small cart. Carat 0 carat. Chapter 345, The Owl's Letter. Remember in 1 second since the last letter from Hogwarts, Nia has been feeling downcast. The inability to go to Hogwarts to learn magic has hit her hard. After discussing privately with Herbert, Albert called Grandpa Luke on Charles Street and invited him over to their home. This trick really works well. Grandpa Luke's arrival has significantly improved Nia's mood. He undoubtedly knows better than anyone else in the family how to comfort her. Of course, Fat Cat Tom also played an indispensable role. Pets can sometimes be really comforting. At the beginning of August, Nia was preparing to design the uniforms for Caston High School, but Albert didn't go with her. He needed to stay home to finish the remaining holiday assignments. Outside the door, the sound of Tom scratching at the wooden door could be heard. Stop messing around, Tom. Albert got up, opened the door, and let the cat into the room. After Tom entered the house, he immediately jumped onto the desk and lay on the book in front of Albert, his fluffy tail swaying back and forth, looking quite pleased. Albert looked at the cat elder in front of him, helplessly shook his head, and decided not to do his holiday homework. He picked up the newspaper placed beside him and started reading the headlines from a few days ago. The illegal intrusion incident at the ancient spirit pavilion. The fairies of the Goblin Market claimed that the intruders couldn't steal anything because the items in the vault had already been taken. Chilo failed to steal the magic stone. Albert took a notebook out of the drawer, which was entirely written in Chinese characters, and he recorded the Harry Potter novel plotlines he still remembered. Nowadays, one has already been successfully fulfilled. It seems that even with my little butterfly, some historical inertia will still continue. He looked at the notes and murmured softly, the Philosopher's Stone. It's actually a pretty good thing. After all, the Philosopher's Stone can create the elixir of life. The LeMay couple drank that stuff and lived for several hundred years. Talbert, on the other hand, doesn't really desire immortality. After all, the roots of the mandrake can be transformed into an anti-aging potion through complex potion-making techniques, and he has the formula for such a potion right here, although it's just a recipe. As long as Albert is willing to spend some time, he believes he can successfully brew this potion. After all, he is a man with cheats. Albert fiddled with Tom's tail, flipping through the densely packed notes, and couldn't help but sigh. Since that Savior started attending school, Hogwarts has become a lot less safe. Although Voldemort can drop a large amount of quests and experience rewards, Albert doesn't want to face him head-on at all. After all, one's own life is more important. Moreover, Albert prefers to make money quietly, and it would be best if he could secretly undermine his opponent, leaving Voldemort confused about who is targeting him. Harry Potter, the Savior, I hope you can be a bit more reliable. Albert looked at Tom, who was lightly biting his finger, and hesitated for a moment. Hogwarts is so dangerous, do you think I should take you to school? Albert really doesn't feel at ease with his cat. There's no way around it, Tom is just too fat. This is definitely a big problem. By the way, the last time the mission panel had a task to help Tom lose weight, he just left it unfinished. Albert rubbed Tom's fat belly, sighed lightly, and estimated that it was impossible for him to complete this task. Just as Albert was troubled by his cat's obesity, Sheila flew in through the window and threw a letter onto the desk in front of Albert. Thank you for your hard work. Go take a rest. When Albert was about to feed the owl nut, Tom suddenly pounced, clinging to his hand with all four paws, claiming the owl nut for himself. Thus, another daily standoff between a cat and an owl began. Albert spent quite a bit of time calming down the angry Sheila, allowing it to return to its cage to rest, tidying up the messy table. I picked up the letter I had just received from the floor. It was a letter from Fred and George, inviting Albert to their house. The twins complained in the letter about Percy becoming the prefect and grumbled about how Percy keeps going on and on about it. Albert pushed Tom's head away and said irritably, "You still can't understand, or have you already become a genius?" At that moment, another owl flew in through the window, dropped a letter on the table, and flew away. Albert opened the letter and found it was an invitation from Professor Broad. Last time, Professor Broad said he would give them an explanation, and it seems that this is probably the time. Albert flipped through the calendar next to him, preparing to find a suitable time to take care of these two things at once. Three things. He still needed to make a trip to Diagon Alley to buy the necessary items. Just as Albert was pondering, the third owl flew in through his window, and now Tom was furious. He hated owls, and these guys were daring to fly into his territory one after another. Talk about asking for trouble. Fortunately, Albert's quick reflexes caught Tom just as he was about to pounce, otherwise it would have probably turned into another brawl. That owl wasn't afraid of Tom at all. It stared at the fat cat with wide eyes, letting out a threatening call, ready to have a big fight with Tom. Alright, don't get worked up, it will leave soon. Albert had a helpless expression on his face. He never expected that so many letters would arrive all at once today. What on earth is going on? At that moment, Tom suddenly broke free from Albert's grasp. Zero. Remember, in 1 second, using his arm and leveraging his size advantage, he pressed toward the owl, successfully scaring it away. Alright, I know you're better. Albert looked at Tom helplessly, opened the letter, and began reading the letter from Sarah Harris. Originally thought to be a routine academic exchange, I was surprised to find that Sarah Harris actually mentioned in the letter that she wanted to introduce a few alchemy masters to Albert and asked if he was available recently. The last academic exchange. To be honest, Albert has always felt that this Sarah Harris might have some connection with Broad and the others. In the afternoon, Nia finally finished shopping and came back. Under Daisy's urging, she changed into the newly tailored school uniform. How is it? Nia shyly asked. It suits you well. Albert said, that school uniform looks a bit like a nun's habit, but it looks pretty good. He took several photos of Nia from various angles for keepsakes. Over the past 2 years, he has taken many photos and his photography skills have improved significantly. While Albert was preparing to take a group photo of the three, Nia suddenly disappeared from the camera. Nia, where are you going? Albert looked up and asked in confusion. There's an owl. The girl picked up the letter dropped by the owl, looked at the sender's name on it, and her smile instantly vanished. Your letter. Thank you. Albert glanced at the letter. The sender was Isabel. As he was putting the letter back into his pocket, Nia couldn't help but ask, who is Isabel McDougal? A pen pal that Nywan knows. Albert opened the letter, glanced at its contents, and then handed the letter to Nia. Is it really okay? Although Nia said this, she still reached out and took the letter. Looking at the densely packed strange characters on it, she felt a bit dizzy. She asked me if I had bought the latest complete guide to ancient runes. Albert smiled as he put away the letter and casually explained. I still can't understand it, who knows if you're lying or not. Nia grumbled discontentedly. Albert feels quite helpless about his sister, however. He did lie. 0. Chapter 346, One Studies to Be Honest. Daisy completely disagreed with Albert staying at someone else's place for a few days and was unhappy about her son preparing to leave her sight during the summer vacation. However, Albert eventually succeeded in persuading the Andersons, and Grandpa Luke also coincidentally invited Nia to stay for a few days. Sansa was quite welcoming of her granddaughter. In fact, she was a bit dissatisfied with Albert going to Hogwarts. After all, in the eyes of this old lady, a genius like Albert would have a brighter future attending a good high school. Nia getting into a good high school made Sansa very happy. In fact, not only was she satisfied, but Herbert and Daisy were also very pleased. It was estimated that only Nia was not satisfied in the whole family. Don't give Tom too many snacks. When Nia was getting off the car holding Tom, Albert didn't forget to remind her, and Nia pouted and said, "Remember to buy a gift." "Got it. Take care of yourself." Daisy kissed Herbert on the cheek and turned to Albert to give him a reminder. "I will." More than an hour later, they finally arrived in front of the Leaky Cauldron in London. Albert led Herbert into the pub, and they both noticed that there were fewer customers inside. Albert's gaze fell on the wall of the pub, where the goblins of Gringotts had posted a wanted notice for the thief. In fact, the goblins had no idea who had broken into Gringotts. They could only deduce from the vault door burned through by fiendfire that it was a dark wizard. This wanted poster is utterly insincere. You see, the bounties for Harry Potter and Black were both 10,000 galleons, but the one on the wall in front of Albert is only 1,000 galleons. The goblins at Gringotts are a bunch of stingy misers. However, Diagon Alley was as lively as ever, and Herbert and Albert planned to make a trip to Gringotts first to exchange for some galleons. Although Albert had a sum of galleons on him, he did not intend to touch his own little treasure trove. After all, that's the startup capital for the future. As for the pound issue, once he learns to use the crystal ball for divination, he can definitely try to see if he can win something for the family. By then, the family won't be short on pounds, probably due to the recent invasion and theft by dark wizards. Gringotts has added a few wizard security guards wielding metal rods. They are very unfriendly to the customers coming and going, and it took the two of them some time to go inside and exchange their pounds for galleons. "I feel like they treat every customer like a robber," Herbert grumbled. He hated the way those fairies looked at him. In fact, it's quite possible. It's said that there's a potion that can temporarily turn a person into someone else. Albert blinked and said softly, "However, I think the fairies mostly just want to restore their reputation. After all, if a bunch of dark wizards could break into Gringotts and steal, who would dare to keep their money here?" In Albert's eyes, Gringotts' security system is not considered safe. Gringotts' biggest trouble, to put it bluntly, is its terrain. The inability to apparate is extremely deadly for intruders. Even if they manage to steal some money, they can't escape the complex caves, let alone evade the pursuit of wizards and goblins in such a complicated environment. However, Gringotts has a fatal flaw: the disapparition of house elves is unrestricted here because the magical systems of the three are different. The magic that prevents wizards from disapparating cannot stop house elves from doing so, and Hogwarts School is the best example of this. However, this point is often forgotten by people. Just leaving Gringotts, Albert saw the Weasley family preparing to enter Gringotts to withdraw money. "This is Albert Anderson, the one we mentioned earlier." Fred introduced Albert to his father, saying, "My father, mother, and Ron, whom we've mentioned before." Albert's gaze lingered on Ron for a moment. He was a tall, skinny boy with freckles, looking somewhat clumsy. "Hello," Albert introduced, "this is my father." "Hello, Mr. Anderson." Mr. Weasley happily shook hands with Herbert. "Are you a wizard?" "No." Herbert calmly shook hands with Mr. Weasley. Ever since spending several days with the Draco family, he had little feeling for wizards. After all, as a lawyer, Herbert is quite skilled at handling interpersonal relationships. Mr. Weasley insisted on taking Herbert to the Cauldron Tavern for a drink, leaving the shopping and money-fetching duties to Mrs. Weasley. After the adults left, the initial sense of restraint disappeared for the most part. "Congratulations, Percy. I heard you became the class president." Albert greeted Percy with a smile. "Thank you." Percy solemnly extended his hand and shook it with him. This authoritative demeanor made Albert struggle to suppress his laughter. "Oh, Percy, you were the head boy all along." Fred deliberately said in a surprised tone, "You should have told us earlier, I had no idea at all." "I remember him saying it," George said, "once twice." No, he was saying it all summer long." Fred and George both laughed happily. "Shut up," Percy scolded. Soon after, Mrs. Weasley returned, ready to take Ron to buy the items on the list. Before they parted ways at Gringotts, Percy received 10 galleons from Mrs. Weasley, which made the others envious. "Dear, do you need me to help you buy new books?" Mrs. Weasley asked. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." Albert handed the book list along with a small pouch of galleons to Mrs. Weasley. So many. Mrs. Weasley was startled when she saw the row of book titles on the parchment. Well, like Percy, I plan to take all the courses in my 3rd year. Albert casually explained. Sorry to trouble you. You're welcome. Keep an eye on those two for me, don't let Fred and George run wild. We don't need anyone watching us. Fred and George couldn't help but complain. See you later. Albert turned to the twins and said, All right, let's go. I still have a bunch of things to buy. Passing by Florian's ice cream shop, Albert bought 3 strawberry chocolate ice creams and ate them while strolling. Fred and George enthusiastically introduced Albert to the interesting places in Diagon Alley. They soon turned into a shop selling Weasley's Wizard Wheez's fireworks, and Albert bought some fireworks as a gift for Nia. Albert reordered robes at Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions, then went to the apothecary to restock on ingredients, and after buying a crystal ball at the magical goods store, he turned into an old shop filled with tattered wands, brass scales, and old cloaks. Don't you already have a wand? Fred saw Albert rummaging through the old wands and asked in confusion. I'm a bit interested in wand lore. Albert picked a wand that he found quite comfortable to use and paid 1 galleon for it. I really can't understand what you're thinking. George muttered. Never complain about having too many wands, it's never a bad idea to have an extra one. Albert said mysteriously, even if you never use it. Chapter 347, Magical Candy. An hour later, after Albert, Fred, and George finished their shopping and returned to the Leaky Cauldron, Mrs. Weasley, Ron, and Percy had not yet come back. However, their books had already been delivered and were piled on the floor next to Mr. Herbert and Mr. Weasley's table. Seeing Albert return, Herbert couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and asked, Did you get everything? If all the books are complete, then it's all bought. Albert picked out a marked package from his pile of parcels and said, This is a gift for everyone. The books you wanted, Mrs. Weasley has already bought them all for you. Herbert pointed at the package next to him and said, Then I'll head back first. You take care of yourself. Don't worry, we're very safe here. Mr. Weasley helped move things with a smile. Fred and George had always wanted to invite Albert over to their house for a few days, saying that Albert had helped them a lot. This time, they finally succeeded. Mr. Anderson is different from any muggle I've ever met. Mr. Weasley looked in the direction the car had disappeared and said with a sense of nostalgia, every time he discussed certain muggle appliances with others, they would look at him as if he were crazy. It's rare to find a muggle like Herbert who can patiently explain the uses of those appliances to him, and the way he speaks makes him feel very comfortable. It is not difficult to see that Herbert cares a lot about his son, asking about many things in the wizarding world. Mutual communication and understanding are very important. Well, he has a strong ability to accept certain things. Albert knew that Herbert actually had little patience, so he casually said, After all, his son is a wizard. After returning to the Leaky Cauldron, Mr. Weasley ordered a butterbeer for the 3 of them, preparing to continue the conversation about muggle appliances with Albert. However, the topic was quickly derailed by Albert, who started discussing the Gringotts invasion incident. Everyone suspects it was done by some very powerful dark wizard. Mr. Weasley shared what he knew. This is not good news, the goblins at Gringotts are nearly going mad, and they still can't find any clues about the intruder. The Daily Prophet said nothing was stolen, it seems like someone took it out beforehand. Albert suddenly said, It must have been a very valuable item. I don't know. Mr. Weasley didn't really want to talk about this topic. Those fairies are actually quite stupid. Albert suddenly lowered his voice and said, Mr. Weasley opened his mouth, but Albert continued, If we can't find the culprit, we can actually ask the owner of the items. Maybe they know who invaded the Goblin Bank. Why? Mr. Weasley was also taken aback, but Fred was the first to voice everyone's confusion. The fairies didn't reveal what exactly is in the vault, so not many people know what that item is. Albert whispered, and the thief actually targeted it directly, which means they know exactly what's in the vault. Otherwise, why wouldn't they steal other valuable things instead of directly focusing on what's in the vault? Yeah, that makes sense. The thief definitely isn't clueless. George agreed. Then, the wizard who put the items in Gringotts must be aware of this matter, right? He obviously knew or had a premonition about something, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the item away in advance. Albert continued to analyze, there aren't that many coincidences in the world. Mr. Weasley also had to admit that Albert made a good point. However, the topic couldn't continue. Mrs. Weasley, carrying a pile of packages, returned with Ron, followed by Percy carrying an owl. They borrowed the fireplace from Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, and used flip powder to return to Grimmauld Place. Albert was the first to climb out of the fireplace. Just as he moved aside, hurried footsteps could be heard from upstairs. Mom, did you buy me? A red-haired girl appeared at the top of the stairs, looking at the stranger in the house, stunned for a moment, then cautiously watching Albert. However, she quickly felt reassured because Fred and George emerged from the fireplace one after the other. "Our sister Ginny." Fred introduced them. "This is Albert, the one I told you about. He'll be staying at our house for the next few days." "Hello, Ginny." Albert greeted Ginny with a smile. "This is a lovely red-haired girl." "Hello." Ginny sized up Albert and quickly ran toward Mrs. Weasley, who had just come out of the fireplace. "A wizard's home is truly incredible." Albert looked at the pot that was cleaning itself and said with a smile, "This is quite magical. By the way, where's Charlie?" "Charlie went to Romania to study dragons." George said with a hint of resignation, "A few days ago, we just sent him off to King's Cross Station to catch a train." "Train? There are trains to other countries from King's Cross Station," George explained. "I thought wizards used portkeys or flow powder to travel. Most of the time, only smuggler wizards would use a portkey." Mr. Wesley finally emerged from the fireplace. "You will stay at Charlie's tonight. Albert will of course stay in our room, and George will sleep in Charlie's room." Fred immediately said, "Why don't you go sleep in Charlie's room?" George complained. "Come on, I'll take you to see our bedroom." Fred ignored George's complaints and, holding his own package, said to Albert, "Last time, you mentioned that thing. We've made some progress on it." "That thing." Albert paused for a moment before recalling what Fred was referring to. As they passed through the narrow corridor and stepped onto the rickety stairs, George said somewhat regretfully, "It's a pity, it's still just a prototype." Fred and George's room is very messy, with a lot of things piled up inside. "Originally, we planned to cast a spell on the toffee, but later we found out that this method wouldn't work. We can only focus on potions, but that's not easy." Fred sat on the camp bed and tossed the toffee on the table to Albert, saying, "This is the semi-finished product we made. It seems you need a lab. You could try using the undetectable extension charm. Also, no one would eat this stuff, it smells too much like a potion." Albert peeled off the wrapper, sniffed the candy, and frowned slightly. There was a smell of expanding agent in the toffee. "Dad won't agree to it." George was very frustrated. "Last time, he scolded us because of this." "Why?" "The Ministry of Magic does not allow wizards to use that kind of spell at will." Fred explained. "As long as we don't let the Ministry of Magic know, it should be fine." Albert picked up the book and started flipping through it. "Are you planning to try improving the enlargement potion?" "Well, we tried the swelling agent, and that stuff was really deadly. Last time Fred messed up, he couldn't taste anything for several days." George, with a look of recalling painful memories, continued, "So, we tried the expanding agent again, but it made the toffee taste really strong. The stuff in your hand is the latest improved version. We're planning to test it on the goblin downstairs." Fred whispered, "Of course, we can't let Mom know. Maybe you can help us refine it." The twins looked at Albert expectantly. "Shall we test the effect of the candy first?" Albert blinked and said, "Where's the goblin you mentioned?" Chapter 348, The Burrow. The three of them went downstairs and entered the yard, where a few plump brown chickens were pecking around. The Weasley family's yard is very large. If you include the surrounding land, it's overgrown with weeds, the flower beds haven't been tended to, and there's a big green pond nearby filled with frogs. Fred walked to the edge of the flower bed, bent down, peered inside, and soon grabbed a goblin. "Let me go! Let me go!" The goblin screamed, kicking Fred's hand with its foot. "Can it really talk?" Albert leaned in, observing the goblin, finding this creature quite incredible. The goblin is small, with a potato-like bald round head and rough, tough skin. "Well, goblins can talk, but they're very dumb. You just need to make them dizzy, and they won't be able to find their goblin holes." Fred grabbed the goblin by the ankle and held it upside down, laughing as he said to Albert, "Let's go somewhere else, don't let Mom see. She doesn't like us messing with those things and always wants us to go into the Ministry of Magic later. You know, that place is like a prison." Albert couldn't help but laugh. "What are you doing?" The three were just about to change locations when Ginny, appearing out of nowhere, stared at Fred, who was holding the goblin, and asked curiously, "We're about to do an interesting experiment." George winked at Ginny and said, "Don't tell Mom, okay?" "Okay." Ginny nodded vigorously in agreement. The four of them moved to a different spot, and after Fred put the goblin down, they saw George pull a toffee from his pocket, unwrap it, and force it into the goblin's mouth. This was not an easy task. George got bitten by the goblin and it took a long time to get the little guy to eat the candy. "Did you feed the goblin toffee?" Ginny blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion. "Looks like it failed." Albert said, "Maybe you should just drop a couple of drops of the expanding agent directly into its mouth and see if it works on a creature like a goblin." "Are you a devil?" Fred couldn't help but complain, but he really did just that. While George pried open the goblin's mouth, he poured some expanding agent into it. It doesn't seem to have any effect. As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin in front of them suddenly swelled up, as if it were a balloon being inflated. Effective, but not very noticeable. Albert expressed his guess, it's probably because the effect of the enlarging agent you made isn't very good. Of course, it could also be that goblins have a certain resistance to potions. We tinkered with it all summer. Fred said gloomily, and this is what we ended up with. Turn it back. Albert asked, using magic here shouldn't be a problem, right? It's fine. At a wizard's house, the Ministry of Magic can't tell who is using magic. That's really enviable. I can't use magic at home. Albert drew his wand and waved it, turning the now inflated goblin back to its original form. By the way, how did you come up with that plump lip seasoning last time? Who knows? Albert casually comforted, things won't go as smoothly as you imagine, especially when it comes to inventions and creations. Without sufficient knowledge and patience, it's just not possible. The twins disdainfully curled their lips. After all, someone had created quite a few interesting magical gadgets. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. Tell me about the wizarding world. I'm really curious about what a wizard's life is like. Albert gazed at the Weasley house from a distance. It looked quite artistic, with 4 or 5 chimneys on the roof, not to mention the way the house was haphazardly stacked together, all crooked and yet not collapsed. It was entirely built with magic. Unlike the Broad Estate, the Weasley family lives in a remote rural area, with their own vegetable garden. They not only raise chickens and ducks, but even have a pig pen further away. This is truly a self-sufficient small farming life. It's quite boring. We usually help out with some chores at home and occasionally play Quidditch together. Fred seemed reluctant to bring these things up. Maybe we should promote wizard cards as soon as possible. Wizard's cards, what's that? Ginny asked curiously. A card game invented by Albert. We're trying to promote it. Last semester, we even held the first wizard card tournament at Hogwarts. Fred rambled on to his sister about their achievements at school, embellishing the stories. In the end, George couldn't take it anymore and kicked Fred to make him stop talking, perhaps to entertain Albert. The Weasley family's lunch was particularly lavish. During the meal, Mr. Weasley had Albert sit next to him and kept asking him about Muggle matters. Albert talked quite a bit about Muggles and also asked Mr. Weasley some questions about the wizarding world. He was very interested in wizarding radios, but Mr. Weasley couldn't explain much, only saying that wizards used magic to modify Muggle radios. In fact, wizards are very good at doing this kind of thing. The Hogwarts Express is the best example. At that time, the British Ministry of Magic directly requisitioned a Muggle train and made a series of modifications to it. Thank you, I'm full. When Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically offered Albert a third helping, he quickly declined. After lunch, everyone sat around the dining table chatting. Albert asked Mr. Weasley if practicing divination at home would cause him any trouble. It shouldn't be a problem, as long as you don't use magic. Mr. Weasley casually remarked, clearly not believing that Albert could learn divination on his own. It's hard to really learn anything useful from divination classes. Percy, who rarely left his room, said, at most, it can only help people understand some basic knowledge. Very few wizards truly understand prophecy. Albert replied uncertainly. He had panel skills, and if he leveled them up, he would definitely be able to learn prophesy, so he wasn't worried at all about not being able to learn it. Percy seemed to have opened a floodgate, chattering away to Albert about his own experiences and how to manage time so he wouldn't end up unable to complete 12 assignments. Most of Percy's experience was told to him by Bill. I think your concerns are completely unnecessary. Fred finally couldn't help but interrupt Percy's words. Don't forget, Albert grew up in the Muggle world, and his Muggle studies are better than most wizards even without studying. George pointed this out without hesitation, thinking that he might not be able to finish his homework because of the sheer amount, but Albert definitely would. His ancient runes are so much better than yours, it's not even funny. Fred continued to criticize Percy. I think you're definitely not as good as Albert. Ahem, please continue talking about divination, I'm very interested in it. Albert interrupted, however, the divination professor doesn't seem very reliable. Indeed, he's not very reliable. Percy lowered his voice and said, but everyone can still learn some basic knowledge. In the afternoon, a few people gathered together to play wizard's chess. Ron and Ginny also joined in. However, Ron found this card game without any special effects boring, and as a result, he was mocked by Fred and George. Ginny, on the other hand, was interested in the character illustrations on the cards. After listening to the rules, she quickly got the hang of it and started playing with Fred. Why isn't there a card for Percy? After playing a game, Ginny asked. Because we didn't get Percy's permission. Albert casually explained, if he allows it, we wouldn't mind making a card for him, Prefect Percy. Better not, I don't think anyone would use it. In the evening, when the sun was slanting and the heat had just begun to dissipate, Fred and George suggested that everyone go play Quidditch in the nearby woods. Ron and Ginny also went along, taking turns using Charlie's broom. Wood won't let you slack off again. Fred looked at the people flying in the sky and said to Albert, after all, we lost so badly last time. Forget it, I have a ton of courses this semester, I can't handle it. Why are you studying so much? George was very puzzled. You're not like Percy, who is always trying to get into the Ministry of Magic. I don't think you're really interested in the Ministry of Magic. Well, I'm not interested, but knowledge is never too much. It's good to accumulate more, so you're not short on it when you need it. Albert changed the subject. Your sister flies quite well. She might become an excellent Quidditch player in the future. She used to sneak out with a broomstick to fly. George smirked. Of course, he and Fred pretended not to know about it. I remember you have a sister too. Yeah, she doesn't have any magical talent. Not having magical talent is truly unbelievable. George was indeed a bit surprised. After all, in their eyes, Albert's magical talent was truly astonishing. This is also something that can't be helped. Albert said somewhat helplessly, some things can't be forced. Just as the two were talking, an owl flew over here. Your mail really is quite abundant. I always feel like I see you receiving letters. Fred couldn't help but complain, who sent it? Mr. Broad. Albert glanced at the sender on the envelope, tore it open, took out the letter inside, and began reading its contents. After a slight frown, he noted that Mr. Broad had informed him that someone would come to pick him up before dinner. He said someone would come to pick me up and take me there. Are you leaving? I thought you would stay with us for a few days. Fred, who had just arrived, widened his eyes upon hearing this and said, if you don't stay for dinner, Mom will definitely be very disappointed. I'll write him a letter. Albert put away the letter, patted the owl's head, and said, let him come back to pick me up after dinner. Albert was somewhat curious about what the surprise Isabel mentioned in her last letter was. She seemed to think that she would definitely accept the fact of being the heir. Chapter 349, How did you end up here? Upon hearing that Albert would be leaving in the evening, Mrs. Weasley was slightly surprised and regretful, and then she enthusiastically added 5 more dishes for Albert. Mr. Broad. Mr. Wesley raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, Mr. Bard Broad. Albert didn't hide this either and added, he used to be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. After he resigned, we kept in touch through letters. That person. Mr. Wesley looked quite surprised at Albert. He also knew Mr. Broad, who was a peaceful person, well-liked, and a member of Wisengamer. Well, there's nothing we can do about that. Mr. Wesley said somewhat regretfully that he quite enjoyed discussing Muggle topics with Albert. Around 7:30 p.m., the house elf Noel promptly knocked on the Weasley family's door, taking Albert to Blod, still that familiar manor. After entering the manor, Albert saw an acquaintance. Long time no see. Albert looked at the red-haired girl sitting on the sofa, raised an eyebrow, and said, by the way, you're still here. I've already been living here for over half a month. Isabel looked up at the boy in front of her and smiled, saying, how was your summer vacation? Not bad. Albert was just about to sit down next to Isabel when he heard a sharp scream coming from the entrance. How did you end up here? Albert's body froze in place as he turned to look in the direction of the voice. Katerina, holding 2 cups of drinks, was standing at the door. Oh, it's you. Long time no see, Katerina. Albert greeted another red-haired girl. Strange, you were invited by Uncle Maud too. Katrina placed a glass of iced tea on the table in front of Isabel, looked Albert up and down, and asked in confusion. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became very strange, and in the end, it was Isabel who spoke up to break the silence. It seems that St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries is quite busy, and their mother is momentarily unavailable, so Morg McDougal invited the McDougal sisters to the estate for a vacation. In fact, this estate belongs to the wealth of the Wildsmith family members, and Morg McDougal can also use it. The person who was invited is actually Isabel, and the person next to her is just a +1. Of course, Isabel definitely knows about this. The only one still kept in the dark is Katrina. Yeah, I was invited too. Albert smiled and casually replied, I won't be staying here for long. I estimate I'll be heading back in a couple of days. Uncle Mog is looking for you because of the ancient magic script. Katrina looked at Albert with suspicion, thinking she had guessed the answer. Albert wasn't prepared to answer either. He casually picked up the book that Isabel had pushed over and started flipping through it. The more he read, the more he felt that the book was a bit strange. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and quickly finished reading the entire book. How is it? Isabel asked with a smile. The last time I came here, I didn't notice this book. Albert recalled the contents of the book and felt a bit familiar, not knowing where he had seen them before. This is what Uncle Maud gave me. What on earth are you two talking about? Katrina's gaze drifted between the two, sensing that something must have happened between Albert and Isabel. However, this theory is somewhat outdated by today's standards. Albert flipped through the book again and murmured, I feel like I've seen this before. Right, Chaux's magic seems to use this set of theories. Of course, Chaux's magic refers to the charm of his spell casting. What are you talking about? What is Chaux's magic? Don't leave me out of this, okay? Katrina said somewhat frantically. She can understand every word the two people are saying, but she doesn't understand what they are actually talking about. Chaux's magic is the defense against the dark arts textbook used at the American Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It has some theoretical differences in spellcasting compared to what we have now. Never mind, if you haven't seen this part of the material, you definitely wouldn't understand it anyway. Albert was talking and eventually got too lazy to explain. Some things, even if explained, the other party might not necessarily understand. Compared to the British textbooks, the magic of Chaux is indeed somewhat different. The book teaches students some spellcasting techniques, which, although this part has already been phased out, is still very useful for most students. Katrina was a bit angry, but Albert was right, she really didn't understand, which made her even more frustrated. After that, the two of them seamlessly discussed some study-related issues and how to reasonably schedule their time for this semester. After all, I'm taking 12 courses this semester, so I might as well learn a thing or two from Isabel to avoid driving myself crazy. A large part of what Isabel said was directed at Katrina. Isabel is a genius in her own right, so she doesn't feel much pressure when it comes to studying. Albert, who has a sort of cheat mode, is also considered a genius, so he feels even less pressure. The only one who might actually feel pressure is Katrina, who barely qualifies as a genius. After nightfall, Albert parted ways with the two and, on his way back to his room, encountered the house elf. Soon after, he saw Mr. Broad in the study, the old man smiling and waiting for his arrival. I thought this estate was a very important place for you. Albert looked at the old man in front of him, who had no intention of preparing a late-night meal for him, and couldn't help but complain. Are you referring to Katerina's matter? The old man gestured for Albert to sit across from him. Albert did not deny it either, sitting down to wait for the old man's explanation. Regarding the Wildsmith family, you must have heard some things already. Actually, these matters shouldn't have been told to you so early. Mr. Broad seemed to be choosing his words carefully, speaking very slowly. Because we are not heirs yet? Well, it does have something to do with this matter. Mr. Broad did not deny it either. The term heir isn't actually wrong. However, it might not be what you imagine. What we inherit is not a fortune, but a surname, he said with a smile. Of course, to some extent, this can also be considered a form of heritage. Inheriting a surname. Albert recalled Isabel's letter and asked curiously, so, I qualify? Well, how should I put it? Mr. Broad thought for a moment and said, in our view, both you and Isabel are suitable, at least for now. Is this how it is right now? Albert repeated, isn't the probation period over yet? Under normal circumstances, we would inform you of these matters only after your graduation. Mr. Broad smiled and said, well, this time it's an exception. You know, neither Isabel nor I actually care much about these things. The pride of a genius. Mr. Broad laughed and said, even if you don't inherit that thing, you can just go get what you want yourself. I understand this, I used to do the same. Of course, if you don't want this surname, in the end, it will have to be inherited by Isabel. Although she doesn't actually need it, someone has to carry it on. Our task is actually to select the right person and then persuade them to inherit this surname. Professor Broad said, if you agree, I will tell you the background and some very private matters about this. Aren't you afraid I might pretend to agree? Don't worry, since you are considered suitable by us, you naturally won't do such things. Otherwise, you wouldn't be considered suitable. It seems that what you call suitable refers to many aspects. Albert raised an eyebrow. Of course, every person qualified to inherit this surname has been carefully selected. After 1,000 selections. Do you really have that many candidates? Don't think I don't know how many wizards there are in the UK. Albert curled his lip and couldn't help but complain. Chapter 350, the gold is in the book. The candidates are indeed not many. Mr. Broad wasn't angry, instead, he laughed and said, but this time, didn't we find two suitable geniuses? Of course, Katrina's talent is actually just barely acceptable, it's just that I don't know what her personality is like. Tell me what the benefits of inheriting this surname are. Benefits. Mr. Broad stroked his beard. The greatest benefit is that you will have the opportunity to read the knowledge left behind by the Wildersmith family over the centuries. Each heir is a genius and leaves behind their best work. At this moment, Albert finally understood why Isabel said in the letter that he would probably agree. This was indeed very appealing to him. Of course, you will receive a sum of money, a house of your own, oh, and you've already seen the house. Yes, it's right here. When Mr. Broad mentioned the latter part, he was quite casual, as if it were something trivial. These things aren't really important, because those who are chosen won't lack these things. We're just giving you a gentle push from behind, helping you move faster and more smoothly, that's all. If I agree, what do I need to give in return? Albert asked. I don't believe there's such a thing as a free lunch. There are some responsibilities that are actually quite easy. Mr. Broad laughed happily, knowing he had successfully persuaded Albert. Almost no one would refuse such an offer. First, you need to keep this matter a secret. You can't tell anyone, not even your family. Mr. Broad raised his second finger and said, second point, choose the right person, which is what you call the successor, and when nurturing the next generation, you must put in effort and cannot have any selfish motives. The last point, leave your knowledge before you die. That's it. Albert looked utterly bewildered, as if he had truly made a blood sacrifice. That's it, just like that, the responsibility is quite light. Mr. Broad nodded and said, most of it is actually beneficial because most of the selected people are very smart, and they usually don't refuse. You probably know why they don't refuse, right? Because there's absolutely no downside, and they can gain quite a few advantages. May I ask, if you don't mind, why did you agree yourself? Albert hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Why? Don't you find the accumulation of knowledge over hundreds of years fascinating? Mr. Broad blinked and said, a large part of that knowledge has even been lost. All right, when can I see those things? Albert agreed. Mr. Broad's words were indeed very enticing. The knowledge left behind by countless geniuses was all in their areas of expertise, and for the extraordinary Albert, it was simply a gold mine. Others might only be able to pick and absorb a portion of the knowledge, but Albert was prepared to turn all that knowledge into his own nourishment. Originally, you would need to enter the Wildsmith Castle to have the opportunity to browse those books, but after discussing with a few others, we have decided to allow you to browse the books there. However, you will need to wait until you come of age and truly inherit this surname before you will be allowed to enter Wildsmith Castle. Mr. Broad said. The castle hasn't been discovered by anyone yet. Albert exclaimed in surprise, you guys are really good at hiding, huh? Is it the loyalty spell? Why do you say that? Mr. Broad asked in surprise. You said that only wizards who inherit the surname Wildsmith are allowed to enter there, and no one else will ever be able to find that place. Albert expressed his guess. If it were me, I would use the unbreakable vow. The characteristic of the unbreakable vow is that if the secret keeper dies, the other people who know the secret will automatically become the secret keepers. There are only a few members of the Wildsmith family, and not many people know your identities, so others will naturally never find out. Excellent. Mr. Broad couldn't help but applaud, directly admitting, indeed, it is the unbreakable vow. I have a question. Go ahead. Mr. Broad looked all ears. Is the founder of Wildsmith the inventor of fly powder, Ignatia Wildsmith? Albert voiced his doubts. You indeed have discovered it. Mr. Broad did not seem surprised by this. The surname Wildsmith actually comes from Ignatia Wildsmith's father, Wilda Smith. Indeed, I've seen this name in the Ravenclaw's chamber. Albert connected a lot of dots. By the way, what about the descendants of Ignatia Wildsmith? We are his descendants. Professor Broad said flatly, every chosen one has a bloodline connection to this surname, and the chosen ones not only need to have the bloodline but also need to possess sufficient wisdom and have no character issues. I thought the Smith family was her direct descendant. Albert couldn't help but make a self-deprecating remark. The inheritance of bloodlines is quite unreliable, you should have already realized that. The descendants of the four founders of Hogwarts have mostly disappeared over the long course of time. Many ancient families have declined, but we remain very prosperous. Speaking of this, Mr. Broad's tone carried an unmistakable pride. Every Wildsmith is a genius, and only geniuses are qualified to inherit the Wildsmith surname. Why is Mr. Rowena not qualified? Because we voted, and we all think he's not suitable. Mr. Broad said a cruel truth. Mr. Gerber Smith too. I've said it before, we never show any favoritism when it comes to selecting candidates. Mr. Broad shook his head. It seems like I'm in luck. Albert said self-deprecatingly. No, because you really are a good fit. Mr. Broad said, This is a decision we made together, so there won't be any mistakes. I'm curious why Rowena Smith is disqualified. Albert recalled Rowena's appearance at the time, frowning as he said, I think half of the reason he turned out that way is because of you. This matter was originally a secret. Mr. Broad shook his head and said, even if we get some clues from certain records, it doesn't really help. We will spare no effort in nurturing those with talent, but that doesn't mean they are suitable. Rowena's talent is actually quite good, but his character is too terrible, especially after doing something like that. Mr. Broad's tone was somewhat indifferent as he spoke about it. Actually, you should have realized that we don't urgently need to inherit that surname. It is inconsequential to us because we are all talented enough to go far without its glory and support. What about Isabel's father? Albert retorted. Blair, his talent is not even as good as Rowena's, and he was considered unsuitable by everyone a long time ago. Professor Broad recalled, generally, we would establish friendly relations with them, like we originally did, having a good relationship. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for Roberta Smith. Albert said self-deprecatingly. Isabel's father's death was largely Rowan Smith's fault, and that guy felt guilty about it, and the result turned out to be like this. No, you don't need to feel sorry for him. Mr. Broad shook his head and said, since he did that, he can't blame anyone else for ending up like that. One last question, when will I get to see what I want? Albert looked at Mr. Broad and said, I brought you one. Mr. Broad pointed to a wooden box next to him and said, for some reason, this box in front of Albert gave him a strange sense of familiarity. The book is inside? He asked. Yes, it's right inside. When Albert opened the box, he felt like he was about to be blinded by the glare. Inside the box was a book made of metal. This is brass. No, this is gold. Albert looked at Mr. Broad incredulously. This is a book made of gold. It's not entirely made of gold, it contains some silver and a few other metals. Mr. Broad grinned and said, at the time, I was completely stunned by this thing. Can you believe there are books made of gold and silver in a castle? You are really wealthy. Albert said dryly, waving his wand, and a golden book flew out of the box, landing on the slanted desk in front of him. Knowledge is even more precious. Mr. Broad said softly. Moreover, we never run out of money. Did you specifically choose this book for me? Albert saw the method for making a two-way mirror in the book. Clearly, the owner of this book was once the maker of the two-way mirror. Albert found this line on the back of the book. I have left my lifelong knowledge in this book. Future readers, I hope you can find your own happiness within its pages. Brel burst. Chapter 351, Invitation. In the early morning, Albert woke up from his sleep, still feeling inexplicably dazed. Last night, he carefully studied Breyer's Book of Gold. To be honest, a book made of gold like that really had a significant impact on Albert. Something that could only exist in a fairy tale world actually appeared right in front of him one day. It's truly incredible. Albert leaned forward and looked out the window. The blue sky and white clouds were clear, and he could faintly hear the sound of birds chirping outside. A gentle breeze blew in through the window into the room. Really quiet. Albert sighed softly, standing by the window, gazing into the distance, reminiscing about the conversation he had with Mr. Broad last night. It seems that this estate will belong to me in the future. How truly wealthy. He muttered to himself in self-mockery. Albert was very suspicious about how this manor came to be. Did they seize the wealth of some unfortunate muggle? Wizards do indeed have such abilities, and it seems like a very simple matter. After all, even the Ministry of Magic has a similar track record. Like master, like servant, many ancient wizards must have done similar things. It's not that Albert likes to think about dark things, but according to records, when the Ministry of Magic built the Hogwarts Express, it was merely a matter of requisition. Wizards were incapable of building such a train, that was beyond doubt. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Albert covered a yawn, stretched lazily, changed back into his clothes, washed up, and prepared to head to the dining room for breakfast. The manor is very large, with long corridors and empty rooms that lack any liveliness. Albert didn't find anyone in the dining room, nor did he see the breakfast prepared by the house elf. After thinking for a moment, he decided to head to the kitchen. However, on his way there, his gaze fell on the sunroom not far away, and he smiled as he walked over. Isabel was having breakfast. Good morning. Albert greeted the girl with a smile. Good morning. Isabel put down her fork, looked up, and asked, did you meet Mr. Broad last night? I met him. By the way, why did you refuse? Albert sat down opposite Isabel, scrutinizing the girl in front of him with a half-smile, half-serious expression. Just as he was about to say something more, his gaze fell on the house elf who had silently appeared beside them, and he stopped his words. Sir, what would you like for breakfast? The house elf asked in a sharp voice. Just give me a breakfast similar to hers. Albert thought for a moment and then said, it would be best to have a glass of milk too. Okay, just a moment. The house elf quickly disappeared. Mom has always hoped to have a little elf to help us with cooking, she's not very good at it. Isabel looked at Albert and said, then why do you still refuse? Albert looked at Isabel with a half smile, poured himself a cup of red tea, and said to himself, having a house elf help with chores is indeed very convenient. I'm thinking that once I graduate, I'll acquire a house elf from Hogwarts. They have contracts. I know, but we can discuss it with Professor Dumbledore. I think he might agree. After all, Hogwarts doesn't lack house elves. Albert is confident that he can get a house elf from Hogwarts. Now, you don't have to worry about these things anymore. Isabel said after finishing her fried egg. Do you regret giving it up? No. Isabel took a sip of her red tea and said, you are more suitable. Besides, Isabel didn't say what moreover meant, but Albert felt he understood her meaning. Sigh, I really did get blinded by the flash last night. Albert sighed, thinking back on it now, it feels incredible. However, you were right last time, those things were indeed hard for me to refuse. Actually, that knowledge is of no use to most people. Even if they want to master that part of the knowledge, it requires a lot of time and effort. Isabel said, this is also one of the reasons why Isabel gave up. She considered her talent to be quite good, but after seeing the contents of the Golden Book, she already understood the difficulty of those materials. The reason the double-sided mirror was ultimately lost to history, although related to its confidentiality, was more importantly